favourite out of the two and still was. Both fiery, they argued constantly, but adored one another at the same time. Joey's relationship with his father was more complex. They had nothing in common whatsoever, and although their conversations tended to be polite, they were also stilted. "Joey just wants toast," Frankie said, plonking herself down at the kitchen table. Jessica pricked the sausage to make sure it was done properly, then dished up her daughter's breakfast. "Morning, Mum," Joey said, kissing her on the cheek. "Toast won't fill you up. Why don't you let me make you a nice bacon sandwich?" Jessica asked him. Joey sat opposite his sister. "Toast is fine, Mum. What you up to today? You off out anywhere nice?" Jessica smiled. Unlike Frankie, Joey was always so interested in her life. "Yes, I'm going out. Vicky's coming round and we're going clothes shopping together. We're going to pop in and have lunch with Nan and Grandad on the way back." "Mum, see if you can get me a pair of bleached jeans with rips in them. Don't get me rubbish ones, though. Get a decent make. I'm bursting out of a size 8 now, so you better get me a size 10, Frankie told her. "OK, darling. I know the ones you mean. What about you, Joey? Do you need anything?" Joey smiled. "I could do with some new trainers. Get me Nike, Mum. The ones with the light blue tick down the side." Seeing time was getting on, Jessica urged the kids to finish their breakfast. Living in the lanes meant they needed a lift to and from school, and she didn't want them to be late again. "Come on, hurry up. You've got your exams soon, and you don't want to fail them," Jessica said sternly. Frankie and Joey smirked at one another as they followed their mum out to the car. Little did she know, neither of them had any intention of spending their day studying for their exams. Joey and Frankie hated school, and going through the school gates wasn't on their agenda. Driving up the M1, Eddie was deep in thought. Ronnie had just rung him, shouting and bawling, and for the second time that week, Ed had bitten his tongue. No one, including Eddie, knew exactly what had happened to Ronnie. Ed had apparently been owed a lot of money by a Scottish geezer called Jake Souness. "I'm going to fucking blow his brains out," Ronnie had drunkenly bragged one day. Eddie had told his brother to stay away from Jake. "Leave it to me. Souness is no fucking mug. He's heavy material. I'll have a word with Dad. He'll know how to play it," Ed warned him. As silly as arseholes, Ronnie had ignored Eddie's advice and gone to see Jake Souness alone. He'd been found half dead 2 days later and had no recollection of what had actually happened. All he had said was that Jake had poured neat bottles of vodka down his throat, forcing him to drink it. "I don't remember anything after that. My next memory's waking up, being in agony and not being able to walk," Ronnie said. Harry Mitchell had come out of retirement to get revenge for his son. He had tortured Jake Souness for 3 days, and when Jake's body could take no more, he had chopped his head off while he was still alive. Eddie had been with his father that day, and Jake Souness's screams would live with him forever. "Take the next junction, Ed," Raymond said, snapping Ed out of his daydream. Eddie was heading towards a gypsy camp on the outskirts of Birmingham. Dickie Pearce had taken the right piss out of him. 15 grand Eddie had lent him, and the cunt had done a runner with it. Finding Dickie Pearce hadn't been easy. Eddie would never have lent him the cash in the first place if he'd known he had links with the travelling community. Eddie thought Dickie was just your average guy, and he'd been shocked to find out that the piss-taking bastard was in fact a plastic pikey. "Answer that," Eddie ordered Raymond, as his phone rang. "It's your dad. Says it's urgent," Raymond told him. Knowing that he had his shooter in the Land Cruiser with him, Eddie swung into a lay-by. The Vodafone he owned weighed a ton. It was hard to hold while driving, and he could do without causing an accident, today of all days. "I'm driving. What is it, Dad?" he asked impatiently. Listening to what his father had to say, Eddie's mood lifted like magic. "No. When? How?" he asked joyfully. As Eddie ended the phone call, he turned around in his seat and smiled at Paulie, Gary and Ricky. Raymond nudged him. "Come on, don't keep us in suspense. What's happened?" Dad's just heard that Butch O'Hara's brown bread. He ain't sure how he croaked it, but someone he knows said it was a heart attack. Apparently Jimmy's going to set fire to his trailer with a body inside. Why ain't they going to have a proper funeral for him? Didn't they like him? Ricky asked, bewildered. Eddie laughed. They like a bit of DIY, the old pikeys. I think it's custom for 'em to burn the dead in their own homes. Strange bastards they are. I've always said that. Eddie whistled as he continued his journey. Lady Luck hadn't been very kind to Jimmy over the years, and every time he received yet another kick in the bollocks it pleased Eddie immensely. Even though they lived near one another, Eddie saw very little of Jimmy. His wife, Alice, had left him years ago. Apparently, she'd walked into one of his salvage yards and had caught her beloved Jimmy having his cock sucked by some little dolly bird. Alice was a typical feisty travelling lass, and by all accounts had gone mental. Rumour had it she'd gone home, and on Jimmy's return she clumped him over the head with a claw hammer. The following day, Alice had packed her bags, shoved the kids in the car, and left him for good. Eddie was overjoyed by Jimmy's little mishap, and dined out on it for months afterwards. Jimmy was never the same man after Alice left him. Without his wife and kids by his side, he let his businesses slip, sold his roller, and became a bit of a recluse. Eddie grinned as he turned off the M1. Jimmy's mum had died a couple of years back, and now the old man had popped his clogs. He had no one living on his acres of land bar himself. Eddie stifled a snigger. At least he had his dogs and horses. Maybe the fucking goat was still alive, and that could keep poor Jimmy company on his big piece of land. Frankie put her last 50p into the fruit machine. "Poxy thing," she said, kicking the base of it. Joey laughed as she walked towards the table. "Why'd you waste your money on those things? I've told you before, gambling's for mugs," he said, as she sat down. Spending their days in the cafe in Dagenham with a group of their friends was a regular pastime for Frankie and Joey. The cafe was owned by the sister of one of their best mates, and she always allowed them to hang out there. Sometimes they went to school, but most days they couldn't face it. They would wave to their mum as she dropped them off, and as soon as she drove away, they would cross the road and catch the bus to Dagenham. Neither Joey nor Frankie were fans of their school uniform, so they always carried a spare set of clothes with them. They would get changed upstairs on the bus, then would change back into their school uniform on the return journey. Neither of their parents were aware of what they got up to. Both the twins smoked and drank, and sometimes they would stand on the corner totally wasted, waiting for their mum to pick them up. They were always careful, though, and only stuck to vodka, as it had no smell. Their mum would go apeshit if she knew, and their dad would probably rip their heads off. Writing sick notes had become second nature to both of them. Joey wrote Frankie's, copying his mum's handwriting, and Frankie returned the favour for Joey, copying her dad's. "What's the time?" Frankie asked her brother. 1:30, Joey replied. "I'm bored sitting here. Let's go to the park and drink our vodka, eh?" Joey shrugged and turned to their friends. All of them were partial to a tipple, but Frankie was an absolute nightmare. Joey stood up and urged the others to do the same. "Come on, Alkie Annie wants her daily fix," he joked. Laughing, the 6 good mates left the cafe together. Stanley smiled as his daughter tucked into a ham salad sandwich. She was a breath of fresh air, his Jessica, and even now at 33, she was still as beautiful as ever. "So, how are your pigeons, Stanley? Are you still racing 'em?" Vicky inquired. Stanley loved nothing more than discussing his birds, and launched into a full account of their day-to-day activities. He liked Jessica's friend, and was pleased that his daughter had someone local to turn to if she ever needed her help. Stanley still didn't like or trust Eddie. His son, Raymond, had turned into a clone of the man, and he was extremely bitter about it. Stanley had little option but to play happy families. He loved his daughter and grandchildren. So, all in all, Eddie had him by the bollocks. When Jessica had left Eddie that time, Stanley had stuck to his guns. He hadn't spoken to Eddie for 9 months, nor visited the house. He had eventually given in. He'd missed Jess and the twins terribly, and Joyce's constant moaning had forced him to change his mind. Since then, a happy medium had been met. He was polite to Eddie for the sake of his family, though inwardly he still hated him. "We're going to have to go now. I've got to pick the kids up in an hour," Jessica informed her parents. Joyce stood up and cuddled her daughter. "So, will we see you before Christmas?" "Of course. It's weeks away," Jessica said, smiling. "I'll pop over next week. You and Dad will stay for a few days at Christmas, won't you? If you come over Christmas Eve in the afternoon, you can go home the day after Boxing Day." Joyce looked at Stanley. "It all depends if Jock's around to feed the pigeons. If not, we can still stay, but I'll have to pop back to see to them every day," Stanley said. Joyce raised her eyebrows. "Stanley's cock will be the death of me." Roaring with laughter, Jessica and Vicky left the house. Eddie drove past the gypsy site and hid the Land Cruiser as best he could down the end of a dirt track. It was 2 weeks since he'd found out where Dickie Pearce was actually living, and he'd had him watched ever since. Unfortunately for Eddie, he had no chance of getting his money back. Dickie had a gambling problem, and was up to his eyeballs in debt. Eddie wasn't overly bothered about the dosh. He was Keiko, and 15 grand was peanuts to him. What Eddie was annoyed about was the fucking liberty Pearcey had taken. No one messed with the Mitchells, and Eddie couldn't be seen to be lapsing in his old age. Dickie had bragged to a lot of people that he'd knocked Eddie for the dough, and because of that, Ed had no option but to take the silly man out. "It's gone 6 o'clock. What time did you say he was due?" Paulie asked. Eddie knew that Dickie had been making ends meet by selling flowers from the roadside. He also knew that he drove a white escort van down this road at approximately 6 o'clock every evening. "He'll be here any minute," Eddie told his brother. "Can't you turn on the engine so we can have some heating? I'm freezing me bollocks off here," Paulie moaned. Eddie glared at him. Paulie had turned into Ronnie, he was sure he had. "Shall I put the music on as well? We can dance and have a party. Then everyone will know we're here, you soppy cunt." Paulie quickly shut up. Ever since Ronnie had left the firm, and Eddie's boys had joined, he'd felt like a complete fucking outsider. "Right, there's headlights coming our way," Eddie said, starting the engine. "It's him. I'm sure it's a white van," Raymond told him. Making sure no one else was about, Eddie crawled along the road. Nearing the van, he switched on his beam. Seeing a startled-looking Dickie put his hands over his face, Eddie pulled up alongside him. Dickie immediately spotted the gun. "Drive down the end of the dirt track, then open the door and get out," Eddie ordered him. Dickie did as Eddie asked. Petrified, he squealed like a pig as he fell to his knees. "Please, don't shoot me! I'm sorry, Eddie. I'll pay you back. I promise I will. I've got kids and a grandkid. You can't shoot me, you can't!" Eddie got out of the Land Cruiser. He put his big foot on top of Dickie's head and pulled back the catch. "Pull the car forward," he urged Raymond. He'd only just bought his new Toyota Land Cruiser, and he didn't want it covered in some scumbag's blood. "Kids, grandkids. Shame you didn't think of them before you knocked me, you mug," Eddie said, smiling at Dickie Pearce's fright. Lifting Dickie's chin up with his boot, Eddie winked at him. "Bye-bye, Dickie," he said, as he casually pulled the trigger. Eddie got into the passenger seat. "Do us a favour, Ray. Find a McDonald's or something. I'm fucking starving." "Frankie, Joey, your dinner's ready," Jessica shouted up the stairs. "We're not hungry yet. We'll warm it up later," Frankie shouted back. Jessica sighed and covered the plates with cling film. She'd gone to a lot of trouble to cook for them, and now they were too busy to eat. Not wanting to eat alone, Jessica covered her own up. She hated eating alone, always had done. Bored, Jessica poured herself a glass of wine. The twins worried her at times. She knew they were working hard for their exams, but she didn't want them overdoing it. Whenever she picked them up from school lately, they seemed so knackered. They barely spoke on the way home because they were so worn out. "We're going upstairs to do our homework," they would say, as soon as they got through the front door. "But you've only just left school. You must have a break. Can't you do it later?" she would ask them. "You don't understand, Mum. The school gives us tons of homework, and if we don't do it, we'll get in big trouble," Frankie told her. A couple of times, Jessica had gone upstairs to try to help them do their homework, but they'd both been fast asleep. As she sipped her wine, Jessica made a decision. She would go to that school tomorrow and have a quiet word with the headmaster. She wouldn't tell Frankie and Joey her plans. They were typical teenagers, and they'd get all embarrassed. She wouldn't even tell Eddie. He'd say she was being a drama queen. Jessica smiled as she topped up a glass. She was a good mum, and good mums were protective of their brood. Joey and Frankie were only 15, and they shouldn't be working like Trojans, bless 'em. Chapter 18. "Good morning, sleepyhead." Jessica opened her eyes and smiled. She'd slept like a log, and wasn't even aware that Eddie had been lying beside her. "What time did you get in? I didn't hear you come to bed," she asked him. "I got back about 2, but I sat up for an hour. I was watching all the news programmes. That fire at King's Cross Station was fucking terrible, wasn't it?" Eddie said. Jessica propped herself up on one elbow. "Mum rang and said something about a fire. To be honest, Vicky came round last night and we had a few glasses of wine. Doug was away on business, so she didn't leave till 12. We sat in the kitchen playing tapes. I was going to put the telly on, but by the time she left I forgot all about it. What happened then? Did anybody get hurt?" Eddie sighed and kissed Jessica on the forehead. His wife rarely watched or listened to the news, and she didn't have a clue about current affairs. In fact, half the country could collapse in an earthquake, and Jessica wouldn't be any the wiser. The escalator went up in flames. It was just after rush hour, so a lot of people got caught up in it. I think the death toll is about 27 or something. They reckon it might turn out to be more, though. There are still a lot of people classed as critical. Jessica's eyes filled with tears. "Oh, Ed, that's awful. I feel so sorry for the poor people that died. How must their families feel, knowing they've been burned alive?" Eddie held her tightly. "Don't upset yourself, Jess. These things happen." Jessica wiped her eyes and changed the subject. "How did you get on up north? Did you find that man and get your money back?" Eddie nodded. "Yeah, all sorted." "Did he pay you straight away?" Jessica asked. Eddie smiled as he thought of Dickie with his brains blown out. "Oh yeah, he paid all right," he said. Feeling himself getting hard, Eddie nibbled Jessica's earlobe. "Stop it, Eddie. I've got to take the kids to school." "What time is it?" Jessica said, giggling. "Sod the kids. Look what you've done to me," Eddie told her, as he placed a hand on his erection. Unable to resist her handsome husband, Jessica urged him to enter her. Arching her body, she gasped as he sped up his rhythm. As Eddie orgasmed and rolled onto his back, Jessica sat up and stroked the hairs on his chest. "What do you want for breakfast?" she asked him. Eddie smiled at his beautiful wife. He had never been a selfish lover, and unless Jessica was satisfied, then neither was he. "I want you," he said, as he moved down the bed and pleasured her with his tongue. Aware of the animal-like noises coming out of her parents' bedroom, Frankie got out of bed and crept next door to wake Joey. "What time is it?" her brother mumbled. Frankie pulled the quilt from over his head. "Forget the time. Mother and Father are at it again. They're just so embarrassing. When I hear 'em making them noises, it puts me off me breakfast." Joey smiled and sat up. "They are married, Frankie. They're entitled to have a bunk up, you know." Frankie pulled a face. "I'm never going to have sex after listening to them two. No wonder I'm still a virgin. They've put me off for life." Joey couldn't help but laugh. She could be a funny girl, his sister, at times. "You'll have sex when the time's right. You just ain't met the right person yet, that's all." Frankie playfully punched his arm. "Hark at you, the expert. You've never been out with a girl for more than a couple of weeks." "So?" Joey answered. "So? How come you're so knowledgeable? Both Leanne and Sarah said you never slept with them. So who have you slept with then?" Joey laughed, as he forcefully but playfully removed Frankie from his room. "That's for me to know, and you to find out," he told her. Jessica stood over the cooker, with a smile on her face. "Do you want mushrooms and beans?" "I'll have whatever you're offering," Eddie replied suggestively. Jessica giggled. "So, what you up to today? Will you be home late tonight?" Eddie shook his head. "I've got a few people to visit, all local, and I'll probably poke me head in the flag and see if Ronnie's in there. I won't be late. I'll be home before tea time. What about you? You doing anything?" Debating whether to tell him she was worried about the twins and was off to see the headmaster, Jess heard Frankie and Joey's footsteps and decided to keep quiet. "I've not planned anything, although I might pop into Romford and get some more Christmas presents." "What's the matter with you? Too old to give your dad a kiss now, are you?" Eddie asked Frankie. Frankie politely kissed him, then, screwing up her face, smiled at her brother. "You didn't kiss him on the lips, did you? You don't know where his tongue's been," Joey whispered into Frankie's ear. Frankie punched Joey and laughed. Eddie finished his breakfast and put the plate in the dishwasher. "I'm off now, babe," he said to Jess. "See you later, kids. I'm back early tonight. Shall we all go out for Chinese, or shall I order a takeaway?" Frankie nudged Joey. They'd already decided not to attend school today, and they didn't want to drink vodka all afternoon, then have to sit in a restaurant with their parents. "We've got tons of homework, Dad. Me and Frankie would prefer a takeaway," Joey replied. Eddie put on his jacket. "I'll see you all later then. Pick what you want off the menu, and I'll order it as soon as I get home," he said. Jessica fed the twins, tidied up the kitchen, then went upstairs to get changed. Usually she drove the children to school in a tracksuit or jeans, but she couldn't do that today. How could she expect the headmaster to take her seriously if she looked like a tramp? "What you all done up for?" Frankie asked, as she came down the stairs. Feeling flustered, Jessica searched for her handbag. "I'm going Christmas shopping after I've dropped yous two off," she lied. Due to heavy traffic, the journey to the school took about 20 minutes. "Bye, Mum," the twins said, as they slammed the car door. Jessica waved and drove away. She'd already hatched her plan. She would park a couple of streets away, then drive back once they were inside their classroom. Half an hour later, Jessica made her way into the school gates. She'd been to the headmaster's office a couple of years ago, when Joey had been taken ill, and as luck would have it, she remembered where it was. "Can I help you?" asked a stuffy-looking woman sitting at a typewriter. "I'd like to speak to the headmaster about my children," Jessica stated. "And who shall I say wants to speak to him?" "Mrs. Mitchell. I'm Francesca and Joseph's mother." The woman smirked. "Take a seat. I'll let Mr. Redknapp know that you're waiting." Jessica sat nervously tapping her fingers. She wasn't very good at confrontation, and she was beginning to wish that she hadn't come alone. Eddie was much more businesslike than she was. He would have known exactly what to say. "Mr. Redknapp's ready for you to go in now," the woman told her. As Jessica walked in, the headmaster smiled. "Please, sit down, Mrs. Mitchell," he said. "I've come to see you because I'm very worried about Joseph and Francesca," Jessica rambled. The headmaster nodded. "I'm very pleased you have come to see me. In fact, I was going to contact you next week. We at the school are also very worried about Joseph and Francesca. They seem to be catching one illness after another, and it's seriously affecting their schoolwork." Jessica looked at the headmaster in amazement. "What illness? They're not ill. I've come to talk to you about the amount of homework they've been given. I don't understand. What do you mean?" Picking up his phone, Mr. Redknapp pressed a button. "Margaret, could you bring in the Mitchell's file with the children's letters, please?" Jessica was bemused. "What's going on? Why have the twins been telling you they're ill?" Mr. Redknapp smiled. Parents could be so naive at times, especially mothers. "Thank you, Margaret," he said, as his secretary left the office. Throwing the letters onto the desk, Mr. Redknapp urged Jessica to take a look at them. "Is that your or your husband's handwriting, Mrs. Mitchell?" Jessica recognised the writing immediately. It belonged to Joey and Frankie. Reading the letters, she felt herself go cold. "How long has this been going on?" she asked Mr. Redknapp. "About 8 months. I'm surprised no one mentioned it to you at the parents' evening." "I never came to the last one. The kids told me that 10 of the teachers had the flu and parents' evening had been cancelled." The headmaster sighed. "Joseph and Francesca obviously have very inventive imaginations, don't you think?" Jessica wished the ground would open up and swallow her. "Where are they? Can you go and get them out of their classroom for me?" The headmaster chuckled. "I'm afraid they're not here today, Mrs. Mitchell. In fact, we've only seen them twice in the last 3 weeks. "But I dropped them off at the gates this morning. I drop them off here every morning, and I pick them up in the afternoon." Mr. Redknapp shrugged. "Well, I'm afraid your children have been pulling the wool over everybody's eyes. Maybe you can have a word with your husband, Mrs. Mitchell. With their exams coming up, the situation needs to be sorted as soon as possible." Seething and red-faced, Jessica stood up. "Thank you for telling me, Mr. Redknapp. I will speak to my husband, and I can assure you that both Francesca and Joseph will be attending on a regular basis in future. It is my duty as a mother to march them into their classrooms if I have to." Mr. Redknapp nodded. "I'll leave the problem in your more than capable hands then, Mrs. Mitchell." Unaware that their mother was talking to their headmaster about them, Frankie and Joey were having a little tipple. "Give us a swig of yours, Joey. Mine's all gone," Frankie demanded. Joey handed her the vodka bottle. "You're such a greedy cow, Frankie. Don't drink it all, give us it back," he said, snatching at it. Frankie giggled and let out a burp. "You're such an old woman, Joey. Make yourself useful and light me a fag." Glancing at his watch, Joey jumped off the park bench. "Shit! It's 2:30. Come on, Frankie, let's run to the bus stop, else Mum will be waiting for us." Frankie laughed and gently pushed him. "I'll race you. Last one to the bus stop is a retard." Not wanting to upset Eddie at work, Jessica decided not to call him on his mobile, and instead wait for him to get home. Unable to concentrate on any Christmas shopping, Jessica went home and got stuck into the housework. To say she was furious was an understatement. The twins had taken her for a complete and utter fool, and they needed to be punished. She wondered where they were spending their days, and what they were doing. Maybe they were walking the streets, or sitting round at a friend's house, or maybe they were up to worse. Feeling as though she no longer knew them, Jessica picked Frankie and Joey up from school at their usual time. As hard as it was, she decided not to let them know she'd cottoned on. Eddie was a much better disciplinarian than she was, and he would know exactly how to handle the situation. Filled with fury, Jessica did her best to act normal. "How was your day?" she asked. "Oh, the usual, Mum," Joey replied. "I got top marks in maths today," Frankie added. Jessica felt like screaming. Part of her wanted to stop the car and swing for the devious little toe rags, but somehow she managed to stop herself. "We're going upstairs to do our homework," Frankie said, as soon as they got indoors. Jessica was glad. Keeping her temper was difficult, and the further out of her sight the pair of them were, the better. Eddie arrived home at 5:30. "Hello, darling. I'm starving. Shall I order the grub? Have the kids picked out what they want?" he asked Jessica. "You'd better sit down," Jessica told him. Explaining the story in full, Jessica expected Eddie to go ballistic, and was surprised when he didn't. "I'll go up and speak to him. They've got to be punished. I think we should ground them till the new year. What do you think?" Eddie said calmly. Jessica was flummoxed. "Is that all you've got to say? Aren't you even annoyed with them?" Not wanting to cause an argument, Eddie held Jessica in his arms. "Of course I'm annoyed, and I'll let them know that. But the thing is, Jess, kids will be kids. I used to bunk off school. Me brothers did it too. Gary and Ricky were the same. It's what kids do, innit?" Jessica shook her head. "I never did it. I was too frightened to do anything like that. I was worried I'd get caught. Eddie laughed. You wasn't a Mitchell, though, was you? Eddie went upstairs and spoke to the kids calmly, but firmly. Now, I want to know where you've been hanging out, and what you've been doing. And don't lie to me, because I will find out the truth. Frankie nudged Joey. We've been changing out of our school uniform and going to the cafe in Dagenham, Joey mumbled. And sometimes we sit in the park, Frankie added. Well, from now on, you're going to school every day, and you're both grounded until New Year, Eddie told them. He was sure they were telling the truth. He could see it in their eyes. Oh, but Dad, what about our Christmas disco? Frankie whinged. Eddie winked at her. You should have thought of that before you played hooky. Now get your devious little asses downstairs. I'm starving and I want to order some dinner. Jessica wasn't quite as forgiving as her husband, and she ignored the twins as they sat down to eat. Would you like some more rice, Mum? Frankie asked her. No, eat it yourself, Jessica replied angrily. At 9 o'clock the twins both yawned. We're going to bed now, they said. They knew they'd got off lightly, and they didn't want to push their luck. Once her deceitful offspring were out of her sight, Jessica began to relax a bit. Shall we have another glass of wine? She asked Eddie. Eddie stood up to fetch another bottle, and was interrupted by the phone ringing. All right, Doug? How's tricks? OK, mate. I want you and Jess to come round for dinner on Saturday night. It's Vicky's birthday and I've got a surprise planned for her. She'll definitely want your Jess to be there, I know that, Dougie said. Yeah, that's fine. What time do you want us round? Eddie inquired. About 8. So what you got planned then? Eddie asked, intrigued. Dougie lowered his voice. I'm going to propose, and as long as she says yes, I've booked a holiday for us to go on next week. It's in the Caribbean. I've arranged for us to get married out there. I'm not going to tell her till we get there. I thought I'd be spontaneous and shock her for once. Eddie laughed. You're a fucking boy, you are. Here, talking of shocks, you heard about Jimmy O'Hara? Dougie asked. I know the old man popped his clogs, Eddie replied. Yeah, that's right, and Jimmy's got back with his old woman. Moved back in yesterday, Alice did, with his youngest kid, Jed. Fuck me, that's a turn up for the books. You can tell me more on Saturday, Eddie said, gutted that Alice had forgiven the bastard. Eddie ended the call, poured the wine, and snuggled up next to his wife. Put the news on, Ed. I still haven't seen anything about that fire, Jessica said. As Ed switched channels, he was shocked to see a picture of Dickie Pearce flash up on the screen. A man has been found dead in a gangland-style shooting in Birmingham. 51-year-old Richard Pearce, a father of 2, was found in the early hours of this morning. Police are appealing for witnesses. Poor man. How awful for his children, Jessica said sadly. Eddie felt like bursting out laughing, but instead put on his most solemn voice. I don't know what this world's coming to, Jess. My life, I don't. Chapter 19. As Christmas approached, Jessica was like a dog with 2 tails. The festive season was her favourite time of year, and she always went to town with it. You're a fucking girl, you are, Ed had told her only last week, as she'd arrived home with yet more lights and decorations. Jessica sighed. When the kids were young, they'd got into the Christmas spirit with her. Now they were 15, they had no interest in it whatsoever. They didn't even want presents anymore, they just wanted money. Frankie and Joey had both been spoilt, and were more interested in receiving rather than giving, and Jessica blamed herself for that. Ever since they were toddlers, she'd always given them anything they asked for, and now she was older and wiser, she wished she'd been stricter with them. Right, I'm off now, babe. Are you sure you don't fancy coming with me? Jessica shook her head. Eddie was going to visit his family to drop their presents off, and she'd managed to wangle her way out of going with him. Honestly, Ed, I would have loved to have come, but I've got far too much to do. Mum and Dad are coming at 3, and I haven't even tidied the guest room yet. I've got to cook that big lump of ham, vac, polish, prepare dinner and... Ed stopped her mid-sentence. OK, I get the message. You do what you've got to do, and I'll see you when I get back. I'll probably pop in the Flag for a Christmas tipple with me dad and brothers this afternoon, but I won't be late home." Jessica hugged him. "Don't rush back. You enjoy yourself. I'm sure I can manage to entertain Mum, Dad and the kids without you." Eddie kissed her on the forehead. "Oh, you've just reminded me. The kids want to go out tonight. It's only round a mate's house. It's okay with me if it's okay with you." Jessica was dubious. "I'm not sure, Ed. I want to have a drink tonight and I'm not drinking and driving. Anyway, I'm not sure I trust them anymore." Eddie disagreed. "They'll be fine. I'll give them the money to get a cab. They've been stuck in for nearly 6 weeks, Jess. We can't keep them locked up forever. We'll tell them they've got to be back by 11. Reluctantly, Jessica agreed. Ever since her trip to the school, Frankie and Joey had attended regularly and worked very hard. She'd been in touch with Mr. Redknapp, their headmaster, and he'd organised a homework rota to enable them to catch up for their exams. They were still way behind their classmates, but Jessica couldn't fault their efforts. They'd worked tirelessly most evenings, so a little break might do them good. The roads weren't as busy as Eddie expected them to be, and it didn't take him long to get to his aunt's house. "How's my favourite nephew? Come inside and warm yourself up by the fire. Bleeding taters out there, ain't it?" "I've made you nice bread pudding. It's just cooling down," Auntie Joan said, thrilled to see him. Eddie made himself comfortable. "What are you doing tomorrow? You off to your friends, as usual?" Auntie Joan spent every Christmas and Boxing Day at her friend Ada's house. "Yep, Ada's son is picking me up this evening. I've got me little case packed. What about you? Have you and Jess got a house full this year?" "Not really, no. Jessica's parents are coming to stay and that's about it. Gary and Ricky have sodded off to Tenerife, and Ramondo is spending Christmas Day round his new girlfriend's house. We'll probably have a house full Boxing Day. Our friends Dougie and Vicky are coming over. They're the ones that I told you about, the ones that have just got married abroad. And I think Ramondo is bringing his posh bit of skirt round to meet us." Auntie Joan laughed. "I'll go and pour you a nice cuppa. The bread pudding should be cool enough to cut now." Eddie smiled as she handed him a plate and put his tea on the table. "What's your dad and brothers doing?" Joan asked him. "Dad's going round to Paulie's for dinner, and I'm not sure, but I think Ronnie and Sharon are going as well. Reggie's going round Uncle Albert's, I know that. You're always welcome to come over to mine, Auntie Joan. I know I'm wasting me breath, 'cause I've asked you 1,000 times, but the offer's always there. I can pick you up Boxing Day and drop you back home whenever." Auntie Joan shook her head. "It's nice of you to ask, love, but you know how set in me ways I am. I like me East London, I don't do Essex, I'm afraid." Eddie smiled. When they made his aunt, they broke the bloody mould. "There is something you can do for me, though, boy. You remember old Molly? Lives in the flat over the back here. Molly Jenkins, little woman with grey hair, walks with a limp." Eddie nodded. "I know who you mean. Well, I'm really worried about her. Michael, her son, is a bastard to her. Got a drink and drug problem, he has, and he keeps turning up at her door asking for money. Poor old Molly only lives on a pension, and she's petrified of him. Twice he's clumped her now, and it's not on Eddie. He drinks in the Grave Morris, always in there he is. He'll definitely be in there now. Somebody needs to have a little chat with him, if you know what I mean." Eddie knew exactly what she meant. "Leave it with me," he told her. An hour later, Eddie stood up. Fishing in his jacket pocket, he pulled out an envelope and handed it to Auntie Joan. "I want you to treat yourself to something nice, Auntie," he told her. Embarrassed, Joan flapped her arms about. "I don't want your bleeding money. What do I need money for at my age?" Eddie chuckled. They had this same argument every Christmas. "Please, don't insult me. If you don't want it, give it to the fucking dog's home or something." Auntie Joan hugged him. "Me old winter coat's going home a bit. Maybe I'll treat myself to a new one," she told him. Wishing her a happy Christmas, Eddie jumped into his Land Cruiser and headed towards the pub. The Grave Morris was literally minutes away on Whitechapel Road. Eddie had no idea who Michael Jenkins was, but he knew Alan, the landlord. "Eddie, what a lovely surprise," Alan said, shaking his hand. Eddie accepted his offer of a drink and sat down on a bar stool next to him. "What can I do for you, son?" Alan asked him. "I'm looking for a Michael Jenkins. He drinks in here, apparently." Alan nodded towards a scruffy-looking geezer who was standing alone at the opposite end of the bar. "Local pisshead he is." Eddie nodded. Shame it wasn't his own fucking money he was getting pissed on, he thought, anger rising inside him. He turned back to Alan. "His mother's a mate of my Auntie Joan. Apparently the lovely Michael has been knocking her about for his beer money. She's 70-odd, his poor old mum, Al. He needs a little wake-up call, don't you think?" Alan nodded. "Be my guest, Eddie. I don't like the bloke and he's a fucking nuisance in here at times." Eddie finished his drink. "Thanks, Al. I'll take him outside and speak to him. Take care, mate, and have a nice Christmas." Michael Jenkins didn't like the look of the man who approached him, and he certainly didn't fancy going outside with him. "Do as I say, else I'll break your fucking legs," Eddie whispered in his ear. "I can't go anywhere. I've got to meet me mate in a minute," Michael pleaded. Eddie's eyes clouded over. "If you don't walk outside now and get in the Land Cruiser, I swear I will come back with a gun and blow your fucking brains out." Like a lamb being led to the slaughter, Michael Jenkins did as he was told. Eddie started the engine. "Where are you taking me? What am I supposed to have done?" Michael said nervously. Eddie said nothing. He knew of a dead-end turning a few streets away that was always deserted. Reaching his destination, Eddie opened both doors. "Get out," he ordered Michael. Petrified, Michael started to flinch. "What am I meant to have done? You've got the wrong person. I swear it's not me. You're Eddie Mitchell, aren't you?" Eddie dragged Michael into the alleyway. Pulling a knife out of his pocket, he pointed it at him. "You are one piece of fucking shit. And if I ever find out you've laid one finger on your mother again, I will personally fucking kill you. You leave her be. You keep away from her. Do you get my meaning, cunt?" "I promise I won't go near her again. She offered me money. She gave it to me," Michael said, sobbing. Despite his odd fib to Jessica, Eddie hated liars. Unable to control his temper, he threw Michael to the floor and stood on his wrist. "You lying fucking scumbag," he said, as he positioned the knife on his thumb. Hacking away, Ed realised that the job wasn't complete, and the thumb was hanging on by a thread of skin. Determined to chop the bastard thing off, he brought the knife down once again. Eddie kicked the thumb down the alleyway. Smiling, he left Michael screaming and wriggling and walked back to his motor. "You say one word or mention my name to anyone, then I'll come back and chop your cock off," he shouted to his victim. Reversing out of the dead end, Eddie rang his dad. Reg, Ronnie and Paulie were all in the flag with him, and Ed was pleased, as it meant he could kill 4 birds with 1 stone. Turning on the radio, Eddie smirked as he heard the song being played. Little Lies by Fleetwood Mac was very appropriate for poor Michael. Eddie smiled, as he thought of what he'd just done to him. Years ago, when he was a little boy, his dad used to take him to the fishmongers. Eddie was obsessed with the live eels wriggling about in the big bowls of water, and he loved watching the man chop them up alive. Eddie grinned. That's what Michael Jenkins' thumb had reminded him of today. A live fucking eel. Laughing out loud, Eddie put his foot on the accelerator and sped off. "Joey, Frankie, your nan and granddad are here," Jessica shouted up the stairs. Thrilled that their mother had agreed to them going out later, the twins bounded downstairs with smiles on their faces. Staying in every night doing tons of homework had been soul-destroying for them. So much so that they'd climbed out of the window last week and gone out for the evening. It had nearly all ended in tears, as Joey had struggled to climb back up, lost his balance and fallen backwards onto the drive. Frankie had to creep downstairs and let him in at the front door. It was a miracle he was just bruised and not badly injured. It was also a miracle that their parents hadn't heard the commotion. Joyce and Stanley made a real fuss of the twins. "What you done to your face? You've got a big bruise. You ain't been fighting, have you?" Joyce asked Joey. "No, I fell out of bed, Nan," Joey told her sincerely. He'd got the bruise when he'd fallen off the roof. Frankie backed him up. It's true, Nan. He went to bed one night and woke up like that the next morning. I can vouch for him. Honest, I can. Frankie glanced at her brother, and he winked at her. How's school? You must have your exams soon, Stanley asked both of them. Jessica shot the twins a look. She'd warned them not to tell their Nan and Grandad about the fiasco at the school. We've been working really hard, Grandad. We take our exams very seriously, Frankie said cheekily. Jessica felt her lip curl. She could swing for that girl sometimes. She really could. Eddie tutted as Paulie brought over another drink. He already had 3 lined up on the table and was struggling to get through them. What you trying to do? Get me pissed? I've already had about 6. I can't drink all of them. I've got the motor outside, he joked. Ronnie was in a quiet mood. He hated being stuck in a wheelchair, and he couldn't stand other people being happy. No one knew what his life was like. Being treated like a cripple made him feel so inferior that sometimes he wished he was dead. Looking forward to Christmas around Paulie's? Eddie asked him cheerfully. Yeah. Can't wait. I'm going to dress up as fucking Santa and slide down the chimney while singing Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, Ronnie answered sarcastically. Eddie glanced at Sharon. She just turned up to take Ronnie home, and Eddie felt truly sorry for her. Years ago, he'd never been a massive fan of his brother's bird, but just lately his heart went out to her. Most women would have run a mile after Ronnie's accident, but Sharon had stuck by him through thick and thin. Ronnie showed her no love at all. He spoke to her like shit, and Eddie didn't know how she put up with him. It wasn't as though they had kids or anything to keep her there. Come up the bar. Let me get you a drink, Sharon, Eddie said. Yeah. Go on. Fuck off with him. I don't know why you turned up so early. I ain't going nowhere yet, Ronnie said nastily. With tears in her eyes, Sharon followed Eddie up to the bar. What do you want, love? Eddie asked her. Sharon shrugged. I'll just have an orange juice, please. Eddie smiled at her. Why don't you have something stronger? Have a glass of wine or something. One won't hurt you. Sharon shook her head. Living with Ronnie has put me off drink for life. Eddie shouted up an orange juice and handed it to her. Listen, if you ever need outside help, just let me know. I can pay for a carer or someone who will give you a break. Sharon felt her eyes well up again. She wasn't used to kindness. I can manage all right. I just wish he was more grateful and didn't drink so much. When he's drunk, he says the most terrible things to me. Eddie nodded sympathetically. My offer will always be there for you, Sharon. You know my number. If things get too much for you, then ring me. Sharon smiled sadly. Thanks, Ed. I will. What's for dinner, love? Stanley asked his daughter. I've done a nice cold meat buffet with crusty bread, pickles, jacket potatoes, cheese and coleslaw. I thought it best that we don't overeat tonight. We don't want to spoil ourselves for tomorrow, do we? Joyce agreed. Any chance for another glass of Bailey's, dear? We're going out now, Mum, Frankie said, as she walked into the room all dolled up in a denim miniskirt. Jessica looked at her in astonishment. It's only 10 to 6. Your dad's not even back yet. Why are you all dressed up? You're only going round your friend's house, aren't you? Joey stepped out from behind his sister. He was also dressed smartly. We've got to make an effort, Mum. All our school friends are going to be there. We can't look like tramps at Christmas, he said. Whose house are you going to? Are their parents going to be there? Frankie spoke earnestly. We're going round Joey's friend David's house. And I'm not going to lie to you, Mum. His parents are going out for a meal, but David said they'll be back by 10 o'clock. Jessica nodded. She'd met David a couple of times, and he was a pleasant enough boy. At least Frankie had been honest with her about his parents going out for the evening, so maybe she'd learned her lesson. How are you getting there? She asked the twins. Cab. We've already ordered it. It's double fare after 6, that's why we're going out early, Frankie answered. Hearing a toot outside, Jessica smiled at them. Go on, off you go. Have a good time, and no getting drunk. We won't, Mum. I promise, Frankie said, nudging her brother. And don't forget to be back by 11, Jessica shouted out. As Frankie slammed the door, Joey smiled. Do you think she believed us? Frankie giggled. Course she did, especially when I said that David's parents weren't going to be at home. I saw the gleam in her eye at my honesty. Joey laughed. You're such a cow at times, Frankie. Frankie and Joey got into the minicab. Where are you going? The driver asked. Frankie laughed. It was Christmas, the season of goodwill, and it was about time her brother knew that she was aware of his interesting little secret. We're going to be ending up at the Angel pub in the village, but can you go to Cherry Tree Lane first? Joey said. Are we picking someone up? The driver asked. Frankie smiled. Yes, my brother's boyfriend. Chapter 20. Astonished that his sister knew his secret, Joey urged her to shut the fuck up. He didn't want the cab driver knowing his business. He couldn't take that risk. Change of plan, mate. Drop us at the Cherry Tree lights. We've got to get some fags and stuff. We'll walk from there, Joey told the driver. So you're not going to the Angel now? The bewildered cabbie asked. Joey shook his head. Nah, we're not, mate. That'll be $3.80, the cabbie said, giving Joey a strange look, and the once over. Joey handed him a $5 and told him to keep the change. I haven't really got a boyfriend, mate. My sister has a lot of mental issues and tends to blurt out these things, he said, as he shoved Frankie out of the cab. Seeing the driver's bemused expression, Frankie couldn't stop laughing. Your face was a picture, Joey. I bet he goes back to his office and tells his colleagues he's just picked up a shit stabber in a nutcase. Joey didn't share her warped sense of humour. He lit up 2 fags and handed her one. How do you know? He asked bluntly. Frankie took a long drag and blew the smoke in his face. I've known for ages, you idiot. Don't you remember that time around Simon's house? You and David were upstairs going through his record collection, and I sneaked up. I saw you leap apart from one another. It was obvious you'd been kissing. Joey didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He felt awkward that Frankie knew, but was also relieved that she did. Does anybody else know? You won't say anything to Mum and Dad, will you? He asked her. Frankie threw him a sarcastic look. Of course! I'm going to tell them tomorrow. I'll wait till we're eating our Christmas dinner and hold a sausage on me fork while screaming out, Joey likes wheelies, shall I? Joey laughed. He trusted Frankie and knew she wouldn't dob him in it. Have you, done anything with him? Frankie pried. Joey smirked. Well, sort of. Frankie was perplexed. Like what? I'll tell you all about it another time. Now come on, we'll be late. I'll race you to David's house. Last one there's a plonker. Jessica waited for Eddie to arrive home and then brought out the buffet. Mum, Dad, help yourselves, she urged. Eddie pecked his little homemaker on the cheek. What time did the kids go out? Just before 6. They didn't want to pay double fare. How was your day, love? Eddie smiled. Best he didn't mention that he'd chopped someone's thumb off. It was good. I went to see me Auntie Joan, then popped in the Flag to have a drink with the rest of the family. Did you see your dad? Jessica asked. Yeah, he looked tired, the old man. Said he's had some ag with a few kids knocking on the door late at night. Reckons they're potential burglars, knocking to see if there's anyone at home. The silly little bastards obviously don't know who me father is, do they? If they set one foot inside his property, me dad'll fucking kill 'em, Eddie replied, laughing. The buffet was beautifully presented and went down a treat. That's me done. Bleedin' handsome, love, Joyce said, rubbing her stomach. Can I get you anything else, Dad? Jessica asked, picking up her father's empty plate. I'm absolutely bloated. I could manage another scotch, though, Stanley said cheekily. Joyce pursed her lips. You've had 4 already, Stanley. Can't you have a cup of tea instead? Whatever you say, dear, Stanley said calmly. Do you want a cuppa as well, Mum? Jessica asked. Oh, no, I'll have a Bailey's, love. Eddie and Jessica looked at one another and burst out laughing. Joyce couldn't understand why they were laughing at her. What's the matter? She asked, annoyed. Eddie handed his father-in-law a scotch. Thanks, Eddie, Stanley said gratefully. Joyce took the glass of Bailey's from Eddie and downed it in one. She scowled at Stanley. Her husband was one greedy bastard at times, he really was. "Bye, Mrs. Houghton. Bye, Mr. Houghton. Have a lovely Christmas," Joey shouted to David's parents as they left the house. Frankie laughed at his politeness. "I'll leave you and Loverboy to it," she said, as she skipped on ahead. David looked at Joey in amazement. "You ain't told her, have you?" he asked, horrified. Joey shook his head. "She knew. She's known for ages, apparently. Do you remember that time we were round at Simon's, and we thought she caught us? Well, she did." David was much more macho than Joey, and was desperate to keep his confusion over his sexuality a secret. "Well, that's fucking great, Joey. She won't say nothing, will she? I mean, I am captain of the football team. Can you imagine what the lads would say?" "She's my twin. Of course she ain't gonna fucking say anything," Joey told him. As Frankie strolled on ahead, the two lads walked in silence. David's attitude annoyed Joey at times. Joey wasn't ashamed of fancying boys, and if it wasn't for his father finding out and probably burying him alive, he'd have shouted it from the rooftops. David was the opposite. He'd always claimed that he was straight. He was adamant that he was just experimenting and one day would marry and have children. Joey had no intention of following in his so-called boyfriend's footsteps. He'd known from a very early age that he only liked boys, and was 100% positive that he was gay. He'd been out with a couple of girls, but kissing them had turned his stomach over. "Sorry if I snapped at you. Are you okay, Joey?" David asked him. Joey nodded. "Let's catch up with Frankie, eh?" As Eddie left the room to make a few phone calls, Jessica switched on the television. Her mum and dad were both having 40 winks, and the house seemed so quiet all of a sudden. Flicking through the channels, Jessica spotted a programme where a mother was holding a newborn baby. "Oh," Jessica murmured, as she realised that the baby looked just like Joey had when he was born. Sighing, Jessica switched channels. The twins were all grown up now. They didn't need her anymore, and she didn't want to depress herself. "What's up? You look sad," Eddie said, as he sat down next to her. Forcing herself to stop being sentimental, Jessica smiled. "Nothing's wrong. I'm fine." Hours later, Joey grabbed his sister's arm. "Frankie, hurry up! The cab will be waiting outside." Frankie was tipsy and in no rush to leave the pub. "Tell the cab to go away and come back after 12. Mum and Dad'll be all right. They'll probably be pissed by now anyway." Joey shook his head. His sister could be such a pain in the arse sometimes. "Look, if we're late, Mother'll probably ground us again. You might be willing to take that chance, but I bloody well ain't. Sod not being allowed out on New Year's Eve. I want to celebrate the start of 1988 in style." Seeing Joey getting annoyed, Frankie poked her tongue out at him. "Okay, you win. I'm coming. Just let me say goodbye to the girls." "Where's David?" Frankie asked, as she walked outside. "He's staying for a bit. He ain't got to be home till after 12, Joey said. Frankie laughed. "No kisses for you tonight then, dear." "Just shut up and get in the car, will you?" Joey told her sternly. As the front door slammed, Jessica nudged Eddie and smiled. "They're bang on time. It's 1 minute to 11, bless 'em," she said. Frankie bounded into the lounge. "As it's Christmas, can me and Joey have a proper drink, Mum?" she asked boldly. Jessica looked at Eddie. "I don't see why not," he said. "We'll both have a vodka and coke then," Frankie said, sitting in between her grandparents. Joey sat down next to his mum. "How was your evening, love? Did you have a nice time with David?" she asked. Frankie laughed. "He always has a nice time with David, don't you, Joey?" Joey scowled at his sister and quickly changed the subject. Tanked up on Bailey's, Joyce was in a playful mood. "Why don't we have a little game? Who fancies playing Give Us a Clue?" she asked. Eddie laughed. "You mean charades, Joyce?" "Whatever." Joyce laughed. Never been the same, that programme, since Michael Aspel left and Parky took over. Who's going first? Jessica inquired. Joyce leapt up and waved her hands. TV, 2 syllables, Joey said. Crossing her legs, Joyce urged her family to guess the first syllable. You look like you're busting for a piss the way you're standing, Joycey, Eddie said, taking the mickey. Joyce turned to Stanley. Knees? Legs? He asked. Unable to control her annoyance, Joyce let rip at him. Didn't you notice me crossing my legs? It's crossroads, you silly old bastard, she said, flopping down in the armchair. Eddie stood up to take his turn. Film, 2 words. The something, Jessica said. The Godfather, Frankie shouted correctly. Clever girl, Stanley said, impressed. Frankie smiled. That was easy. It's Dad's favourite film. Sounds about right, Stanley mumbled, as he nodded politely. Already bored with Christmas, Joey stood up. I'm really tired. I'm going to go to bed if that's okay. Frankie nodded. Me too, she said, finishing her drink. Do you want waking up early to open your presents? Jessica asked them. Leave it out, Mum. We asked for just money. We're 15, not 5, Frankie replied, laughing. Seeing Eddie yawn, Jessica smiled. Shall we finish this game tomorrow and go to bed now? She said. Eddie nodded. Are you two staying up for a bit? He asked his in-laws. Joyce stood up. No, we've had enough as well. Come on, Stanley, leave that drink, you've had enough. Come on, chop chop! Having little alternative, Stanley left the glass of scotch and followed his wife up the stairs. Jessica felt glum as she pulled the quilt over herself. She'd been in a funny mood all night and was struggling to snap out of it. Eddie got undressed and snuggled up next to her. Planting kisses on the back of her neck, he asked her what was wrong. I'm fine. Honest I am, Jessica insisted. No, you're not. We've been married for a long time, Jess, and I know when something's wrong. Jessica turned to face him. You're going to think I'm ever so silly if I tell you. Eddie leaned over her and moved her fringe out of her eyes. Tell me. I promise I won't think you're silly. Jessica struggled for the right words. It's just that now the kids are older, it doesn't really feel like Christmas anymore. I've noticed it this year more than any other. They'll soon be leaving school, and it's as though they don't need me, Ed. I feel like I've been made redundant all of a sudden. Eddie saw a tear roll down her cheek and held her close. Shh, don't cry, Jess, he whispered. He didn't really know what to say to her. He was glad the kids were nearly off their hands, but he tried to put himself in her shoes. From the time they were babies, Jess had been stuck indoors nurturing them. He'd always been out working, and although he hated admitting it, he'd barely noticed them growing up. Eddie had always been an impulsive bastard, and tonight was no exception. It broke his heart to see his wife look so sad. He loved her so much. He would literally do anything in his power to make her happy. Let's have another baby, he said to her. Jessica turned over and looked at him with an incredulous expression. What? We can't. I'm 33 and you're 46. Eddie laughed. So? Me dick still works, doesn't it? Jessica shook her head. Oh, we can't, Ed. What will me mum and dad say? And the twins would be horrified. Smiling, Eddie straddled her and refused to move until she agreed. Fuck your parents and fuck the kids. This is all about me and you, Jess. It's our future, no one else's. Are you really serious, or are you just winding me up? Jessica asked him. I'm as serious as the day I asked you to marry me. Come on, Jess. Let's go for it, eh? Jessica thought over his suggestion. She'd thought her nappy-changing days were well and truly finished, and she hadn't expected this bombshell to be dropped on her. We'll have to talk about it properly, weigh up the pros and cons, she said. Eddie smiled. Unlike him, Jess was sensible. Go on. Say yes. You know you want to. Just think about that pitter-patter of tiny feet. Jessica grinned. It would be lovely to have a focus and be needed once more. Knowing how she hated being tickled, Eddie did exactly that. Go on, let's be devils. You know I've got super sperm, don't you? Well, this time next year, we could have a cot in that corner, and it could be our baby's first Christmas. Laughing hysterically, tears ran down Jessica's face as she begged him to stop tickling her. Say yes and I'll stop, Eddie told her. Yes! Jessica yelled. Yes, yes, yes! Chapter 21. On Christmas morning, Jessica woke early with a big smile on her face. Desperate to check that her husband had meant what he'd said the previous evening, she gently prodded him until he opened his eyes. What time is it? Eddie mumbled. It's 6:30. You did mean what you said last night, didn't you? It wasn't the drink talking, was it? Eddie smiled at her. Of course I meant it. Why don't we have a little practice now? No time like the present, eh? Jessica giggled as Eddie leapt on top of her. Be quiet, Ed. I don't want me mum and dad to hear us. Well, in that case, I'll make as much fucking noise as possible, Eddie told her, laughing. Unable to put up with Joyce's snoring any longer, Stanley decided to get up and have a shower. At home, he and his wife slept in separate bedrooms. When they stayed at Jessica's, they were forced to share, unfortunately. Not wanting to wake Joyce up, Stanley decided to tiptoe towards the ensuite bathroom in the dark. Seconds later, he caught his leg on the chair and fell flat on his face. Joyce woke with a fright and switched on the light. What are you doing, you senile old goat? She screeched at him. Stanley stood up. And a happy Christmas to you too, dear, he said, slamming the bathroom door. After making love to his wife, Eddie had a quick shower and went downstairs to make breakfast. Smoked salmon and scrambled eggs washed down with a glass of champagne was a Christmas morning ritual. The festive season was the one time of the year when Eddie mucked in with the cooking to give his long-suffering wife a break. Morning, Stanley. Do you fancy some smoked salmon and scrambled eggs? He asked. Stanley pulled a face. Makes me feel ill, that bleeding salmon. Ain't got any bacon, have you? Eddie smiled as his father-in-law shuffled into the living room. Poor old Stanley had never been high up in the class stakes, bless him. The twins ambled downstairs as the rest of the household were eating. Where's ours? Frankie said, annoyed that no one had called them. Eddie chuckled. Go make something yourself, you lazy pair of sods. Jessica put on the Christmas CD and began to sort through the many presents under the tree. Do we have to listen to this rubbish, Mum? Can't we put on some house music or something? Frankie complained. No, this is staying on, Jessica said, grinning at Eddie. Jess was so excited about their baby plans, she couldn't stop thinking about it. It was the best Christmas present Eddie could have given her. As all the gifts were being opened, Eddie studied his son. Joey was nothing like Gary and Ricky at all. Dressed in bleached jeans with a pink jumper, he looked and acted like a puff. Even the way he opened his gifts was done in a feminine way. He kept squealing like a fucking girl. Eddie sighed. Thank Christ Joey had brought a couple of girlfriends home earlier this year. Eddie was relieved that his son was actually into birds, as over the years he'd had his doubts. Can you imagine? Eddie Mitchell's son, the puff. He'd never have lived that one down. This is for you, Dad. It's from me and Joey, Frankie yelled, handing him a present. Sorry, Angel. I was in a dream world there, Ed said, as he unwrapped the Pringle jumper. Thanks, kids, Eddie said, handing his wife a small velvet box. Jessica opened it and squealed with delight. Oh, Ed, it's beautiful, she said, as she studied the diamond ring. Joyce snatched it from her and showed it to Stanley. Look, dear, a diamond ring. Better than them poxy slippers you bought me, don't you think? With all the giving and receiving over, Eddie stood up. I'm just going to give me family a ring, then I'll pour us some more drinks. Busy putting the wrapping paper into black bin liners, Jessica looked up. Ring Ray for us, Ed, and bring the phone in here so Mum and Dad can talk to him. Eddie rang his dad first but got no answer. He then rang Paulie. Is the old man there yet? He asked his brother. Nah. If he ain't at home, then he's probably over Mum's grave, or on his way, Paulie told him. About to ring Raymond, Eddie was thrilled when the phone rang and it was Gary and Ricky in Tenerife. "Merry Christmas, Dad." "Gary's pissed already," Ricky said, laughing. Eddie chuckled. "How are you getting on? What's the weather like?" "It's fucking well hot, Dad. The apartment is the nuts, and there's plenty of crumpet out here. We're going to spend today on the beach with two little salts we met yesterday," Ricky told him. Gary snatched the phone from his younger brother. "I ain't pissed, Dad. Take no notice of him. He was well gone last night. You know what a lightweight he is." "Where you having your Christmas dinner? Have you booked anywhere?" Eddie asked Gary. "Nah, we ain't going to bother. It's too hot for a roast, so we'll have a barbecue on the beach instead. Oh, listen, Dad, the Pips are going. We'll call you in a couple of days. Have a good one, and give our love to—" Eddie smiled as the money ran out. Gary and Ricky were obviously having a whale of a time, the lucky bastards. Punching in Raymond's mobile number, Eddie could tell that he was already at his girlfriend's house. "What you talking all posh for, you wanker?" he ribbed him. "I'm not. Don't start all that tomorrow when we come over," Raymond whispered. Eddie chuckled as he took the phone into the living room. Polly, Raimondo's new bird, was a posh bit of stuff by all accounts, and came from an extremely wealthy family. "The prodigal son," Eddie said, handing the phone to Joyce. "Hello, Raymond. You having a nice time, love? What's their house like?" "Yep, I'm having a lovely time, thanks, Mum," Raymond replied, ignoring her second question. "What's the house like?" Joyce prompted him once again. "Yes, Happy Christmas, Mum." "Can I say hello to Dad and Jess now?" Raymond asked. Disappointed she hadn't got any more out of him, Joyce handed the phone to Stanley. "He obviously can't talk properly. Her parents must be in the room," she said to Jessica. "Looking forward to seeing you tomorrow, son," Stanley said, handing the phone to Jessica. Jessica wished Ray Happy Christmas and asked what time he would be arriving the following day. "About 4 o'clock, sis, if that's all right. Polly's dad wants us to go for a quick drink in his local before we leave." "That's fine. Well, give our love to Polly and her family and tell her we'll look forward to meeting her tomorrow." Jessica smiled as she ended the call. "He sounds so loved up for the first time in his life," she said. "What did he say then? Did he say what the house was like?" Joyce said, getting more agitated by the minute with the lack of information she was receiving. All Raymond had told her was that Polly's parents were well off and lived in Chelsea. Joyce couldn't wait to meet them. If their daughter was getting serious with her son, then she had every right to check out the in-laws. The rest of the morning and early afternoon passed pleasantly, and at 2:30, Jessica ordered Eddie to start carving the turkey, ham and beef. "Frankie, can you give me a hand with the vegetables?" she asked her daughter. "Can't Nan help you?" Frankie whinged. Joyce stood up, and Joey ordered her to sit back down. "You're a guest, Nan." "I'll help, Mum," he said, glaring at Frankie. She was a lazy cow, his sister, and she only got away with it because she was his dad's favourite. The dinner looked delicious, and as Jessica brought in the stuffing balls, cauliflower cheese, and sausages rolled in bacon, she urged everybody to tuck in. "Help yourselves. I'm just going to make a drop more gravy," she said, as the phone rang. "Leave that, or give it to me and I'll tell whoever it is to fuck off," Eddie shouted out. Jessica answered it, and was surprised to hear Paulie's voice on the other end. "Jess, is Eddie there?" he asked her. "We're just eating our dinner. Can he call you back, Paulie?" "No, it's urgent, Jess. I'll need to speak to him now," Paulie replied. Sighing, Jessica took the phone into the dining room. She had no time for either of Eddie's brothers. They were both arrogant bastards. "It's Paulie. He says it's urgent," she said, handing the phone to Eddie. Cursing, Eddie put down his knife and fork. Snatching the phone, he stormed out of the room. "This had better be important. What's the fucking problem?" he asked his brother. "No one knows where Dad is. He was meant to be here hours ago and he ain't showed. I've rung Reg and he ain't heard a dicky bird from him. I wondered if he'd rung you." Eddie felt his pulse quicken. His dad was Mr. Reliable, and he instinctively knew that something was wrong. "He ain't rung me. Maybe he's still over at Mum's grave. What time is he due at yours? Have you been round to the house?" He said he'd be here by 12. I sent Sharon round there at 2, but she said there was no answer. I've rung the flag, but he's not in there. I ain't got a key to his house. Joan's got one, but she's away. I've got a key, Eddie said immediately. I'll leave now. Can you meet me there? Course. Shall I bring Ronnie as well? No, just bring yourself. I'll be about 20 minutes if I put my foot down. Replacing the receiver, Eddie noticed that his hands were unsteady. Please God, don't make him have had a stroke or heart attack or something, he mumbled to himself. Poking his head around the dining room door, Eddie urged Jessica to come outside. Whatever's the matter? She asked, concerned. It's me dad. He ain't turned up round Paulie's for dinner. It ain't like him. I reckon he might have had an accident or a funny turn indoors. I've got a spare key. I'm going to shoot round, make sure he's okay. Jessica nodded understandingly. I'll warm your dinner up for you when you get back. Will you be okay? Do you want me to come with you? Eddie shook his head. I've got me mobile. I'll call you when I found out what's happened. Jessica was worried as she heard Ed's Land Cruiser zoom away. Eddie was very close to his dad, and it would be awful for him if he'd fallen seriously ill on Christmas Day. What's up? Her mother asked, as she walked back in the room. Nothing. Ed's just had to pop out for a bit, Jessica said awkwardly. She didn't want to spoil everybody's day, and there might be no reason to panic yet. Frankie glared at her mother. Well, you must know where Dad's gone. It must be important or he wouldn't have left his dinner. Jessica pushed her plate away. Suddenly she didn't feel hungry anymore. He's popped round your Grandad's. Apparently Grandad was meant to go to your Uncle Paulie's for dinner, but he never turned up. Frankie shrugged. Knowing Grandad, he's probably out on the lash with his mates, and Dad's had a wasted journey, she said. With Eddie's unexpected absence, the mood at the dinner table became sombre. Do you want some more meat or potatoes, Dad? Jessica asked, trying to keep things normal. No, thanks, love, Stanley replied. I'll have some, Frankie said. Have you got any more sausages in the kitchen, Mum? Joey asked. With only Frankie and Joey still eating, Jessica began to clear the plates away. Who wants Christmas pudding, and who wants banoffee pie? She asked brightly. Why don't we wait till Eddie gets back, dear? Her mother said soothingly. Joey and Frankie nudged one another. I'm bored. Shall we get pissed? Frankie whispered. Joey replied with a wink. Paulie was already waiting outside his dad's house when Eddie pulled up. I've knocked again and rung the bell, he told Eddie. With a heart that felt like lead, Eddie fumbled for the key in his pocket. Dad? Dad, he shouted, as he opened the front door. His legs were like jelly. Fuck. No, Paulie whispered, as they walked into the lounge. The place had been ransacked. There was no sign of their father, so Eddie ran up the stairs. Dad, he screamed. Dad! Walking into his father's bedroom, the first thing Eddie saw was splattered blood. No! Fucking God, no! He screamed, as he cradled his battered father. Hearing his brother's screams, Paulie galloped up the stairs. Oh no! Tell me he's alive, Eddie. Please tell me he's still alive. Tears running down his face, Eddie could barely bring himself to speak. Who's done this to you, Dad? Who's done this? He cried. Taking a closer look, Paulie saw that his father's head was pummeled to a pulp. I'll call the police. I'll ring an ambulance, he shouted. Kneeling in his father's blood, Eddie cradled his father's face in his hands and sobbed. It's too late. We're too fucking late. He's dead, Paulie. Dad's dead. Chapter 22. Paulie made the 999 call. Within seconds of the old bill arriving, Eddie washed his father's blood off his hands and his shock turned to fury. He couldn't show himself up in front of these mugs. It wasn't an option. When I find out who's responsible for this, I'll torture the cunt for so long he'll wish he'd never been born, he said to his brother. Approached by a DS, Eddie distractedly shook his hand. "I know this has been an awful shock for you, but are you able to answer a few questions for us, Mr. Mitchell?" asked the copper. Still in a trance, Paulie poured 2 large brandies, handed one to Eddie, and urged him to do all the talking. Eddie explained exactly what had happened. "So when me dad never turned up for dinner, me and Paulie came round to check on him. And that's how we found him." The DS nodded sympathetically. "Can you think of anyone who might have a grudge against your dad? Maybe someone he's recently had an argument or some kind of falling out with?" Eddie shrugged his shoulders. His father had probably upset hundreds of people over the years, but he could hardly tell the filth that, could he? "What about them young kids Dad was having grief with? You know, the kids he was talking about on Christmas Eve?" Paulie said, remembering the conversation in the pub. Eddie repeated the story, and then told the copper that he'd had enough. "Me head's all over the place. I've just found me father with his brains hanging out, for fuck's sake. Any other questions are going to have to wait." Topping up his brandy, Eddie dragged Paulie out into the garden. "I bet the O'Haras have got something to do with this. Seems funny it's happened just after Butch died." Paulie shook his head. "It's too unprofessional for them. They'd have just shot Dad through the head. They wouldn't have bothered to ransack the place." Eddie shrugged. "I wouldn't put anything past them pikey scumbags. How do you know they ain't just made it look like a burglary to cover it up?" Paulie handed his brother a cigarette. "You're barking up the wrong tree, Ed. I mean, Dad told us about them kids he'd had grief with, and if you want my opinion, it looks like the work of young uns." Eddie disagreed. Dad might have been knocking on, but he was still as strong as an ox. He'd have killed a couple of kids with his bare hands. This is the work of men, strong men, you mark my words. "Excuse me, Mr. Mitchell." Eddie dobbed out his fag and walked towards the DS. "We're going to do some house-to-house inquiries. In such a residential area, we're sure somebody must have seen or heard something." Eddie nodded and looked at Paulie. Fuck the police. He would be doing his own house-to-house inquiries. "Me and you'd better start making some phone calls. You ring Ronnie, then Uncle Albert, and get hold of Reg. I'll ring Raymond, but I'll have to try and contact Gary and Ricky somehow. Don't let anyone tell Auntie Joan, Paulie. The shock'll fucking kill her. I'll wait till she gets back from her friends and go and tell her in person. Don't let anyone tell Sylvie either. She was courting the old man for years, and it's only right that I tell her myself. It's what Dad would have wanted." Paulie nodded. His dad was barely cold, and already felt like a spare part. Eddie gave out the orders, and like a mug, he just obeyed. Jessica was frantic. She'd been constantly trying to call her husband's mobile for the past 3 hours, and was still unable to get hold of him. "Try not to worry too much, Mum. Dad's battery's always flat. They don't last very long on them mobiles, you know," Joey said soothingly. Stanley and Joyce glanced at one another. Christmas was absolutely ruined, and they didn't know what to do or say. "Why don't I warm up some mince pies and pour everyone a drink?" Frankie said helpfully. Jessica looked at her in amazement. She was surprised her lazy daughter even knew how to use the oven. "Go on then, love," she told her. Until they knew what had happened, they had to try and carry on as normal. The shrill of the phone diminished any hope of normality. "Eddie? Where are you? What's happened? I've been so worried," Jessica asked frantically. Her husband's reply knocked her for 6. Feeling the colour drain from her face, she clung onto the armchair to stop herself from falling. "Listen, Jess, I've got to go. The police want to speak to me again. I'll call you back as soon as I can," Eddie told her. Unable to breathe properly, Jessica felt her legs buckle underneath her. Joyce and Stanley leapt off the sofa and rushed to her aid. "Go and get your mum some water, Joey," Stanley shouted. "What's the matter, Mum? What's happened to Dad?" Frankie asked. Managing to sit up, Jessica sipped from the glass that her mother was holding. "Don't just stand there, Stanley. She's in shock. Go and get her some brandy," Joyce bellowed. Not able to cope with all the dramatics, Joey burst into tears. Desperate to pull herself together for the sake of her children, Jessica downed the brandy in one. "It's okay. Dad's okay," she told the twins. "What's happened, Mum?" Frankie asked fearfully. Urging her father to top her glass up, Jessica took a deep breath. "It's Grandad. He's been murdered," she stammered. Relieved that it wasn't their father, the twins breathed a sigh of relief. Raymond walked towards Eddie and grabbed him in a bear hug. "You didn't have to come straight over, Ray. I bet your girlfriend weren't too pleased," Eddie said to him. "Her parents didn't look too happy, but Polly was okay. Now, tell me everything from the start." "I loved your old man, Ed. I can't fucking believe this has happened." With tears in his eyes, Eddie repeated the story. "He was bludgeoned to fuck, Ray. Paulie thought he'd been done with a hammer, but I'm sure it was a baseball bat. I could see the marks engraved on his face." Again Raymond hugged Eddie. What could he say? No one would know what to say in a situation like this. There were just no words of comfort. Pulling away, Raymond looked him in the eye. "Who do you think's responsible?" Eddie shook his head. "I really don't know. It's a novice's job, but my guess would be that Jimmy O'Hara ordered it. I swear, Ray, if I find out it's him, I'll skin the pikey cunt alive. My poor Dad. Gutted I am, Ray. Fucking heartbroken." Raymond nodded. "If it is O'Hara, I'll help you get revenge, Ed." Seeing Ronnie hurtling towards him like a paraplegic Speedy Gonzales, Eddie sighed. "Talk to this cunt for me, Ray. He's pissed out of his brains, been spouting all sorts in front of the filth he has. I can't be doing with him right now, I really can't." Leaving Raymond with his brother, Eddie walked over to his Uncle Reg. "Is Albert not with you?" he asked him. Reggie shook his head. Albert was his and Harry's younger brother. Albert was a nice enough geezer, but had never been involved in the family firm, and instead had spent his life working as a greengrocer. "He wanted to come, but I told him to wait at home. You know how Albert is about as useful as a one-legged fucking donkey in situations like these." Eddie nodded. He was desperate to get home to Jessica. He needed her arms around him and her soothing voice telling him everything was going to be okay. Seeing Ronnie was now annoying the life out of the neighbours, Eddie walked back over to Raymond. "Why don't you, Paulie and Reg, come back to mine? There's no point us standing here, is there? We can't do anything, can we?" Raymond agreed, and pointed to a house across the street. "The old boy opposite, Mr. Miller, wants a word with you." Eddie strolled across the road and knocked on the door. He hadn't seen old Cyril Miller for years, and was surprised by how frail he had become. He used to be a hefty lump, but had lost so much weight that he was virtually unrecognisable.
"Sorry to hear about your dad, son. He was a good neighbour. The old Bill knocked earlier and I told him what I saw. There was 3 lads out here last night, about 10 o'clock it were, 'cause I was watching the news. They were kicking up a din. I saw your old man come out, have a go at 'em. He chased 'em and they ran off down the road. I didn't see their faces, but they looked like young 'uns. I'd say about 13, I guess."
Eddie shook Cyril's hand. "Get a pen and take down my phone number. If you remember anything else or see 'em round here again, call me, not the police." Cyril nodded and went into the hallway to fetch a pen and paper. Thanking him, Eddie walked towards Paulie and told him the plan. "It's depressing me standing here." "Let's go to mine," he told him. Paulie nodded. "Ronnie'll have to come as well, though. We can't pack him off on his own if we're all going back to yours." Full of reluctance, Eddie agreed. Jessica took the phone call and hugged the twins. "Dad's on his way home. Raymond's with him and Uncle Ronnie and Paulie are coming back as well." Choking on his glass of whiskey, Stanley thumped his chest and put the glass on the table. He felt as if he was in the Godfather movie, and part of him expected to see Marlon Brando walk through the door with his colourful son-in-law. "What's the matter with you? You need to see a doctor about that continuous choking of yours," Joyce told him. Stanley nodded. This was the worst Christmas he'd ever had, and with Eddie's family on their way, it was about to deteriorate even more. "Is it okay if me and Joey have another drink, Mum?" Frankie asked. Joey and herself had been drinking with the adults all day. Jessica nodded. Her children's alcohol consumption was the least of her problems at this particular moment in time. Hearing the scrunch of gravel outside, Jessica ran to the front door. She wasn't overly pleased that Ronnie and Paulie were coming back, but what could she say at such a terrible time? "Come in. You must be freezing." "Make yourselves at home," she said awkwardly to Eddie's brothers. Frankie ran to the front door and threw her arms around her father. Eddie kissed her, and then locked eyes with his beautiful wife. She was the only one who could console him. "Go and pour the lads a drink, Frankie. I need to talk to Mum alone for a minute." Eddie walked upstairs and nodded towards Jessica to follow him. He took off his coat, sat on the marital bed and put his head in his hands. Everything seemed like a bad dream, and he wished it was just that. Jessica crept into the room. "Oh, Eddie, I'm so sorry about your dad. It's awful. What a terrible thing to happen to him. He was such a nice man." Eddie stood up and held her tight. Jessica was his rock, and he needed her more now than ever. "You didn't mind me bringing the boys back, did you?" he whispered. "Of course not. Don't be so silly," Jessica replied. Eddie stroked her long blonde hair and found comfort as he took in the scent of her coconut shampoo. "I really love you, Jess. Me dad's death won't change anything. We'll still try for that little baby. Everything will be okay, I promise you." Jessica's eyes welled up. "The baby can wait, Eddie. But I'll tell you something now. If it's a boy, we'll call him Harry as a tribute." "Do you mean that?" Eddie asked. "Yes, I do," Jessica said adamantly. Downstairs, Joyce was rather enjoying all the drama. Unfortunately, Stanley wasn't. "I think we should go to bed soon, dear. Give the family some space," he whispered to his wife. Joyce had no intention of going anywhere. She was upset over what had happened to Harry Mitchell, but would dine out on the excitement for weeks. Being part of a notorious gangster's family suited Joyce down to the ground. She didn't even bother to read her Mills and Boon books anymore. "So did you say it was a baseball bat or a hammer, Ronnie?" she asked again. Extremely drunk, Ronnie spilt his guts.
"It was a baseball bat. The lifestyle we lead, I suppose something like this was always bound to happen," he bragged.
Desperate to get his grandchildren away from the wheelchair psycho, Stanley ordered them to follow him into the kitchen. This was no conversation for such young ears.
"Take no notice of Uncle Ronnie. He's very drunk and talking nonsense," he told them.
Frankie and Joey were unfazed. They'd known what their family was for years. Insisting that they were fine, they got rid of Stanley and went outside for a sneaky smoke. "I bet it'll be a big funeral," Frankie said to Joey. Joey nodded. "Be every villain for miles there. I wonder if it'll be televised." Frankie laughed. Her brother did love the camera. "It won't be on telly. Grandad weren't Al Capone, you know." Joey hugged his sister. "I dunno about you, Frankie, but I need to get out of this house tomorrow. I wish I could meet a boy I liked. David's started to bore me now." Frankie slipped her arm into his. "Let's get New Year out the way, and then I'll take you to a gay club. We look old enough to get in, and you'll find a decent bloke there." Joey squeezed her hand. "I'm so glad you know, Frankie. You're the only one I can really talk to." Frankie smiled. She often wound Joey up. She always had. But she loved her brother more than anyone. "Are you upset about Grandad Harry?" she asked him. Joey shrugged. "I suppose so. He was our Grandad. But we never really saw him, did we? I'd be much more upset if it was Grandad Stanley." "Me too. Grandad Harry never seemed like a proper Grandad. I don't remember him hugging us or playing games with us or anything, do you?" Joey shook his head.
He was sort of invisible in our lives, so I doubt I'll really miss him.
So why did you do your dramatics and burst out crying earlier then? Frankie teased.
I didn't know what was going on. I thought something had happened to Dad, and I hated seeing Mum so upset, Joey told her.
Joey! Frankie! What you doing? You'll catch pneumonia out there, Jessica shouted. Best we look upset again now, for Mum and Dad's sake, Frankie told her brother.
Joey smiled. I can burst out crying again if you want. It's probably a gay thing. You wouldn't understand. Giggling at their own wit, the twins raced one another back to the house. Chapter 23. The TV crews and reporters started to arrive on Boxing Day morning, and this infuriated Eddie. His father might have been a notorious villain, but he'd always tried to keep Jessica and the kids out of the spotlight.
If them parasites think they're camping outside my gates, they've got another fucking thing coming, he yelled.
Any chance of a lager or something? Ronnie asked bluntly.
Eddie looked at his brother in disgust. Ronnie had been that pissed last night he'd slept in his wheelchair and shit himself. Now, at 9 o'clock in the morning, he wanted to start all over again. Throwing Ronnie a look that could kill, Eddie dragged Paulie out to the kitchen.
I'm going to have to get Ronnie out the house. I had to wipe the cunt's arse this morning while you were asleep. Take him home. Do whatever you like with him, as long as he's out of my face. He's a fucking arsehole, spouting his mouth off like there's no tomorrow. And it ain't fair on Jess and the kids.
Paulie nodded.
I'll take him home now. I don't know how we're going to get past the press, though. They're mob-handed out there.
Eddie shrugged.
Just drive your car at the cunts. They'll soon move out the way. Make sure Ronnie keeps his trap shut. Take Reg with you. He can sit in the back with Ronnie and keep him under control.
Stanley got showered and sat watching his wife put her slap on.
I really think we should go home this morning, dear. Maybe we can take Frankie and Joey back with us for a couple of days. They shouldn't be in this environment, it's not right. I always knew our Jess shouldn't have got involved with Eddie. Something like this was always bound to happen. And say there's repercussions. I'm worried for Jess and the twins' safety, I really am.
Zipping up her makeup bag, Joyce turned to her husband.
It wasn't a gangland-style killing. You do overreact, Stanley. Harry was burgled by the sound of it, by yobs who then murdered him. I don't want to go home. We've got to stay here. Our daughter needs us. Well, I need to pop home to check on the pigeons. I know Jock's looking after them, but I need to make sure they're okay. Can't you bloody well ring him? Joyce asked, annoyed. You know the way I feel about me enemy cock, dear. I need to see Ethel and Ernie with me own eyes. I won't be long. I just need to put me mind at rest.
Joyce smirked at her husband's turn of phrase. She hadn't seen his actual cock for years, thank God. Slightly hungover, Joey opened his sister's bedroom door.
Frankie, wake up. There's loads of cars and people at the bottom of our drive.
Yawning, Frankie wandered over to the window to see what the fuss was all about.
I think it's the press. They've got cameras and that, I think.
Joey squealed with delight.
Quick! Get dressed. We'll go out there.
You never know, we might get our pictures on the front page of one of the nationals tomorrow. Frankie smiled at her brother's excitement. He'd always loved a bit of drama, and having his picture taken.
I'll be ready in half hour, she giggled.
Eddie slammed the front door and breathed a huge sigh of relief. His brothers and uncle had just left, and he was glad to see the back of them. Why don't you let me make you some breakfast, Ed? You need to eat, love, Jessica told him. Eddie shook his head. All he kept seeing was his poor old dad with his brains hanging out, and he didn't fancy a morsel.
I'm going to try the hotel again. See if I can get hold of the boys.
He tried to ring Gary and Ricky the previous evening, but had not been able to track them down. The receptionist had promised to get an urgent message to them, asking them to call home. But so far, Eddie had heard nothing. Eddie dialed the number. Not in a good mood, he found his patience running out within seconds.
"Ain't you got someone there that can speak fucking English, mate?" he shouted.
As Eddie was passed to someone else, he immediately slammed the phone down.
"They ain't been back to the hotel all night, Jess. I don't know how I'm going to get hold of them. They're the ones I need here, not Paulie and fucking Ronnie."
Jessica put her arms around her husband's waist and laid her head on his muscular shoulder. "The boys will probably ring later. Everything will be okay, Ed. Please, let me make you a sandwich and a coffee. I'm so worried about you." Eddie held her close to him. "Go on then. Make me a bacon sarnie, and I'll eat it just because I love you so much." The doorbell made Eddie nearly jump out of his skin. Peeping through the glass to check it wasn't another reporter, he was relieved to see Dougie and Vicky standing there.
"I'm so sorry, mate. I've only just heard,"
Dougie told Eddie. Eddie sent Vicky into the kitchen to see Jessica and ushered Dougie into his office. "I will find out who murdered me dad, and I'll treat them to the most painful death possible. I can't do anything at the moment. The old Bill are coming round later to take a statement. I'm going to wait till the boys get back from Tenerife, let it die down a bit, and then I'll start my own investigation. I'd put money on it that Jimmy O'Hara was involved in some way, shape or form."
"When did the police say your dad was murdered?"
Dougie asked. "They ain't said yet, but he was as dead as a dodo when I got there. He was freezing cold, he was. Looked like he'd been dead for hours. It was awful, Doug. Really awful. At least if someone had shot him in the head, the poor cunt wouldn't have suffered. He must have had a terrible death, and I swear I'll get revenge for him, if it's the last thing I ever do."
"Mickey Finley rang me and told me what had happened. He said Harry's house had been burgled and there was no sign it was gangland."
Eddie shook his head. "I reckon some cunts made it look that way on purpose. There'd been some kids hanging around the area outside me old man's house. He told me on Christmas Eve. Said they were being a fucking nuisance. I reckon it was a set-up. My life, I do." Dougie shrugged.
"Jimmy O'Hara's back with his old woman now. Apparently he had a big bash at his gaff on Christmas Eve that lasted late into the early hours. Patrick Murphy told me. He went round there by all accounts, so it couldn't have been Jimmy."
Eddie felt deflated. O'Hara had been his only suspect. "I'll find out who it was, Doug. Don't worry about that. I can't get Dad's face out of my mind. Half of his brains were hanging out over the carpet. I was smothered in my own father's blood. Can you imagine how that feels, Dougie? Can you?" Dougie hugged his pal. "The truth will raise its ugly head. It always does, Ed." Frankie and Joey put on their most solemn expressions as they came face to face with their mother.
"How are you, Mum?
"And how's Dad?" Joey asked sympathetically. "I'm okay. But your Dad's devastated," Jessica said sadly. "Can we go out for a while, Mum? It's doing mine and Joey's heads in, all this. We'd like to spend some time with our friends, chill out a bit," Frankie said. Jessica didn't know what to say. She didn't want the twins' Christmas to be any worse than it already was, but she was worried about the hordes of press outside. "I don't know if you can leave the house. Your Dad's in his office with Dougie. I'll ask him when he comes out. Go and see Nan and Grandad for a minute. They're sitting in the lounge on their own." Vicky smiled as Frankie and Joey wandered off obediently. "They're such good kids. They really are. Actually, I know this isn't the right time, but I've got to tell you. I'm pregnant, Jess. I did the test yesterday." Thrilled for her friend, Jessica forgot about her own problems and embraced her. "I'm so pleased for you, Vicky. I really am. I'll let you into a little secret as well. Chances are we might be new mums together. Eddie and I have decided to try for another baby." Vicky squeezed her friend's hand. "That's wonderful. We can go shopping for baby clothes together, and our kids can be best friends." Jessica nodded. "I'm just so worried about Ed, Vic. Finding his dad murdered like that must have been such a shock for him. I can't imagine how he must feel." Vicky nodded sympathetically. "Was you close to Harry? You never saw him that much, did you?" Jessica shrugged. "When me and Ed first got together, I saw him a fair bit. He used to come round sometimes when the kids were young. But once we moved to Essex, the visits sort of dwindled. I wasn't really close to him, but at the end of the day, I loved him because he was Eddie's dad. I preferred him to Eddie's brothers and uncles. I never liked them very much and still don't. I do remember, once though, when Harry was very kind to me. It was at Reggie's retirement do. Me and Ed had had a massive row, and Harry calmed things down. I returned the favour by inviting him and Sylvie round for dinner. They came the once, but after that I didn't see Harry for yonks. Seeing her husband and Dougie walk into the kitchen, Jessica quickly changed the subject. The twins want to go out to see their friends, Ed. I think it will do them good to get out of the house, don't you? Eddie nodded. He'd been so wrapped up in his father's death, he hadn't given Frankie and Joey much thought. Me and Dougie are going to pop out to see a few people, so I'll drop 'em off on the way. You'll be okay here with your mum, Dad and Vicky, won't you? If the old Bill turn up, just fuck 'em off till later. If Gary and Ricky ring, tell 'em to get the first flight home. Jessica was worried. She knew how hot-headed Eddie could be, and she didn't want him doing anything stupid. Where are you going? You won't be long, will you? Eddie shook his head. Couple of hours, tops. Gonna go for a couple of pints with Dougie and Pat Murphy. Relieved that he was only going to the pub, Jessica called Frankie and Joey. Your dad's going out, and he's going to drop you off at your friend's, she told them. Frankie and Joey glanced at one another. Friends, my arse. They were going straight to the pub. Opening the front door, Eddie spotted a geezer in a bush with a camera. Furious, he lost his rag and chased him. Get off my land, you cunt! I told you earlier, this is private fucking property. You step 1 foot in here again and I'll chop your fucking bollocks off. I just want to ask you a few questions, Mr. Mitchell. Is it true that... Picking the paparazzo up by the throat, Eddie snatched his camera from him and jumped up and down on it. The petrified man fell to the floor and curled himself up in a ball. Please, don't hurt me. I'm sorry, he pleaded. Dougie grabbed hold of Eddie. There were flashbulbs going 19 to the dozen, and his pal wasn't doing himself any favours. Get back indoors, kids. Come on, Ed. Leave it. He's not worth it, Dougie urged. Hearing the commotion outside, Jessica let out a scream. Stanley tried to comfort his daughter. Shh, Jess. It's all finished now, love. Eddie's coming back inside, he told her. Good for Eddie. They want locking up them press, Joyce said boldly. Dougie dragged Eddie into the house and told Jessica to pour him a strong drink. He don't need all this shit with them knobs out there, he said, sticking up for his friend. Stanley put on his jacket. I'll drop the kids off at their mates. I've got to go home to see to me pigeons, he offered. Jessica nodded. The further away from all this upset the children were, the better. I will come with you after all. I could do with a bit of fresh air, Joyce told her husband. She had suddenly realised how wonderful it would be if her photo appeared in a newspaper. Her friends were already in awe of her underworld connections, and they would be so jealous if they opened their newspaper tomorrow and saw her face smiling back at them. Come on then, Stanley said angrily. He knew his wife better than she knew herself, and he guessed her intentions were not entirely honourable. Joyce gave a royal wave as the electronic gates opened. On their father's orders, Joey and Frankie hid their faces under a blanket in the back of the car. Stop waving at them, you stupid old bat! Stanley screamed. Just shut up and drive, Joyce replied, still waving. Relieved that they weren't being followed, Stanley told the twins to uncover themselves. He felt so sorry for his grandchildren. Where do you want me to drop you? He asked sympathetically. In the town centre, by the clock tower, Grandad, Frankie replied. What one of your friends lives by the clock tower? Stanley pried. Stacy, Frankie said, nudging her brother. 5 minutes later, Stanley put his indicator on and stopped the car. Now, are you sure you're going to be all right? Me and Nanny will watch you go into your friend's house, said a concerned Stanley. We're fine, Grandad. Stacey's mum owns that pub across the road. It's called the Angel. Stacey and her family live upstairs, Joey lied. Stanley watched the twins walk into the pub. Worried sick, he turned to Joyce. Them kids won't grow up to be normal. Not in an environment like that, they won't. Jessica and Eddie are wonderful parents. Them kids have never wanted for a thing in their lives, Joyce said angrily. Stanley scowled at his superficial wife.
A bit of normality wouldn't go amiss for them. Everything's about money with you, isn't it, Joycey? What do you know about parenting anyway? You was the one that encouraged your own daughter to take up with a villain in the first place.
Joyce was shocked by the change in Stanley's attitude. Turn the car round and drop me back at Jessica's immediately. How dare you talk to me like that, Stanley? How dare you? Furious, Stanley swung the car round.
I'm trying to make you see sense. Something bad will happen to our Jess or them kids. I can feel it in me bones, Joycey. On my life I can. One day you'll be sorry you never listened to me.
Chapter 24 1988 Eddie knotted his black tie and glanced at himself in the mirror. Greasing his hair back with Brill cream, he put on a pair of dark sunglasses to enhance his image. Today was his father's funeral, God rest his soul. The police had kept hold of Harry's body for 6 weeks, and they would have kept it longer, had Eddie not intervened. He'd threatened to blow the whistle on a couple of his dad's old acquaintances, just to get things moving.
You want us to catch your father's killer,
don't you? The bent DS asked Eddie sarcastically. The bent DS was nothing to do with Harry's case, and wasn't keen to intervene. Unable to function properly while his father was lying on a cold slab in the mortuary, Eddie gave it to him. If you don't get my dad's body released by next week, I will personally ensure that the shit hits the fan. I know every dodgy deal my father did with you and your pals, and I'm sure it would make interesting reading for the Chief of Police. The mugs leading the hunt are no nearer to finding his killers now than they were the day he died. Useless cunts, the lot of them. Just release me dad's body so he can get the send-off he deserves, and then I'll find the killer me fucking self. The threat worked wonders, and the following day Eddie received a phone call allowing him to organise the funeral. The 6 weeks since Harry had been murdered had been the hardest in Eddie's life. Many a night he'd woken up in a cold sweat, as a nightmare had brought it all back to him. The images of his father's battered face and body seemed to torture him every time he closed his eyes. Ed had finally got hold of Gary and Ricky the day after Boxing Day. They'd flown home within 24 hours, and, along with Raymond, had been a great support to him ever since. With the old bill about as much use as a chocolate fucking teapot, Eddie had started his own line of investigation. He, Ray and the boys had spoken to every underworld connection they knew, but nobody had heard so much as a whisper. Frustrated, Eddie had turned his attention towards his dad's neighbours. The young lads that had been harassing his father had been spotted by all of them, and Eddie managed to get a description. The problem was, seeing as they'd always worn their hoods up, the description was rather vague. The one thing that did prick Eddie's ears was something that Iris next door had said. Annoyed with the boys making a racket outside, she'd confronted them and chased them with a rolling pin.
They were laughing at me, Eddie. Taking a right piss, they were. The one that spoke to me called me a silly old cow and told me to fuck off. Wasn't a Cockney. He had an accent. Strange accent. I couldn't say where it was from, but his voice had a country lilt to it.
From day one, Eddie was positive that the O'Haras were behind his dad's untimely death, and Iris's bit of info only confirmed his belief. Jimmy O'Hara and his motley crew all originated from the Cambridgeshire area, and their accents were just how Iris had described. With no actual proof, all Eddie could do was sit back and bide his time. He was positive that the young boys had been sent to his father's as a ploy. He was also sure that somebody much bigger and stronger had committed the actual murder. The police had told Eddie the reason why none of the neighbours had heard his father's screams. The coroner said Harry had been gagged at the time of his death, which had occurred between midnight and 2 a.m. on the morning of Christmas Day. His official report stated that Harry had 11 serious injuries, among which were a broken jaw, bones, and a fractured skull. A baseball bat had been used on Harry's head, and the rest of his body had been kicked around like a football. With so many injuries, the actual cause of death wasn't properly identified. The coroner had said he was 90% sure that Harry had died of head injuries, but couldn't be absolutely positive. The only thing everybody could be sure about was that Harry Mitchell had died in one of the worst ways imaginable. Picturing Jimmy O'Hara and his cronies gloating, Eddie smashed his fist against the bedroom wall. O'Hara had held a party round his on Christmas Eve to give himself an alibi. Eddie was certain of that. He obviously hadn't committed the murder himself, but he must have organised it. Seeing Jessica walk into the room, Ed tried to pull himself together. "Are you okay, love? What have you done to your hand?" she asked, noticing his knuckles were bleeding. "I caught it in the drawer," Eddie lied. Jessica stood on tiptoes and put her slender arms around his shoulders. "Me and the kids are ready. Shall we make a move now?" Eddie nodded. He just wanted the day to be over. Joyce stood in Harry Mitchell's front garden. The flowers and tributes that kept arriving completely took her breath away. A keen gardener, she'd never seen so many flowers. Hundreds and hundreds there were, and she had just seen another enormous arrangement arrive that spelled out the word legend. Aware of a photographer standing over the road, Joyce patted her hair into place. Ever since she got her picture on page 7 of the Sun newspaper, she'd felt like a local celebrity. People were still stopping her in the street now, and the article had appeared 6 weeks beforehand. As more and more people arrived to pay their respects, Stanley became increasingly uncomfortable. Most of them were obviously well-known villains, and he felt like a spare prick at a wedding. Noticing Roy Shaw, the notorious prize-fighting champion, looking his way, Stanley quickly averted his eyes. He didn't feel at ease around these people, and he couldn't wait to get home to his pigeons. As the horse-drawn hearse arrived carrying Harry's body, all the neighbours came out of their houses. The street was heaving with mourners, and it was more like a carnival than a funeral. Eddie got into the first car. He was joined by Paulie, Ronnie, Reg, Albert, Auntie Joan, Auntie Vi, and his dad's distraught long-term lady friend Sylvie. Gary and Ricky got into the second car with Jessica, the twins, Raymond, Joyce and Stanley. The other cars were filled with more distant relations. The funeral was to take place at East London Cemetery, in nearby Plaistow. Harry had purchased his own plot years before, insisting he wanted to be laid to rest next to his beautiful wife. Frankie nudged Joey as the procession made its way through the crowded streets. Hundreds of people had made the effort. Some were waving banners and flags, but most were bowing their heads as a mark of respect. Jessica pointed a flag out to the twins. "Look at that. Harry Mitchell, simply the best, it says. Your granddad was very popular, wasn't he?" "Shame we never saw him," Joey whispered to Frankie. Stanley felt his face redden as the TV crews pointed a camera in his direction. He could just imagine all his old pals down the bus depot watching the news tonight and seeing him on there. Thank God I took early retirement, Stanley thought. He was embarrassed to be a part of such a family. "Will you stop fucking waving?" Stanley shouted at Joyce, who was milking it. Her outfit looked awful. She had a massive black netted hat on her head, and Stanley thought she looked like a fucking witch. The only thing she was lacking was a broomstick. Due to the horrific circumstances surrounding Harry's death, the service itself was a very solemn affair. The vicar who presided over the proceedings was an old pal of the Mitchells. He'd married Harry and his wife many moons ago. Eddie stood up to say a few words, but was too choked up to go through with it. Seeing Ronnie race towards him in his wheelchair, Eddie handed him the piece of paper. "My dad was the best. And I swear on God's life, we'll get revenge for you, Dad. Whoever did this to you, we'll do 100 times worse to them," Ronnie slurred, ignoring what was written down in front of him. Eddie cringed. Trust Ronnie to be pissed and say something like that in the house of God. Frantically waving his hands, Eddie urged the organist to play the song that he had chosen. Harry's all-time favourite was the old wartime classic, Heart of My Heart. "When I pop me clogs, I want that played at me funeral. It was me and your mother's favourite song, Eddie," his dad had told him. Lots of tears flowed as everybody joined in with the words. "When we were kids on the corner of the street, we were rough and ready guys, but oh how we could harmonise." Feeling his eyes well up, Eddie did his best to hold back the tears. Every villain in London was here, and he was desperate not to make a tit of himself in front of the world's finest. Pulling himself together, Eddie joined in with the singing. I know a tear will glisten, if once more I could listen, to the gang that sang, Heart of My Heart. As the chapel began to empty, Jessica squeezed Eddie's hand. It was a lovely send-off. Your dad would have been proud, she told him. Eddie stood by the graveside, amazed by the number of people in attendance. There had been hundreds unable to fit inside the chapel, and they had listened outside to the service on a loudspeaker. Eddie stood between Sylvie and Auntie Joan. Both women were beside themselves, and he had to nigh on physically support them. As his father's body was finally laid to rest, Eddie breathed a sigh of relief. God bless Dad, he whispered, as he threw earth on top of the coffin. Desperate to be seen as an important member of the family, Joyce grabbed Eddie's arm. Come and look at the beautiful flowers, she insisted. Eddie let her drag him away and listened as she rattled on about who had sent what. Look at that beauty that says Big H. Freddie Foreman sent that. I love the legend one, don't you? That's from the Craze. Look at that boxing glove, Ed. It's massive, ain't it? Who sent that? Eddie asked, completely disinterested. I can't remember. Here we go. The card says, Jimmy O'Hara and family. Eddie felt the blood in his veins run cold. Give us that fucking card, he yelled. Wondering what she'd done so wrong, Joyce nervously handed it to him. Eddie stared at it. To Eddie and family. Our thoughts are with you at this time. Jimmy O'Hara and family. Eddie was livid. He left Joyce standing with her mouth open and stomped over to his brothers. The cheeky, pikey cunt! He's taking the fucking piss out of us! He yelled. Raymond ran over and tried to calm him down. Don't say nothing here, Ed. If Jimmy's done it to wind you up, you don't want him to think he's succeeded. There's too many eyes and ears around. Just forget about it for now and we'll discuss it tomorrow. Eddie brushed Raymond's arm away. Let's get away from here. Tell the undertakers we're ready. I need a fucking drink. As Jessica ran over to see what their father was upset about, the twins nudged one another. I think our family's really weird, don't you? Joey whispered. Frankie burst out laughing. I wouldn't say they're weird, but they're definitely not normal. Joey smiled as he saw Auntie Joan, Auntie Vi, and another lady heading their way. Look at yous two. Ain't you all grown up and such handsome kids? Look, Sylvie, these are Harry's grandchildren. This is Frankie, who's a ringer for her father, and doesn't Joey look like his mother? Vi said. Sylvie shook hands with the twins. We have met before, but it was years ago and I'd never have recognised you now. Frankie and Joey both kissed her politely. Kids, come on, we're going, Eddie yelled. Goodbye, Sylvie. Bye, Auntie Joan. Bye, Auntie Vi. Are you all coming back to the pub? Joey asked. No, lovey. It's been a long day. Me, Vi and Sylvie are going to toast your granddad indoors. We're going back to mine for a drink, Joan told him. Joey linked arms with his sister and led her back to where the cars were parked. Dad didn't look too happy, did he? Frankie giggled. I shouldn't fucking think so. He has just buried his father who happened to be brutally murdered in his own bed. I didn't mean that. You know what I meant, Joey said, annoyed. Frankie laughed. Come on, I'll race you. Last one back buys the fags later. Eddie had no other option than to book the flag for the wake. His father had spent so many hours of his life in there, he would have come back and haunted Eddie if it had been held anywhere else. Obviously there was a free bar, but the size of the pub was a problem. With so many mourners, there weren't enough staff behind the bar or enough room for people to stand comfortably. Eddie made a quick phone call and organised another free bar in the Ordnance Arms, which was also an old haunt of his dad's. People could make their own mind up where they wanted to go. If they weren't happy being squashed like sardines in a tin, they could have a drink in Harry's memory down the road. Jessica stood in the corner of the pub with Vicky. Dougie was up at the bar with the men. Neither Vicky nor Jessica were annoyed that their husbands had deserted them. On this type of occasion, the men always clubbed together, and the women were left to their own devices. Where are the twins? Can you see them? I have to keep my eye on them, as they do like a drink, you know, Jessica said to her friend. Vicky craned her neck. I can't see them, but I'm sure they're fine. How old are they now? Nearly 16, aren't they? I was drinking in pubs at their age, weren't you? I wouldn't worry about them too much. Jessica nodded. The twins were a bit too streetwise for her liking, and she couldn't help but worry about them. Eddie stood up at the bar with all the old school. Can I have a quick word with you, Eddie? Patrick Murphy asked him. Eddie followed the big Irishman outside the pub, and they found a quiet spot. Please don't think I'm sticking my nose in your business, Eddie. But I'm telling you now, your father's murder had nothing to do with the O'Haras. I was round at Jimmy's on Christmas Eve. His sons were there, his brothers, his cousins. I didn't leave there till 3 a.m. I know this must be awful for you, Ed, but you've got to look somewhere else for your answers. You know as well as I do that when Alice left Jimmy, he lost his swagger. I know you've had a feud with him in the past, but he's a changed man now. He don't want any grief, especially now Alice has agreed to give him another chance. Eddie put his thinking cap on. Maybe the stress of what had happened to his father had caused him to bark up the wrong tree. If the whole of the O'Hara clan were at Jimmy's, then maybe, just maybe, it wasn't them. Rubbing his tired eyes, Eddie looked at Patrick for answers. Apart from the O'Haras, I can't think who else had a massive grudge against me, Dad. I mean, if someone would have blasted his brains out, I could have dealt with it, understood it. But battering the life out of him, who would do a thing like that? It ain't exactly our style, is it? Patrick handed Eddie a cigar. No, it's not the work of people like us, Eddie. This is what I'm trying to tell you. I know Jim is a traveller, but he's a family man, and like us he has rules. I know your old man shot his, but if he wanted revenge, he would have returned it the same way. Can you honestly see him ransacking your dad's house and torturing him? Jimmy ain't a bad geezer deep down, and that ain't his style. He has standards, for fuck's sake. Eddie accepted a light and urged Patrick to go back inside. Shout me up a large scotch. I just need 5 minutes to myself, he told him. Patrick nodded. Promise me you'll think about what I've said, Eddie. I'm friendly with both you and Jimmy, and I'd hate to see your feud reignited for no reason. You've got to think of your wife, Eddie. Your children. Do you really want to put them in danger? If you start a war, how do you know your family won't be caught up in the crossfire? You've got to let sleeping dogs lie on this one, Ed. Jimmy O'Hara never killed your father. Eddie watched the big man walk away. Patrick Murphy was no man's fool, and deep down, Eddie knew that what he was saying made sense. Waiting for the police to release his dad's body had made his brain go all wonky. It couldn't have been Jimmy O'Hara. It wasn't his style. And he had a cast-iron alibi. As Jessica walked towards him, Eddie smiled at her. Are you okay? I was worried about you. Why are you out here on your own? Eddie held his arms out and hugged his wife tightly. Jessica was his life, and he'd never do anything to endanger the welfare of her and the kids. Not in a million years. Chapter 25. In the weeks that followed Harry's funeral, Eddie got himself back into his usual routine. As he and the police had drawn a blank on the identity of his father's killer, Eddie had little option other than to throw himself into his work. Since Christmas, he'd let things slip, but he was determined not to fuck up the Mitchell reputation his dad had fought so hard to create in the first place. The nightmares of what had happened still haunted Eddie. Many a night he would get up about 3 or 4 a.m. and sit downstairs drinking endless cups of tea. Jessica had been a real star. She was very supportive, and if he was having a black day, she was gentle and understanding. For fuck's sake, Dad. 3 times I've asked you the same question and you still ain't answered me. Sorry, Rick. I was miles away, son. What were you saying? Ricky stood up. Forget it. It's Ma round. Same again. Eddie nodded. It was his 47th birthday today. Jessica was at home preparing for a dinner party for him. It would be the first time they'd entertained at home since his dad's untimely death. Gary and Ricky had declined the invitation of a quiet night in. "We're going to a rave uptown, Dad, but we'll take you out for a beer in the day," they'd told him. Eddie hadn't minded. They were only in their early 20s, and he had been exactly the same himself at their age. Ricky handed his brother and father their drinks. "What exactly is all this rave shit you keep on about?" he asked his sons. Gary laughed. "If you ain't heard of raves, Dad, then you must be getting old. They're a new thing out. Word has it they're going to sweep the country this summer. The music's blinding, Dad. They play house music. Everyone gets out their nuts and they go on all night long," Ricky added. "You two ain't fucking taking drugs, are you?" Eddie asked. Gary shook his head. "We just get pissed and pull all the birds, Dad," he lied. Neither Gary nor Ricky were really into drugs, but ecstasy tablets were a new thing out, and they liked to drop an occasional one. They liked the ones called American burgers. They were proper happy pills, and you could dance all night on them. These raves went on for hours, and without something in your system to keep you going, you'd be as out of place as a pig in a synagogue. "So who's coming round yours tonight?" Ricky asked his father. "Raimundo's bringing Polly. He's a bit of posh round. We ain't met her yet. He was bringing her round Boxing Day, but obviously when Grandad was found dead he didn't. Vicky and Dougie are coming, and I've also invited Patrick Murphy and his old woman." "Well, I hope you have a good night, Dad. How are the twins? Will they be there?" Gary asked. Eddie smiled. "They're okay. They didn't want to sit in with their old dad either, so they're pissing off out. Jess worries when they go to these parties and stuff, but they're nearly 16, and all their friends are allowed to go and come home late. I always give them cab money to get themselves home, mind. I've told them the day I find out they've been pocketing the money and walking home is the day I'll put me foot down." As their dad went to the toilet, Ricky turned to Gary. "Shall we give him the present now?" Gary took the black velvet box out of his pocket. The lads had clubbed together and brought their father a new watch. It was a Rolex and it cost them a fucking fortune. "Happy birthday, Dad. That's from the two of us," Gary said, as Eddie returned to the table. Eddie was choked as he opened the box. "Fucking hell. It's beautiful. But you shouldn't have spent that kind of dough. A shirt would have done me. I'd rather see you spend the money on yourselves. You've always been a great dad to us, and this is the first year we've been in a position to buy you something decent," Gary insisted. Eddie took his old watch off and put the new one on. "I love it," he said truthfully. Ricky glanced at his brother. "We're going to have to go in a minute, Gal. We promised Mum we'd be there by 3. "How is your mother?" Eddie asked. Gary sighed. "She ain't been well, Dad. The doctors told her she'll be dead in 2 years if she don't knock the drink on the head. She's so thin now and her skin looks kind of yellow." Eddie shook his head sadly. "I know me and your mother were never Romeo and Juliet, but I'm sorry to hear that. Go on, yous, get going. And tell your mum if she needs money or anything she knows where I am." Gary and Ricky said their goodbyes and left. Eddie ordered himself another drink and sat at the table alone. He'd met his sons in a pub in Aveley where no one knew him. It was nice to have a quiet bevy and be anonymous for once. Glancing at his new watch, Eddie smiled. Gary and Ricky had always been thoughtful and generous. From the age of 5 upwards, they'd made or bought him nice presents. Frankie and Joey were the opposite. The twins had been given far too much from an early age, and they'd grown up in their own little world. They rarely remembered his or Jessica's birthdays, and even though they received plenty of pocket money, they never bothered spending it on anyone other than themselves. Deep in thought, Eddie didn't notice the man walk towards him. "Eddie? How are you, mush? I was sorry to hear about your father. Our families might never have been muckers, but your old man didn't deserve to die like that. This is Alice, my wife. Gonna get you a drink?" Looking at Jimmy O'Hara's outstretched hand, Eddie didn't know whether to break it or shake it. Not wanting to make a scene, he did neither. "I can't stop. My Jess is expecting me back. We're having people round for dinner later," he said abruptly. As Eddie stood up, Jimmy nodded to Alice to make herself scarce. Go and get the drinks, he ordered. Alone with Eddie, Jimmy faced up to him. I know you probably think your old boy's death was something to do with me, but it weren't. Life's too short to hold grudges, and if I was going to retaliate for your father shooting mine, I'd have done it in an honourable way. At one point I was desperate to get my revenge, but I'm not fiery like I used to be, Eddie. Losing my Alice gave me the kick in the bollocks I needed. My family come first now, and I don't want no feud with anyone. I would never jeopardise losing Alice and my kids again, ever. Eddie stared into Jimmy's eyes. He was quite an expert on reading people by their behaviour and expressions, and he came to the conclusion that O'Hara was either telling the truth or was a fucking top-drawer liar. More confused than ever about his father's death, Eddie said his goodbyes and left the pub. Later that evening, Jessica smiled as Eddie launched into yet another one of his anecdotes. She'd been worried that tonight might be too much for him, but thankfully she'd been wrong. Eddie was on top form, and she was relieved he was back to his old self. "There's plenty more to eat in the kitchen. Is anyone still hungry?" she asked. With everyone telling her they were full to the brim, Jessica started to clear the table. She'd chosen an Italian menu for the dinner party, and the food had gone down a treat. Eddie poured his friends another drink. He was a bit unsure about Polly, Raymond's bird. The girl was pleasant enough, but spoke with a plum in her chops. "No more for me, thanks, Eddie. 3 is my limit," Polly told him firmly. With everybody sorted, Eddie took a glass of wine out to Jessica in the kitchen. "She's a funny one, Raimundo's bird, isn't she?" Jessica smiled. "I wouldn't put her with our Raymond in a million years. But as long as she makes him happy, that's all that matters." "Do you reckon he's fucking her? I can't imagine her in the sack, can you?" "Oh, Raymond, please hurry up and shoot your load. The butler will be here soon," Eddie said, mimicking Polly's posh tones. "Shh, they might hear you," Jessica scolded him. Eddie could be such a piss-taker at times, and she didn't want him upsetting the wonderful evening they were having. Eddie tilted her chin and kissed her. "I think we should up our baby-making sessions from this week onwards. What'd you say?" Jessica sighed. Tonight she was more worried about the 2 she'd given birth to than about creating another. "I don't like Frankie and Joey being allowed to stay out round their friends' houses. It worries me sick. I mean, we don't even really know the parents." Frankie and Joey had gone to a 16th birthday party. The party was miles away, in Fulham, and Jessica had been dead against them going from the start. "But, Mum, Dion was my best friend throughout most of my school years. It's not her fault that her parents have moved to Fulham. I'm not going on my own, am I? I've got Joey to take care of me. Her mum said we can stay in the guest room and she's going to call you to confirm," Frankie whinged. Jessica discussed it with Eddie, and in the end they decided to let the twins go. She hadn't been able to get hold of Dion's mum, but had spoken to her older sister, who had confirmed the arrangements. "Shall I give them a call? Make sure they got there all right?" Jessica asked Eddie. She had insisted that they take their father's mobile phone, so she could contact them to put her mind at rest. Eddie shook his head. "They're nearly 16, Jess. We need to learn to trust them, not check up on them all the time. They're good kids. They'll be fine. Trust me." Joey and Frankie stood near the bar. The gay club was an eye-opener for both of them, and they were overwhelmed by the atmosphere. The Dion story had been a cover-up, and their friend Paige had done a wonderful job pretending to be Dion's sister. "He's nice. Look, the tall one with the blonde hair who's looking over." Joey shook his head. "Nah, he ain't my type." Frankie smiled. She had promised Joey months ago that she would come to a gay club with him, and this was their first visit. She could sense her brother's excitement. He was like a kid in a sweet shop, bless him. "Talk to me, Joey, quick. I've got some meaty lesbian making eyes at me." Joey slung his arm around Frankie's shoulder and ordered another drink. "Maybe you're really into a bit of pussy. I mean, you don't seem to get very far with boys, do you, Frankie?" he said, winding her up. Frankie glared at him. "Fuck you! I'm not into women. I'm just fussy." I mean, look at the boys around our way, the ones that have asked me out. Would you fancy them?" Joey shook his head. He'd finished with David a while back, and apart from him, there'd been no one else local to catch his eye. In a way, he could understand Frankie's dilemma.
"What type of bloke do you actually want?" he asked his sister.
Frankie shrugged. "We've been brought up with a certain lifestyle, Joey, so I'm hardly liable to date some mug. I want a bloke that's going to make me laugh, treat me like a princess, like Dad always has. To be honest, I suppose I'm looking for someone who is a bit like Dad. You've always been closer to Mum, but I ain't."
Joey laughed. "So you're looking for a scar-faced, top-class villain? That should be easy. Why don't I just place an ad in the local paper for you?"
As usual, Frankie appreciated her brother's wit. The pair of them had realised at an early age what sort of family they were part of, and often had a joke about it. "Joey, you've pulled again, and this one is nice. He's that gorgeous, if it turns out he ain't a woofter, then I'll have him. Look, standing over there, to your left." Looking around, Joey spotted the bloke who was staring his way. The guy was older than him, probably well into his 20s. "Wow," Joey mumbled, as he felt his stomach lurch. Mr. Gorgeous was well over 6 feet. He was wearing light stone-washed jeans and a tight-fitting white t-shirt. He had a perfect body, face and physique, and was an absolute out-and-out salt. Aware of Mr. Gorgeous smiling at him, Joey turned away. He felt like a fox startled by headlights. "He's a lot older than me. I dunno," he said dubiously. Frankie burst out laughing. "He's fucking amazing! What is wrong with you? Please don't tell me you've dragged me all the way here and now you're shit scared to go for it." Glancing back at the mystery bloke, Joey quickly looked away. "Go and get us another drink. And get me a double," he ordered his sister. Waving her money at the barman, Frankie couldn't stop smiling. Her brother was such a funny bastard at times.
"All right. My name's Lisa. First time here, is it?" asked a hefty woman with a skinhead.
Frankie nodded. "I'm here because of my brother. He's gay, not me." The woman smiled. The newcomers all said that. In denial, the lot of them. "Let me buy the drinks," the skinhead bird said. Frankie refused. "Thanks, but no thanks," she said curtly. The woman smiled at her.
"It's not unusual to be curious. You're only young, and sometimes it takes a while to come to terms with what you was born to be."
Frankie snatched the drinks off the barman. "I am not a fucking dyke, so will you sod off and pester someone else?" she said angrily. Realising that his sister wasn't happy about something, Joey went to her rescue.
"Is everything okay? What's the matter?"
The shaven-haired woman scowled at him. "Your sister's got issues, love," she said, walking away. As Frankie repeated the conversation, Joey couldn't stop laughing. "Don't laugh! It ain't fucking funny. She thought I was a lesbo," Frankie said, fuming. Too busy winding Frankie up, Joey didn't notice Mr. Gorgeous walking his way.
"Hi, my name's Dominic. Can I buy you a drink?"
Her brother's startled expression amused Frankie immensely. "His name's Joey, and yes, he'll have a large vodka and orange. I'm Frankie, his twin sister, by the way." Dominic shook Frankie's hand and smiled.
"And what would you like?" he asked.
"I'd just like my brother to meet someone as handsome as you and get himself laid," Frankie replied, grinning at Joey. Joey was horrified. Frankie could be such a cow at times. "Take no notice. My sister can't help having a mouth like a sewer," he said awkwardly. Dominic squeezed Joey's arm.
"Your sister can shout up the drinks.
Come and dance with me," he said. Joey was petrified as he followed Dominic onto the dance floor. His silly liaison with David was nothing compared to the way this guy made him feel. Dominic was a man, not some confused schoolboy. Chatting to a transvestite at the bar, Frankie watched her brother with interest. He and Dominic had been dancing for over 10 minutes now, and were getting on like a house on fire. As the DJ changed the tempo, Dominic took Joey in his arms. "Are you okay?" he asked gently. Joey nodded. Truthfully, he felt anything but okay. His heart was beating like a drum, his palms were sweaty, and he was talking rubbish. "I think I'm a little bit nervous. I've never done anything like this before," he admitted. Dominic smiled at him. This boy was so different from any of the others he'd ever met. He was innocent and gorgeous. Aware that Dominic had an erection, Joey didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Conscious of Joey's predicament, Dominic brushed his lips against his. He smiled and spoke softly. "Relax, Joey. I'll be gentle with you. I promise." Chapter 26. Joey and Dominic's relationship developed quickly, and within a few weeks of meeting, both of them were head over heels in love. The situation was awkward. Dominic lived near the Angel in Islington. He had a demanding job, working as a money broker in the city. Joey was studying for his GCSEs, and finding time to see one another regularly was virtually impossible. On a healthy wage, Dominic had his own property, a 2-bedroom flat. He kept begging Joey to stay over, but Joey had only been able to do so twice. Dominic had a very manly voice, so Joey had given him his home telephone number and had told his parents that he and Frankie had met a new mate. Desperate not to arouse suspicion, he told Dominic to ask for either him or his sister if his dad or mum answered the phone. "Oi, oi? So how was last night then, lover boy?" Joey smiled as his sister entered his room and sat on the edge of his bed. He'd spent the previous night at Dominic's and told his parents he was staying at David's to revise for his exams. "It was wonderful," Joey said, beaming. "Well, give us the gory details then." Joey ordered Frankie to shut the bedroom door. He'd stayed around Dominic's once before, but his nerves had got the better of him. Last night, he had actually done it and had enjoyed every second. "It was fantastic, Frankie. Dom's got a body to die for, and his willy is absolutely enormous." Inquisitive by nature, Frankie was desperate for more detail. "So, what exactly happened then? I mean, it ain't like a girl and a boy, is it?" Joey felt his cheeks redden. "What are you like, you nosy cow? I'm not discussing the ins and outs. It's private." Frankie laughed at Joey's embarrassment. "Go on, tell me more. Did you go all the way this time?" "Yes, and that's all I'm telling you, so don't bother asking me no more questions." Joey being gay didn't bother Frankie one iota. She enjoyed winding him up, but was also genuinely pleased that he'd met someone he liked. She'd always got on better with boys than girls, and would have hated Joey to have gone out with some bimbo she hated. That would have made her extremely jealous. "So, did you come?" Frankie asked, desperate to know more. They'd always had such a close, open relationship. Joey told her everything, and vice versa. "Yes, of course. Now can we shut up about it now, 'cause Mum's calling us?" Jessica smiled as the twins bounded down the stairs. "What are you laughing at?" she asked Frankie. "Nothing important. Joey was just telling me about the biology homework he was doing last night." Jessica tutted. "You wasn't being rude, Joey, was you?" "Of course not, Mum," Joey replied, kicking his smirking sister under the table. "I wanted to talk to yous about your birthday. You're 16 soon, and Dad and I asked you ages ago what you wanted to do. Have either of you decided yet?" Joey nudged Frankie. Their parents had wanted to throw a big party at home and invite all of their friends. The twins were totally against the idea. There was no way Joey could chance inviting Dominic, and Frankie reckoned it would be as boring as hell. There was a new place where everyone was going called the Berwick Manor. It had started a rave night on a Friday, and the twins were desperate to go there. Frankie smiled at her mum. "We have thought about it, and we've decided we want to go out with our friends on the Friday, which is our actual birthday. Then maybe have a smaller party here with you, Dad, Nan, Grandad and the rest of the family on the Saturday." Jessica found it hard to hide her disappointment. Why don't you want the big party for all of your friends? Dad could have done a barbecue, and all your mates could have brought their costumes and had a swim. Frankie decided to be truthful. Our friends like drinking, not swimming, Mum. They'll laugh at us if they come here and only get offered soft drinks. We can still have a barbecue. We can do that on the Saturday with the family. Defeated, Jessica shrugged. She didn't mind the twins having the odd drink or two, but she wasn't about to let their friends do the same. Say one of them got drunk and was ill. How would she explain that to their parents? It would make her and Eddie look awful and tarnish their responsible reputation. OK, I'll let your dad know, Jessica said miserably. The twins were at an age now where they wanted to do their own thing. Where is Dad? Frankie asked. He never worked weekends and was usually glued to her mother's side. He's popped out to see a mechanic. There's a problem with the Land Cruiser and he wants to get it repaired. I should imagine he'll be home soon. He's already been gone ages, Jessica said. Aware that his mum was upset about the birthday party, Joey stood up and hugged her. Frankie and I aren't doing anything today. How about, when Dad gets back, we all go out for something to eat? Frankie and I will treat you and Dad for once. Because we've been so busy doing homework, we've saved loads of pocket money. Jessica smiled. That would be lovely, Joey. Eddie Mitchell sat in the car park of the Robin Hood pub in Dagenham. He was looking for a geezer called Tommy Trott. Trotsy, as he was better known, was out of Canning Town and had borrowed £5 from Eddie 6 months ago. He'd paid back the first 3 instalments, then had disappeared off the face of the earth. Eddie had received a phone call only yesterday telling him that the cheeky bastard had resurfaced in Dagenham and was lodging it in the Robin Hood. Usually, Eddie dealt with the mugs who tried to knock him alone, but Trotsy had annoyed him more than most, so he'd brought Raymond with him. Eddie had known Trotsy for years and had helped him out on many occasions in his younger days. That's why Trotsy's deception was that much worse. Raymond looked at his watch. What time did this geezer say Trotsy normally gets here? Eddie tapped his fingers on the steering wheel in annoyance. 12 o'clock was the information he'd received, and it was now 1:45. You'd better hurry up. I told Jess I wouldn't be long. She thinks I'm getting the car fixed. 12, I was told. We'll give it another half hour, and if there's still no sign of him, we'll have another bash tomorrow. I can't make tomorrow, Ed. Polly's dad has a boat and we're all going sailing, Raymond said awkwardly. Eddie nodded. He was a good boss and didn't expect any of the lads to work at weekends, unless it was unavoidable, of course. Don't worry, Gary and Ricky will have to get their lazy asses out of bed, or worst ways, I'll bring Paulie with me. So, how's things going with Polly? It sounds serious. Raymond smiled. He was a deep person at times, and didn't like to give much away, especially when it came to relationships and stuff. His mum was brain damage, and Eddie was a piss-taker, so he always kept his cards close to his chest. It's going all right. She's a nice girl, was all he said. About to pry some more, Eddie was stopped by the appearance of Trotsy walking towards them. Here he is, the low-life cunt, just crossing the road. Go and grab him, Ray. Put your arm around his shoulder and lead him over here. There's tons of traffic about, so be careful. Any probs, show him the gun under your jacket. Raymond had never met Tommy Trott before. Is that him? The geezer in the denim jacket? He asked. Yeah, go on, quick as you like, Eddie replied. Whistling as he walked, Tommy Trott crossed the busy road and stopped to spark up a Rothmans. He didn't see Raymond approach him. He was too busy trying to shield his lighter from the gusty wind. Who are you? What the fuck do you want? He yelled, as Raymond grabbed hold of him. Shut the fuck up and walk with me. A mate of mine wants a little word with you, Raymond said calmly. I ain't going nowhere. The gun, being thrust into his ribs, stopped Tommy in mid-sentence. Immediately he realised that Eddie Mitchell must be involved. I'm going to pay Eddie back. I've just been a bit short. I lost me job. I was paying him up until then, Tommy whinged. Shut up and tell him yourself, Raymond said coldly. As Raymond and Tommy walked towards the motor, Eddie smiled as he switched on the ignition. Trotsy's face was a picture of panic, the fucking moron. Longbridge Road was far too busy at this time of day for Eddie to do the business, so he ordered Raymond to put his prey in the back and sit beside him. "Long time no see, Tommy boy," he said sarcastically.
"Ed, I'm so sorry. I lost me job. I'll get your money. Next week I'll pay you, I promise," Tommy pleaded.
Ignoring his pleas, Eddie did a left out of the pub car park. He knew a quiet little spot a couple of miles away. Ever since his father's cruel death, Eddie had found that his violent streak had worsened. He'd always enjoyed a bit of rough and tumble, and an odd finger or thumb dismembered, but finding his father the way he did had made him more brutal than ever. Eddie drove down to the bottom of a road that led only to high grass wasteland and turned off the engine. Relieved that there wasn't anyone in sight, Eddie opened the driver's door.
"Get out,"
he ordered the shivering wreck previously known as Big Bold Tommy Trot.
"I will pay you back, Eddie. Please, don't hurt me," Trotsy begged.
Eddie laughed as his expensive black leather shoe repeatedly made contact with Trotsy's head. As Tommy's front teeth flew onto a nearby rock, the blood running down his throat hampered his speech.
"Please, Eddie, please, I'm sorry,"
he slurred in pain. Realising that Eddie was losing the plot, Raymond tried to drag him away.
"Come on, Ed. You've made your point. Give him a chance to pay up," Ray shouted. "Made me point. Made me fucking point. I've known this cunt for years. Taking a right piss out of me, he has. Fuck the money, I want him dead."
Hearing a dog bark, Raymond grabbed Eddie and shook him.
"There's someone coming. Let's go, come on. Think of Jess, for fuck's sake."
The mention of his wife's name, and a Rottweiler bounding towards him, was enough to snap Eddie out of his violent trance. Tommy Trot's face was barely recognisable as Eddie aimed a farewell kick at it.
"Next week I want my money or you're dead, you cunt," he spat.
Raymond bundled Eddie into the passenger side of the Land Cruiser. Both men had clocked that the Rottweiler was sniffing around Trotsy, licking his wounds.
"Buster! Buster!"
its owner was yelling in the distance. Raymond jumped into the driver's seat and did a speedy three-point turn. Putting his foot down, he pulled away just as the dog's owner came into full view.
"That was close. You don't think Trotsy will say out, do you?"
Eddie smirked.
"What do you think? The mug's jaw is smashed to smithereens. Would you say out? I bet he can't even speak for a month."
Raymond headed towards his new house. He'd recently purchased a property in Gidea Park, Romford. Meeting Polly had prompted him to move out of his previous address. Polly had class, and he wanted to show her that he had it too.
"We'll go to my house. You're covered in claret, you can't go home like that. You can borrow something of mine. It'll save Jess having kittens."
Having now calmed down, Eddie couldn't stop laughing.
"Did you see that fucking rotty? I'm sure it swallowed Trotty's teeth. It was sniffing at 'em, and then I saw him disappear. They were lying on that big bit of rock beside him."
Eddie's laugh was infectious, and Raymond quickly joined in.
"The funniest bit was when the dog was licking his face, and then he had a shit not 2 yards from his head."
Eddie had been too focused on his victim to see the dog have a dump.
"How fucking funny is that? Top dog! I must invest in a Rottweiler, Raymondo. I really must."
"Ring Dad again, Mum. Me and Joey are starving," Frankie whinged. Jessica tried her husband's mobile for the umpteenth time. "It's still switched off," she said worriedly. Bored out of her brains, Frankie urged Joey to follow her upstairs. "We're going to listen to some music, Mum." "Give us a shout when Dad gets home," Joey shouted out. Frankie put the radio on. House music was a new thing out, and she and Joey loved listening to the local pirate radio stations that were playing it. Frankie shut her bedroom door. "Thanks, Joey. Now we're stuck going out with Mum and Dad tonight, and if that ain't bad enough, you said we'll pay for it." Joey shrugged. I felt sorry for Mum. You could have explained about the party in a kinder way. Well, what was I meant to say? You know as well as I do that she would have embarrassed us. Can you imagine our friends drinking lemonade, playing past the parcel and eating jelly and fucking ice cream? Well, no, neither can I. I explained it the best way I could. You always leave it to me, Joey, so best you do it in future. Joey sighed. He had always been the coward out of the two of them, and left Frankie to it. Sorry, sis, he said kindly. He and Frankie rarely argued, and on the odd occasions they did, they were friends again within the hour. Frankie hugged him. I wish Dad would hurry up, I'm ravenous. Joey smiled. Me too. By the time Eddie arrived home, Jessica was a bag of nerves. Where have you been? I was so worried, she exclaimed, breathing a sigh of relief. Sorry, babe. The car needed a new part and the mechanic had trouble getting it. I should have called, but my battery on my mobile went dead, and I couldn't find a phone box that worked. Eddie hated lying to her, but on odd occasions like these, he had little choice. Why are you wearing different clothes? You had your grey trousers on and your white shirt earlier. Eddie smiled at his wife's bemused expression. She was so naive, and he fucking loved her for it. I had to help the mechanic fix the bastard motor. The boy that normally works with him phoned in sick. Covered in oil I was. Raimundo popped down to keep me company, so I went back to his to get changed. You know how I hate being dirty. Jessica smiled. You never guess what? The kids are taking us out for a meal tonight, and they're paying for it. Eddie laughed. Well, that's a first. Are they fucking ill? Or are they hiding a terrible secret? A couple of hours later, Eddie was sitting in a restaurant with his wife and kids. Ain't this nice? Me, you and the twins, he said, squeezing his wife's hand. Jessica smiled. It's lovely. The waiter approached the table. Are we all ready to order? He asked. Ever the gentleman, Eddie urged Jessica and the kids to order first. And you, sir? The waiter asked. Usually Eddie liked his steak medium rare. Thinking of the state he'd made of Trotsy's face earlier, he smiled. I'll have a T-bone. I want it cooked rare. And bring us over a bottle of your finest champagne, please. Jessica and the kids all turned their noses up as Eddie's steak arrived. That looks like a live animal, Dad, Frankie complained. Your plate's smothered in blood, Joey moaned. You don't normally have your steak like that, dear, Jessica commented. Eddie savoured the taste as the steak mixed with blood slipped down his throat. Now he knew just how that Rottweiler had felt earlier. Chapter 27. On the morning of the twins' 16th birthday, Eddie was up at the crack of dawn. Where are you going? You promised you weren't working today, Jessica said sleepily. I'm not. I've got to go out and pick up a surprise for the twins, Eddie replied. Jessica sat up with a bolt. But they wanted money, and I've already got them a load of surprises to open. Eddie put on his tracksuit. I won't be long. Probably about an hour or so. I'll have a shower and shave when I get back. What time are your parents coming? Jessica was bemused. They're not coming till tomorrow, about 1. What have you got to pick up for the kids? Eddie laughed. That's for me to know and you to find out. Jessica was annoyed as he ran down the stairs and slammed the front door. She hated being kept in the dark, and she hoped he wasn't bringing home something impractical. He had a devious glint in his eye, and that was never a good sign with Eddie. Jessica had a quick shower, then woke the twins up. Come on, birthday boy and girl. I haven't allowed you to have a day off school so you can lie in bed all day. Oh, leave off, Mum. I'm tired, Frankie moaned. Joey jumped out of bed. Filled with excitement, he ran into his sister's room and leapt on top of her. Come on, Frankie, let's go and open our presents, he pleaded. Drop dead, Joey, Frankie mumbled. Knowing how his sister hated being tickled, Joey did just that. Come on, sweet 16 and never been kissed. Get your miserable ass out of bed, you boring cow. Fully awake by now, a defeated Frankie got up. Tutting, Jessica went downstairs to cook the twins a nice birthday fry-up. The way they spoke to one another was beyond belief at times, but she knew they didn't really mean what they said. They had inherited their father's warped sense of humour, unfortunately. Frankie plonked herself down at the kitchen table. "Where's Dad?" "Gone to pick up your birthday surprise, and don't ask me what it is because I haven't a clue," Jessica told her. "Can't we open our presents before breakfast?" Joey pleaded with his mum. "No, Joey. Wait till your dad gets back. He'll be upset if you open them and he's not here. Now, do you both want a sausage as well as some bacon?" Frankie threw her brother a sardonic look. "Let Joey have mine, Mum. He likes a nice juicy sausage." Joey aimed a sly kick Frankie's way. "Bitch," he whispered. Eddie smiled as the two new additions to the family sat quivering on Raymond's lap. "Fucking hell, Ed! Slow down, will ya? One's just pissed all over me." Eddie dropped his speed. Raimondo had a nice wet patch on the leg of his trousers. "What time is Polly coming?" "Is she staying with you tonight or arriving tomorrow?" Eddie said, struggling to contain his laughter. "I'm picking her up early tomorrow morning. She's working today," Raymond replied, annoyed that his £100 trousers were covered in slash. He was dreading tomorrow. Eddie and Jessica had already met Polly, but his mother and father hadn't. "Be warned. My mother's absolute brain damage. If she starts asking you loads of questions, don't feel you have to answer them. Me dad's okay, but him and me mother don't stop arguing," he'd warned Polly on the phone the previous night. Eddie read Raymond's thoughts and smiled. "I bet Joycey will have a field day. She's been dying to interrogate Polly ever since you first mentioned her." "I don't need reminding, Ed." "Ouch! That little fucker just bit me!" Raymond exclaimed. Chuckling, Eddie put his foot down and sped towards home. "Dad's been gone ages. Can't we just open a few presents, Mum?" Joey begged. "At least let us open one," Frankie whinged. Hearing her husband's tyres scrunch against the gravel outside, Jessica was relieved. The twins hadn't stopped moaning since the moment they'd opened their eyes. "He's here now. Go out and see what he's got for you," she told them. Jessica wiped the kitchen top down, and hearing whoops of delight went outside to see what all the fuss was about. "What the hell?" she said, as she spotted their presents bounding towards her. Eddie smiled at her. He hadn't asked Jessica's permission, as he knew she would say no. "The kids have always wanted a dog. Ain't they gorgeous?" he said anxiously. Jessica glared at her husband and her brother. She kept her house spotless, and didn't want it any other way. "Nothing to do with me," Raymond declared. She walked towards Eddie. "You should have asked me first. What breed are they? They won't get big, will they?" Eddie slung his arm around Jessica's shoulder. "Oh, look. The kids love 'em. It is their 16th, innit? They'll look after 'em, walk 'em and that." Jessica repeated her previous question. "They're Rottweiler puppies. They don't grow that big," Eddie lied. Desperate to get the smell of the dog's piss off his new trousers, Raymond went into the house to clean himself up. Eddie could be an impulsive bastard at times, and he could tell his sister wasn't amused. "Look, Mum, isn't he cute?" Frankie said, lifting one of the dogs up. "Can I have this one, Frankie? That one's mental like you, this one's the quiet one like me," Joey asked, his eyes shining. When he was little, he'd hated dogs, been petrified of them. These were adorable, though. Jessica clocked the twins' elation. How could she say no? She could hardly tell them they couldn't keep the pups, now that they'd seen them. Frankie and Joey would be heartbroken, and she would feel like the Wicked Witch of the West. Aware that Jessica was mellowing, Eddie told the kids to let their mother hold the puppies. "Aren't they meant to be dangerous, Rottweilers? I mean, say I get pregnant. We can't have them around a newborn," Jessica whispered to Eddie. "They'll be fine. I'll train 'em up as guard dogs. Since my dad died, I worry about you and the kids being alone in the house. There'll be protection for you when I'm at work, Eddie assured her. Yeah, but what about the baby? Jessica whispered again. We'll worry about that when the time comes. I can build a kennel outside, Eddie replied. Do you want to hold them, Mum? Joey asked. Not wanting to be a spoilsport, Jessica had little choice. Peering down at the two little funny faces, she smiled as they both licked her hands. Oh, they are sweet. What are you going to call them? She asked the twins. What about calling one Buster? That's a good name for a dog, Eddie spouted. I like Bruno, Frankie said immediately. I don't mind mine being called Buster, Dad. You did buy them for us, Joey said gratefully. Eddie ruffled his son's hair. That's sorted then. Let me have a shower and some breakfast and then we'll take a drive down to the pet shop. We'll buy them a bed and some toys. I've brought them some food already. Jessica smiled at the twins. Bring Buster and Bruno inside and you can open your other presents, she said. The rest of the day passed by in a happy bubble. The twins were thrilled with the acid-washed denims Jessica had brought them, and excitedly pocketed the £200 each that was in their cards. Frankie and Joey had begged their dad for mobile phones and couldn't believe their luck when they received one each. Jessica cooked spaghetti bolognese for dinner, the twins' favourite. By tea time, Buster and Bruno were flaked out in their doggy beds, looking pleased with their new surroundings. At 6 o'clock, Frankie elbowed Joey. They were meant to be going out at 8 and needed to get their asses in gear. Mum, Dad, is it okay if we stay round our friends tonight? We told you we were going to the pub in Raynham, didn't we? Well, Stacey said we can go back to hers and stay there after, Frankie asked politely. No, you're lucky you're allowed to go to the pub. You can come home at 12, Jessica said sternly. Frankie poked Joey. But Mum, we are 16 now. Dad has already charged our mobile phones and we'll carry them with us, Joey said, doing his bit for once. He had arranged to meet Dominic later, and along with Frankie they were going to a rave, then planned to stay in a nearby hotel. Say something, Eddie. They've only just got them dogs and already they want to leave us to look after them. Eddie shrugged. He would never let Frankie stay out all night alone, but Joey wasn't exactly a wild one, and he knew he would look after his sister. If you stay out, I want you back here by 8 in the morning. I also want you to ring home when you're in safely from the pub. I know everyone around this area, and if I find out either of you were drunk, you're grounded, Eddie told them. As the twins skipped happily upstairs to get ready, Jessica turned to her husband. We don't even know this Stacey's parents. The kids could be up to all sorts for all we know, she said. Look, they're leaving school in a couple of months, and then they'll be working, Jess. They can fucking leave home the age they are now if they want. We can't wrap 'em in cotton wool. We've got to give 'em some leeway. I mean, they ain't bad kids, are they? I know we caught 'em out playing hooky that time, but other than that, they've never given us major reasons not to trust 'em. As Buster and Bruno walked towards her, Jessica picked their little bodies up and sat them on her lap. I know you're right, Ed. I just worry about them, that's all. Eddie laid her head on his shoulder. Frankie and Joey will cause us no problems. They ain't the type. Trust me. Joey and Frankie met Dominic in the Albion pub in Raynham. A couple of Frankie's friends will be here soon, so we must be discreet, Joey warned his boyfriend. Dominic nodded understandingly. He knew Joey didn't want anyone to know about their relationship. Joey hadn't told him an awful lot about his father, but the few bits he had told him were enough to make him wary, and Dom guessed this was the reason why Joey insisted that they keep things secret. The more people that knew, the better chance of his dad finding out. Happy birthday to you, you're our smells of poo, sang Frankie's friends. Frankie giggled as she hugged Stacey, Demi and Paige. She didn't have that many girl mates, but these three were a bit tomboyish like herself. Along with David and Wesley, the girls were the crowd that she and Joey had bunked off school with, and they had all known one another for years. Where's David and Wesley? Paige inquired. Wesley's meant to be coming, but David can't make it, Frankie said, glancing at her brother. The relationship between Joey and David had never repaired itself since their couple of fumbles. David didn't even come out anymore if Frankie and Joey were going to be there. "Who's that?" "He's a sort." "How old is he?" Demi whispered to Frankie. Realising that Demi was pointing at Dominic, Frankie laughed. "His name is Dominic, he's 26 and I'm positive he ain't got a girlfriend." Stacey, Paige and Demi all had their tongues hanging out. "Where'd you know him from? Does he live round here?" Stacey asked. "He lives in North London. He's a mate of Joey's." "Now, shall we get drunk?" Frankie said, trying to change the subject. With the vodka and pineapple going down nicely, the girls talked excitedly about the night ahead. This rave lark was new to all of them, and they couldn't wait to try the experience. "Do you think we're dressed right?" Demi asked. Frankie shrugged. "Dunno. Joey's mate Dom said he's been to one up his way. He said it's casual, everyone wears jeans and trainers and stuff." Joey smiled as Dominic bent over to pick some money up he'd dropped. He only had to look at the muscles in Dominic's buttocks to experience a feeling of butterflies. "So, did you book the hotel?" he asked him. Dominic nodded. "There's nothing decent around here, so I got us into a little B&B. There's no bar, but I dropped my stuff off there and stocked the room up with drink. I booked 2 rooms, one for us and one for your sister and her mates. I asked for single beds, obviously. Don't worry, it won't look suspicious." Joey smiled. He'd been on double vodkas and already felt merry. "Fuck it. Come to me family barbie tomorrow. I'll get Frankie to invite her mates as well. If there's a crowd of us there, no one will bat an eyelid." Dominic was unsure. Joey's father sounded a bit too heavy for his liking. "I dunno. Say someone says something, Joey." Checking none of the girls were watching, Joey squeezed Dominic's hand. "There's only me, you, and Frankie that knows. No one's going to say anything. Come on, please say yes." Unable to say no to the beautiful blonde boy who had knocked him for 6, Dominic nodded his head. The Berwick Manor was set in the country lanes in the middle of nowhere. It didn't look like a nightclub, more like a massive country home. "Weird looking, innit?" Frankie said as she climbed out of the taxi. "Frankie, you've left your phone under the seat," her brother shouted. Frankie hated taking out a handbag. She felt like a right girlie, so had shoved her phone and fags into a carrier bag. The phone weighed a bloody ton and was a poxy nuisance to lug around, especially if she wanted to dance later on. She snatched at the carrier bag. "Look after it for me, Joey, please," she pleaded. Dominic laughed. He liked Joey's sister. She was a top girl. "Here, give it to me. I'll keep it safe for you," he told her. Frankie smiled. "If he weren't queer, I'd have gone for him myself," she whispered to Joey. "Shut up," Joey said, as he pushed her towards the entrance. Inside, the place was rocking, and Frankie's eyes lit up. "This is amazing," she said, as she stared at the funky, trendy people cluttering the dance floor. The music was different, amazing, and there was a handsome-looking guy with dreadlocks spinning the tunes. Everyone looked so relaxed and happy, and Frankie had never seen anything like it. "Shall I get a drink? Everyone seems to be on water," Joey said to Dominic. Older and wiser, Dominic laughed. "They take ease at these places. Water's all they drink." Joey stood with a confused expression plastered across his face. "What's an E?" "Ecstasy tablets. New things out they are. They've all been taking them in the city where I work." With ears like a bat, Frankie turned to Dominic. "What do E's do? Have you tried one? Are they any good?" Dominic smiled. "No idea. I've never taken one. But judging by the looks on the faces on the dance floor, they're all right. The guys I work with reckon they're wicked. Apparently you get this euphoric feeling when you take them and you just love everybody." Wandering back to her friends, Frankie ordered another round. "4 vodkas with pineapple and 2 vodkas with orange," she shouted to the barman. "Oi! Stop pushing in. I was before you," a voice said. About to let rip at the lad standing next to her, Frankie looked at him, and for the first time in her life was totally lost for words. He was as fit as a fiddle, had dark floppy hair and the brightest green eyes she'd ever seen.
"What's up? Cat got your tongue?" he asked her, laughing.
"Go on. You go first," Frankie mumbled. She couldn't look him in the eye. He was drop-dead gorgeous and making her insides go all funny.
"I'll have 2 lagers, mate, 4 bottles of water, and whatever this lady wants," the lad said.
Struggling to find her voice, Frankie turned to him. "I'm fine. I have my own money and I've got to get around," she mumbled. The lad laughed as he waved a big wad at her.
"Can't a man buy a lady a drink? I'll get the round," he insisted.
With her eyes desperately searching for her brother and their mates, Frankie was annoyed that she couldn't see them. "Whatever. Just hurry up. I've lost the people I'm with," she told him. The lad chuckled.
"Ungrateful little filly you are, ain't you?"
As his face broke into a cheeky smile, Frankie smiled back. He had the most perfect teeth and appealing face she'd ever seen.
"I definitely recognise you from somewhere.
Do you come down here all the time?" he asked her. Frankie shook her head. "Nah, first time I've been here. I like it though, it's proper."
The lad laughed. "Hark at you, proper. I bet you're a right little handful, ain't you?"
Frankie swallowed a drink and then necked her brother's double. Suddenly full of Dutch courage, she gave it back to the lad. "Who do you think you are, you cheeky bastard?" "Actually, you do look familiar, like something out of a horror movie," she said, giggling.
"You all right?"
Joey said, reappearing. Frankie handed him the drinks. "Sorry, I forgot to get your one. Where are Dominic and the girls?"
"We're over by the dance floor. I've still got a drink, so don't worry about mine." "Are you sure you're okay?" Joey asked, looking at the boy standing next to her.
Frankie nodded. "I'm fine. I'll be over in a minute." The lad smiled as Joey walked away.
"That ain't your boyfriend, so who is it? Your brother?"
Frankie nodded. "How did you know he weren't my boyfriend?" The boy smirked.
"Too normal. You go for tough boys. A bit like myself."
Frankie grinned at his cheekiness. "You're so full of yourself. Has anyone ever told you that?"
The lad chuckled. "Every day, sugar pie. I swear I know you from somewhere. What's your name?"
"My name's Frankie. What's yours?"
The lad shook her hand. "Extremely pleased to meet you, Frankie. I'm Jed. Jed O'Hara."
Chapter 28. As the recognition hit her, Frankie nearly dropped her glass in shock. "I think we have met before. At a party when we were young," she mumbled.
"What party? Where?" Jed asked her.
Frankie Mitchell. Eddie Mitchell's daughter. I can't remember where the party was, but I think your dad and my dad made you and my brother fight with one another in a boxing ring. I can't remember exactly what happened, but I think you beat my brother because my mum was hysterical."
Jed laughed. "I know your face, but I don't remember the fight. My father made me spar with so many kids over the years I sort of lost count."
With her heart pounding, Frankie gratefully accepted Jed's offer of another drink. "Let me take these drinks back to me mates. They'll think I've gone missing," she said.
"You go and tell your brother that you're okay, and we'll meet back here in 5 minutes. I'll buy you another drink then. The music's proper loud, innit? We can go outside and talk," Jed said, grinning at her. "Who's that boy? How do you know him?" Joey asked, as Frankie appeared by his side.
"We've met before," Frankie replied casually. This was neither the time nor the place to mention the name Jed O'Hara. Joey was a drama queen at the best of times. "Where are the girls?" Frankie asked Joey. Joey pointed towards the dance floor.
"Dom's such a show-off, he's teaching them some new moves. I'm going to join him. You coming?"
Frankie shook her head. "I'm going to stand at the bar and have a drink with that boy I know."
Joey smirked. "You like him, don't you? It's written all over your face."
"No, I don't. I'm just chatting, that's all," Frankie said, agitated. Joey was full of suspicion as he watched his sister walk away. They knew all the same people, and he wondered where Frankie knew the lad from.
"Are you okay?" Dominic asked.
as Joey joined him on the dance floor. "Yeah, sort of. Do us a favour, Dom, you're taller than me. Keep an eye on Frankie. She's standing up the bar with some bloke with dark hair. I don't like the look of him. I don't know why, but keep watch for me." "Frankie will be fine. You're just being overprotective, as any decent brother should," Dominic whispered in his ear. Frankie felt like an idiot as she stood up at the bar, alone. "Want to dance?" some spotty-faced jerk in dungarees asked her. "Fuck off!" she replied angrily. "Worried I'd forgotten about you, was you?" said a voice beside her. Jed's confidence was appealing, and Frankie couldn't help but giggle. "I was hoping you had. I prefer him over there," she said, pointing at Mr. Dungarees. Jed laughed. "Let's go outside. We can have a proper chat. I can't hear myself thinking here." As she followed Jed outside, Frankie was nervous, but also excited. The Berwick Manor was remote, and apart from a few revellers and a mass of parked cars, the outside was a kind of ghost town. "Follow me," Jed said, leading her away from the car park. After a 5-minute walk, Jed grabbed her hand and sat down by a tree. Not backwards in coming forwards, he pinned Frankie down on the sweet-smelling grass and plunged his tongue down the back of her throat. Frankie succumbed to his kiss, and then, as realisation kicked in, pushed him away. "I thought you wanted to talk," she said defensively. Jed smiled. Her face was even prettier when she was angry. His mum was always trying to fix him up with fellow travelling girls, but he preferred gorgers. He'd slept with loads, but none of them had captured his heart. They were too common and tarty for him. Not like Frankie. She was feisty and beautiful. Jed held her hand. "Sorry about that. I didn't mean to be forward, but I had to kiss you. I remember you now. You were the little Rawny who stole my heart at Pat Murphy's party. Memory like an elephant, me. I think you came to me dad's house once and I sat in a car with you." Frankie didn't remember going to his house. "How comes we ain't bumped into one another over the years, then? Your dad lives near me, don't he?" she asked. "I moved away. Me old mum caught me father at it, so we went to live in Basildon. Didn't like it there much, although there was a good nightclub down the A127. Elliot's it was called, but I think it's shut down now. Shame. I could have taken you there for our first date." Frankie smiled. This boy was gorgeous. "What are you trying to say? Do you want me to go out with you?" she asked shyly. Trying his luck again, Jed chuckled as he held her down. As he lay on top of her, he knew she was aware of his erect penis rubbing against her. "I'll take you anywhere you want. I'll treat you like a proper princess. Come out with me tomorrow." Frankie had never felt so sexual in her life. Richard Jones at school had tried to rub himself against her once. She had frozen and then punched him in the cock. Richard had screamed in agony and had never spoken to her again. With Jed it was different. His eyes, his cheeky smile, his erection. She was hooked by it all. "I can't come out tomorrow. It's mine and Joey's 16th birthday today, and me parents have organised this boring family barbecue for us." Feeling himself getting a little bit too excited, Jed rolled off her. "What about Sunday?" "Meet me Sunday." Frankie nodded. "OK. Where and when?" Jed laughed. She wanted him and he knew it. "I've got a mobile phone. I'll give you my number and you can ring me tomorrow. Anyway, tonight's not over yet." As he kissed her again, Frankie felt an unusual sensation wash over her. She'd always known she wasn't gay, like her brother, but most of the boys she'd met had done nothing for her. "Just stroke it for me," Jed panted, placing her hand on his big hard cock. Frankie felt the fullness of it through his jeans. She'd never really touched one before, and it was massive, like a snake. "Do you want to see it?" Jed asked her. "Frankie, are you out here? Frankie, where are you?" "Shit, it's me brother," Frankie said. She pushed Jed away, stood up and pulled herself together. "I'm over here, Joey. Just having a chat. I'm coming back in now." Joey glared at Frankie as she reappeared, looking dishevelled. "What have you been doing?" he whispered accusingly. "Nothing. Don't fucking start on me." You back the other way, remember? She spat back at him. Annoyed, Joey grabbed Dominic's arm. Come on, leave her to it. We're going back inside, he said. Jed held Frankie's hand as they walked towards the entrance of the club. Doherty. Is he the other way, your brother? Frankie shook her head. Not as far as I know. He's had loads of girls, she lied. Chuckling, Jed tilted her chin and kissed her with a passion. I think you'll find he is, Frankie. I reckon that geezer with him is his boyfriend. Frankie shrugged. She wasn't about to start discussing her brother's private life with anyone. As soon as they re-entered the Berwick, Jed went to get some more drinks, and Frankie searched for Joey. What you got the ump about? Where have the girls gone? She asked, as she caught sight of him. Joey spoke abruptly to her. The girls have all gone to a party in Dagenham. They met some lads they knew. What was you doing with that boy? You were doing something, Frankie. Having a fucking kiss and cuddle, is that all right? Don't go all psycho on me, Joey. I'm sure if I can accept the way you are and what you get up to, then you can accept that I'm only human too. Feeling a bit silly, Joey hugged her. I'm sorry, Frankie. You've never really had much track with boys, and I was just worried about you. Who is he, anyway? He don't come from round here, does he? He's got a funny accent. Too frightened to spill the beans, Frankie lied. His name's John, and I know him through an old friend of mine. I'm not sure where he comes from, but I think he's from up north or somewhere. Me and Dom have had enough of it here now. We might go back to the B&B. Are you coming? You can bring John if you like. Dom's got some drink, Joey said, hoping she'd forgiven him. Frankie smiled. Give us 5 minutes and I'll ask him if he wants to come. Jed laughed as Frankie repeated the story. So I've got to pretend I'm called fucking John now, have I? Please. I've been thinking about that party years ago and you knocked Joey out if I remember rightly. I don't want him to remember who you are. Desperate to get the beautiful Frankie alone in a bedroom, Jed promised he would keep his trap shut. I'll just say goodbye to me mates. Give us a minute, he told Frankie. Where are you, mates? Shall I come with you? Frankie asked him. My mates are vultures. They'll take one look at you and they'll all want you for themselves. Stay here and wait for me, Jed told her. Are you ready? Joey said, spotting his sister standing alone. Frankie looked around. Jed had been gone ages now and she was worried he'd had a change of heart. As she saw him bowling towards her, relief flooded through her body. Here he is, she told her brother. Outside the Berwick, Dominic jumped in a taxi. I've got me pickup truck here. Come with me, Jed told Frankie. Unable to say no, Frankie told Dominic and Joey to go on ahead and climbed into the Toyota Hilux. As Jed expertly swung out of the car park and followed the taxi, she smiled at him. How old are you? When did you pass your test? She asked him, impressed. Jed laughed. I'm younger than you dinlo. Us travelling boys don't need driving licences. We're taught from an early age how to drive. I've been tugged before. Got away with it, I did. I told the gaffers I was me brother. Me cousin gets hold of bent insurance certificates. Filled it out myself, I did. The gaffers are mugs, they know nothing. What's gaffers mean? Frankie asked, bemused by his slang. The police, you dinlo, Jed said, laughing. The B&B was a shithole bang opposite the A13. It wasn't built to be paradise, but to serve a purpose for workmen and party-goers. We'll go in me brother's room. His mate, Dom, has got a load of drink in there, Frankie informed Jed. You go and grab the drink off them. I want to spend some time alone with you, Frankie. We can't chat properly in front of your brother. Dominic handed Frankie a bottle of vodka and 2 cartons of orange juice. Are you sure you're going to be okay, Frankie? Please don't do anything you'll regret in the morning, Joey begged her. Headstrong, Frankie waved away her brother's fears. Used to have a good time. Don't make the wall shake, she giggled, as she shut their door. Taking a deep breath, she entered the other room. Come here, sexy, Jed said, smiling at her. As Frankie got under the flimsy quilt, she realised that Jed had taken his jeans and pants off. Stop it, she squealed, as he put a hand on his penis. She'd never felt a naked one before, and it reminded her of the raw jumbo sausage that her dad cooked at barbecues. Laughing, Jed poured out 2 large vodkas and handed her one. "You ever tried an E?" he asked her. Frankie shook her head. "I've heard about them, though," she replied casually. She had to sound knowledgeable. She didn't want Jed to think she was some stupid schoolgirl. Jed leant out of the bed and pulled a small plastic bag out of his jeans. "I got a couple here. Shall we do one?" he asked her. "I dunno. I've got to be home early," Frankie said awkwardly. Jed put one on his tongue and washed it down with vodka. "Come on, it's your birthday. Enjoy yourself," he urged her. Desperate not to look boring, Frankie took the white tablet from him and swallowed it. "There's my girl. American burger, that is. They're the bollocks, they are. Make you feel horny, they do." Frankie poured herself another vodka and orange. The tablet looked just like a paracetamol, and she was sure it wouldn't do much to her. Jed had a portable radio in the front of his truck, and had brought it up to the room with him. "I need a slash. Find a station," he asked Frankie, as he put his jeans back on. Frankie got off the bed and felt herself go all weird. She felt happy but very sick at the same time. As Jed came out of the toilet, she raced towards it. "I feel funny. I think I'm going to be sick," she mumbled. Jed chuckled. "Bring it up. Looks like seaweed, it does. Once you've spewed, you'll feel fine." Frankie's heart was pounding as she looked at the weird-coloured stuff that had come from her stomach. "Wow!" she said out loud. Jed wasn't wrong. She now felt amazing. Bounding out of the bathroom, Frankie grabbed his hand. "Turn the music up! Let's dance!" she screamed. Frankie and Jed's high lasted all night. At 6 a.m, Jed urged Frankie to lie on the bed with him. "I want you to be my woman, Frankie," he told her earnestly. As his tongue connected with hers, Frankie let out a moan. "Let me fuck you," Jed whispered in her ear. Frankie shook her head. She might be high, but she still knew what was right and wrong. "I do like you, Jed, but not tonight, not yet. I've only just met you." Jed couldn't help himself. He usually got his own way with every bird he went for. He held his penis in his hand and tried to guide it inside Frankie. "No! I said no!" Frankie said angrily. "Just let me put it in. If you don't like it, I'll pull it straight back out again," Jed pleaded with her. As he tried to enter her, Frankie pushed him away. She wasn't ready for this. It wasn't right. "Please, let me do it," Jed begged her. "No! I said no, and I mean fucking no," Frankie told him. "Just wank me off then. Please," Jed said, grabbing Frankie's hand. Fuming, Frankie squeezed his balls as hard as she could. Jed let out an almighty yelp. "Why'd you do that?" he shouted. "I've had enough now, Jed. I'm going home," Frankie said, as she jumped out of the bed. "I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself. You make me so horny." "Let me drive you home," Jed begged her. He liked this girl. She was so different from the others who always spread their legs so easily. Frankie shook her head. "You stay here. I have to go home with Joey. My parents will go mad if we come home separately." Searching for the pen he always carried on him, Jed grabbed Frankie's hand and wrote his number on her arm. "Please ring me, Frankie. I'm sorry if I was a bit forward, but it was only because I like you so much. Come out with me on Sunday. I'll treat you like a princess, I promise." Frankie's emotions were out of control. Meeting Jed had blown her mind, and her sensible side told her he was very wrong for her indeed. "I don't know, Jed. My dad and your dad don't get on. It ain't gonna work," she told him bluntly. Jed walked towards her and hugged her in a way she had never been hugged before. "Trust me. We'll make it work. Fuck our dads. Who cares what they think? I like you like me, and nothing else matters. Let's try and make a go of it, eh? What do you say?" As Jed grinned, Frankie's heart pounded. He wasn't just trying it on. He actually was into her. With the E frazzling her brain, Frankie didn't know if she was coming or going. How could she be with Jed? He'd just tried to shag her without her consent. Desperate to get away from him, she picked up her jacket. "Goodbye, Jed. It was nice meeting you. Take care of yourself." Chapter 29. Jessica breathed a sigh of relief as she heard the front door close and the twins creep up the stairs. Joey had rung home last night as promised, but it still hadn't lessened her worry. She could never relax when the kids stayed out, and she'd lie awake imagining all sorts. Hearing a strange whining noise, she nudged her husband. "Ed, wake up. One of the dogs sounds like it's crying. Go and make sure it's okay."
"All dogs whine. It'll be fine, Jess," Eddie said grumpily.
He'd been in a deep sleep and wasn't happy being woken. "Oh, listen to the poor little mite. Go and see to him, Ed. I might want to go out to do toilets. You brought them home. Go on, up you get." Mumbling obscenities to himself, Eddie threw on his tracky bottoms and stomped downstairs. The twins lay top to toe in Joey's bed. Neither of them was sleepy, and they were whispering excitedly about the previous evening. As Frankie gabbled on, Joey sat up and stared at her. "You've taken something, ain't you? Your pupils look massive and you're talking all weird."
"No, I ain't,"
Frankie said defensively. She could still feel the effects of the ecstasy tablet and still felt quite high.
"You're lying. Did that fucking John give you drugs?"
Joey asked, his temper rising.
"Shh.
Mum and Dad will hear. Do you want to cause a riot?"
If you must know, I'd half of one of them E's in the Berwick. Jed never gave it to me, somebody else did."
Joey couldn't believe how stupid she'd been. If their parents found out, the pair of them would be grounded for life.
"Don't ever do that again, Frankie. You don't know what's in the bloody things. And who's Jed? I thought the bloke you was with was called John."
Frankie took a deep breath. She couldn't tell anyone who Jed was. Not yet, anyway.
"I said, John, you must be hearing things," she told Joey.
"Are you going to see him again?" Joey asked.
"I don't know. I need to get some sleep now. I'm going back to my own room,"
Frankie replied haughtily. Joey grabbed her arm.
"You haven't told me what happened yet. Did you do anything with him? You didn't have sex with him, did you?"
"No, of course I didn't,"
Frankie replied, pulling her arm away. Joey questioning her was making her feel paranoid, and she needed to be left alone.
"I'll tell you all the gory details later," she whispered,
as she shut his bedroom door. Frankie walked into her own room and quietly closed the door. She sat down at her dressing table and studied herself in the mirror. She looked out of it. Her eyes were the giveaway.
"Shit,"
she mumbled, as she remembered the barbecue that was planned for later. She cursed herself for having taken the bloody tablet in the first place. How was she meant to sit and be normal in front of her parents and grandparents when she felt totally out of her nut? She crawled into bed and shut her eyes. Jed's face was at the forefront of her mind. He'd been too forward for her liking, but no boy had ever made her feel the way he had. Frankie had taken Jed's number, but she hadn't given him hers. She shut her eyes and pictured Jed's face. He had eyes that twinkled when he smiled. She loved his lopsided grin, his dark, wavy hair. Even his funny accent sent her pulse racing. Thinking of his rock-hard penis, Frankie shuddered with excitement. Jed might be bad news, but she had to see him again. It was the only way to get him out of her system. Joyce and Stanley arrived promptly at 1 on the dot.
"Are Raymond and Polly here yet?"
were the first words out of Joyce's mouth.
"No, they're coming later,"
Jessica said, ushering her parents into the lounge.
"Where are the twins?" Stanley asked.
"In bloody bed. Went out with their friends last night, they did, and they're still in the land of Nod,"
Jessica replied in annoyance.
"What the hell is that?"
Joyce screamed, as 2 bundles of fluff jumped onto her lap. Eddie smiled at his mother-in-law's horrified expression.
"Meet Buster and Bruno, Joycey, the new additions to the Mitchell household."
Begrudgingly stroking their heads, Joyce was appalled as Buster got a little overexcited and urinated on her dress.
"Oh, look at me new frock! Get 'em off me! Quick, take 'em away!" she screamed.
Stanley and Eddie looked at one another and burst out laughing. "Don't worry, Mum, I'll get a cloth. It'll come out, it's only a little splash," Jessica said, glaring at the men. Eddie followed Jessica into the kitchen. "I've got a bit of a confession to make, babe. I rang me Uncle Reg yesterday and invited him over for the barbie. I felt a bit guilty because I ain't seen much of him recently. I didn't think he'd accept, but he rang me back and said Paulie and Ronnie are coming too." Jessica was not impressed. "Oh, Ed, it's meant to be the kids' birthday party. They barely know your family." Eddie hugged his wife and kissed her on the forehead. "I'm sorry. It just escalated and I could hardly say no. Come on, cheer up. I picked another few trays of meat up, so we've got plenty of grub. It's only one day, Jess. We can get through it, me and you." Jessica sighed. Eddie's family turning up was the last thing she needed, but she could hardly tell him to uninvite them at this late stage. For years, Eddie had welcomed her family with open arms, so it wouldn't exactly hurt her to entertain his for once. She smiled at him. "Don't worry, Ed. We'll all have a great day. Can you pour Mum and Dad some drinks while I go and wake our lazy children?" Joey got showered and dressed, then sat on Frankie's bed while she got ready. "Do my eyes look okay now?" she asked him. She'd managed to doze off for a few hours and felt a damn sight better than she had earlier. "You don't look as bad as before. In fact, you look much better," Joey told her honestly. "What time did you tell Dom to arrive?" Frankie asked him. Joey felt himself shudder. Inviting Dominic had seemed a good idea last night, when he was inebriated, but in the cold light of day he was now shitting himself. "Wesley's picking him up in a cab from the B&B. I wish I hadn't invited him now. You don't think Mum or Dad or our mates will clock on, do you, sis?" Frankie shook her head. "Dominic looks as straight as a die, and if he's coming with Wesley, no one will bat an eyelid." Joey breathed a sigh of relief. "Who did you invite?" "I asked a couple of other boys in the Berwick. I hope they don't turn up. I barely know them." Frankie laughed. "I invited Stacey, Demi and Paige. I can't remember who else. I was a bit pissed. We better warn all of them not to mention the Berwick Manor. Mum and Dad think we went to Stacey's after the pub, remember?" "You tell the girls to keep stum, and I'll tell the lads." "Did you invite that John?" Joey asked. Shaking her head, Frankie applied some lip gloss. "Nah, I'm not even sure if I'm going to see him again." "Frankie! Joey! Everyone's waiting for you down here," Jessica yelled. She was getting more annoyed by their no-show by the minute. "Come on," Joey said, dragging his sister away from the mirror. Considering it had poured with rain the day before, the weather was glorious. There wasn't a cloud in the sky, and the sun was scorching. Eddie sat out in the grounds with his uncle, brothers and Dougie. "Where's Raimondo?" Paulie asked. "He'll be here soon. So will Gary and Ricky," Eddie replied. Desperate to meet her son's posh girlfriend, Joyce was up and down like a yo-yo. "Will you sit down and come away from that bloody window, woman?" Stanley scolded her. Joyce gave him one of her looks. "No, I won't. Now shut your face, you miserable old goat, and drink your bleeding beer." Gary and Ricky arrived and handed Jessica a big bunch of flowers. "We brought the twins something, but these are for you," Ricky told her. "You shouldn't have. Your dad's in the garden." "Thanks, boys," she said, kissing them both on the cheek. Joey hovered nervously in the hallway. "What's the matter, love?" Jessica asked him. "Nothing. Just waiting for my friends to arrive," he replied anxiously. "You're acting like a right twerp. Have a couple of drinks for fuck's sake, else you give yourself away," Frankie whispered to him. "All right if me and Joey have another drink, Mum," Frankie said, already topping up their glasses. "I suppose so. It is your birthday party, but don't go too mad. How was your night out? You haven't said much about it," Jessica asked. As she screwed the lid back onto the vodka bottle, Frankie smiled. "It was a bit boring, to be honest, Mum." The ringing of the doorbell stopped Jessica from prying any more. "Get that, Joey," she yelled. Joey's heart leapt as he answered it. "Come in, Dom." All right, Wes. Say hello to me mum, boys, he said, as calmly as he could. Jessica kissed Wesley, then turned her attention to Dominic. Nice to meet you at last. I know my Joey spends hours talking to you on the phone, but we haven't met before, have we? No, Mrs. Mitchell, Dominic answered politely. Jessica was shocked by Dominic's appearance. He was obviously into bodybuilding or something, and looked years older than Joey or Wesley. Dominic had been in this situation in the past with other boyfriends' parents. He knew exactly how to play it. Your Joey likes coming out with me, Mrs. Mitchell. We pull so many girls, we're babe magnets, aren't we, Joey? He joked. Joey nodded dumbly. Frankie's pals arrived shortly after Joey's. Where did you sneak off to last night? Joey said you went to a party in Dagenham, Frankie asked them. Our night was probably boring compared to yours. The party was crap. Who was that boy you were with? Stacey pried. He was gorgeous, Demi added. I've never seen you behave like that before, Frankie. You looked well loved up with him, you did, Paige giggled. Oh, I've known him for years. It's a long story, I'll tell you later. Don't mention him in front of me parents, and don't mention the Berwick Manor. If anyone asks, we went to the pub, then back to yours, Stacey. Joyce heard a car engine and almost flew towards the window. Here they are! Oh, she's pretty, Stanley. Looks posh, she does. A bit thin. I'll have to get Raymond to bring her round ours. I can soon fatten her up. Looks like she needs a good dinner, she does. Stanley scowled at his wife. She had just moved quicker than his bloody pigeons could. For Christ's sake, Joycey, don't start with your comments and embarrass our Raymond, will you? Joyce looked at Stanley as though he was something on the bottom of her shoe. Since when have I ever embarrassed anyone? She asked innocently. As her son and Polly walked towards her, Joyce smiled at the girl and, unable to stop herself, did a little curtsy. Whatever are you doing, Mother? Raymond asked her. Joyce ignored him. Pleased to meet you, Polly. My Raymond's told me so much about you. This is my husband, Stanley. Stanley, stand up and shake Polly's hand. Jessica stood in the doorway with Vicky. Unable to stifle their laughter, they fled back to the kitchen. Raymond followed them. Mother's off her fucking head! Pour Polly a glass of red wine, sis. I'll have a beer. This is going to be a nightmare, I just know it. Yes, another lager, Ed. You got any stronger than 5%? Ronnie asked his brother. Eddie put a load of cold beers in a black dustbin in the garden and filled it with blocks of ice. I don't know what's in there. I'll have a look for you, he said. Ronnie raced towards the bin in his wheelchair. I'll have the Stella. 5.2, that is, he said, snatching 2 cans. Eddie sat back down. He and Paulie had just been discussing their father's murder. So, where do we go from here? I've chased up Dad's old contacts in the filth and they still reckon they ain't got nothing. They said they never found as much as a fingerprint, Paulie said. Eddie felt the usual fire in his belly as he discussed his father's death. He had spoken to every underworld contact he knew 10 times over, and no one had heard anything. The old Bill still reckoned it was something to do with the kids that had been hanging around the area being a nuisance, but Eddie wasn't so sure. How could a bunch of kids bludgeon to death a gangland legend and not leave a fucking clue? Eddie swallowed his beer in one go. I'll pop round to see all Dad's neighbours again this week. I'll knock on every door for miles if I have to. Some cunt must know, or at least have heard something. Paulie nodded. It just don't seem fucking feasible. None of it, does it? Eddie stood up. He needed a refill. The conversation was making him thirsty. Face etched with anger, he faced his brother. Don't worry, Paulie. I'll find out who did it. And when I get my hands on the cunt, I will torture him for weeks. I'll starve him, burn him, cut him, then pull all his teeth and fingernails out one by one. By the time I've finished, whoever did it will wish they'd never been born. Jessica was sweating in the dress she had on. She went upstairs to get changed into a vest top and shorts. She would have liked to have put on her bikini and jumped into the swimming pool, but didn't feel comfortable in front of Eddie's family, She'd noticed Ronnie leering at her in the past and was sure he was a pervert. Vicky giggled as Jessica sat down next to her. She had mixed them up some cocktails, and they'd been having a right old laugh at the expense of Eddie's family. "Shut your legs, Jess. Quick! The pervert's looking over," Vicky said, laughing. Jessica glanced at Ronnie out of the corner of her eye. She had dark sunglasses on, so he couldn't see her looking at him. "I never liked him when I first got with Eddie. He was really jealous of our relationship," she told Vicky. "Is his wife here?" Vicky asked. "No, of course not. Sharon's not his wife. She's his girlfriend, the poor cow. Neither Paulie nor Reg have brought their other halves either. I reckon they keep all their women shut in cupboards indoors. The only time I've ever seen them out is at weddings or funerals." Vicky smiled. "I wouldn't put up with that, would you? I mean, I know Dougie usually leaves me and stands with the men, but that doesn't bother me. I wouldn't be left indoors all the time, though, would you?" Jessica shook her head. "That's one thing I must say about my Eddie. He can be a sod at times, but he's always put me and the kids first. He's a real family man, he is." Glancing back at Ronnie, Vicky started to giggle again. "Do you reckon his todger works if he's paralysed?" Jessica burst out laughing. "Shut up, Vicky! For Christ's sake! You've just put me off me pina colada." Joyce couldn't help herself. Every time Polly and Raymond walked away, she reappeared by their side like a shadow. "So, how long has your father been in the jewellery business, Polly? Raymond says he has lots of shops. How many exactly has he got?" Sighing at Polly, Raymond linked arms with his mother and gently led her away. "Mum, you're going a bit over the top now. Polly's come here to socialise, not be interrogated. Sit down and have a drink with Dad. You can meet Polly another time. Perhaps I'll bring her round yours one day or something." "That'll be nice, dear," Joyce said, smiling. Spotting what her husband had done, Joyce's smile disappeared. "What the bloody hell have you got on your bonce? Take it off, Stanley." "It's only me handkerchief. The sun's burning me scalp. It's all right for you, you've got hair," Stanley moaned. Joyce snatched the handkerchief off his head. "What will Polly think? You look like something out of It Ain't Half Hot, Mum, you silly old bastard." Stacey, Demi and Paige sat with their mouths wide open as Frankie told them all about her liaison with Jed. "So, was his Willie big?" Demi asked. "I suppose so. I dunno. I've never seen a real one before," Frankie replied, giggling. Seeing her brother, Dominic and Wesley heading their way, she told the girls to say no more. "I really like that Dominic. Can't you put a word in for me?" Stacey begged her. If only she knew, Frankie thought, as she nodded her head. "I'm going to the toilet, and then I'll get me Dad to put some music on," she told the girls. Eddie was busy on barbecue duty. "All right, sweetheart. Tell yours and Joey's mates that the food's ready now," he told Frankie. Frankie gave him a hug. "What's that for?" he asked. "Dunno. 'Cause I love you, I suppose," Frankie replied guiltily. "Who's that geezer standing over there with you? The tall one with the dark hair? Looks older than your crowd," Eddie asked. He didn't trust strangers, especially in his house. "Oh, that's Wesley's mate, Dominic. Me and Joey know him well. He's a really nice person, Dad." Satisfied with Frankie's explanation, Eddie winked at his daughter and held up a burnt-looking steak on a large fork. "Grubs up, everybody," he bellowed. Frankie went upstairs, sat on her bed and searched through her purse. When she'd come in this morning, she'd written Jed's number on a piece of paper, then washed it off her arm. She was tempted to ring him and arrange a date for the following day. Staring at his number, she switched on her mobile. Should she? Shouldn't she? "Hello, yous two," she said, as Buster and Bruno came tottering towards her. Shoving the piece of paper into her bedside drawer, she switched off her phone and went back to the party. Jessica had prepared 3 massive bowls of salad. She'd also made coleslaw and warmed up loads of garlic bread. "Help yourselves, there's plenty more in the kitchen," she urged everybody.
As Jessica sat down to eat hers, she studied her son from behind her glasses. She was intrigued by what she saw. The way he and Dominic were looking at one another wasn't normal. They looked at each other the way she looked at Eddie. As the two lads walked towards the barbecue, Jessica noticed Joey slyly pinch Dominic's bum. "Oh my God," she said out loud. "Whatever's wrong? Are you okay, Jess?" Vicky asked, concerned. Jessica chucked her plate on the grass and jumped out of her seat. "No, I'm not. In fact, I think I'm going to be sick."
Chapter 30. Eddie waved goodbye to the last of the guests and shut the front door. "Are you okay? You've been ever so quiet, and you look really pale," he asked Jessica.
"I've got a terrible migraine. Are Gary and Ricky still here?"
Jessica replied. Eddie nodded and gave his wife a big cuddle. "I thought it was a great party. Even Ronnie behaved himself, and that's a first." Jessica nodded. "I was enjoying it earlier before I came over bad." "The twins got some nice presents, didn't they? Did you see their faces when your mother brought the cake out and made everybody sing happy birthday? They were well embarrassed, and their friends were taking the right piss out of them." Jessica kissed Eddie on the lips.
"I'm going to bed now. You sit up and have a nightcap with Gary and Ricky. I'll tidy up in the morning when I feel a bit better."
"Sweet dreams," Eddie whispered lovingly. Jessica barely slept at all that night. Her mind was in turmoil as she tried to convince herself that Joey was straight and she was wrong. She pictured herself at Joey's age. She'd been knocking about with her old friend Mary then. Had they ever pinched one another's bottoms for a laugh, or looked at one another romantically? No, they hadn't. As much as she hated to admit it, Jessica wondered if, deep down, she'd always known that Joey was different. He had brought girls to the house over the years, and had even introduced them as his girlfriends, but Jessica had never been fooled. Seeing him with Dominic earlier, the closeness between them, the affectionate glances, was proof of something she had desperately tried to avoid. Joey was still her son. She would love him, whatever he was. But Eddie certainly wouldn't. One sniff of her son's sexuality coming out into the open, and there would be murders. Literally. 2 doors away, Frankie was also unable to sleep properly. Every time she shut her eyes, Jed O'Hara's face disrupted her thoughts. At 8 a.m. she got out of bed and took the piece of paper out of the drawer. She switched on her mobile phone. It was so early, he probably wasn't even awake yet. Punching in his number, she held her breath. Her heart was beating like a drum, and as he answered, she could barely speak through her nervousness.
"All right? It's Frankie," she mumbled.
Jed laughed. "You took your time ringing me, didn't you?"
"You're awake then?"
Frankie said stupidly.
"Of course I'm awake, you dinlow. I'm talking to you, ain't I?"
Sensing her apprehension, Jed smiled. He often had this effect on women, and he was used to it. "What you up to?" "Meet me in half hour," he told her. Frankie nearly dropped the phone in shock.
"It's only just gone 8. I haven't had a shower yet. I need some time to get ready."
"Well, make it an hour then. Shall I pick you up from outside your house?" Jed asked.
"No, don't pick me up from here. Where else can I meet you?"
Jed chuckled. He was dying to see Frankie again. "You know where my house is, don't you? Just before you get there, in the direction you're coming from, there's a lay-by on the left. I'll meet you there, say 9:30. Frankie smiled.
"See you then."
"And Frankie, don't put on too much makeup. I want to see that pretty face of yours." Frankie felt faint as she ended the phone call. She didn't have a clue what to wear, and had very little time to get ready. Hearing Frankie switch the shower off, Jessica got out of bed. Joey and Frankie were as close could be, and if anyone knew his sordid secret, it was Frankie. She gently tapped on her daughter's bedroom door.
"This is all I fucking need,"
Frankie muttered, as she chucked half her wardrobe onto the floor.
"Can I come in, love?"
Jessica whispered.
"Yes,"
Frankie replied angrily. Jessica sat on the edge of Frankie's bed.
Her daughter wasn't the earliest riser on earth, and she wondered what was so special about today. "You're up early. Going somewhere nice, are you?" With time running out, Frankie decided her acid-wash jeans and denim jacket would have to do. Her black suede ankle boots and black basque were enough to tart the outfit up. She didn't want to look like a tomboy. "I'm going out with the girls. It's Stacey's cousin's birthday and she's having a barbecue," Frankie lied. Jessica knew when Frankie was lying, but said nothing. Whatever she was hiding couldn't be any worse than Joey's little secret, and Jessica was more worried about her son than her daughter. "Has, Joey said anything to you recently about his life? He hasn't confided in you about anything unusual, has he?" "Like what? What are you talking about?" Frankie replied casually. Jessica was a bit lost for words. Say Joey hadn't said anything to Frankie, or she'd made a mistake. "Has he got a girlfriend?" Jessica blurted out. Aware that her mum was on her brother's case, Frankie said very little. "I dunno. We're not together all the time, Mum. He ain't said nothing to me, but if you're so interested in Joey's love life, you best ask him yourself." Jessica nodded. The twins were as thick as thieves, and chances were, even if Frankie did know something, she wouldn't tell anyone. "So where does Stacey's cousin live then?" she asked, changing the subject. Frankie let out a bored sigh. "I dunno. Stacey never told me. Now can you leave me alone, Mum? I'm trying to get ready and you're making me late." With a heart full of worry, Jessica apologised and walked away. Frankie checked her appearance, grabbed her purse and ran down the stairs. She wanted to warn Joey about the conversation she'd had with her mother, but he was fast asleep, and she didn't have time to ask about. Debating whether to take her phone with her and ring him, she decided against it. The poxy thing was a nuisance to lug around, and she'd nearly lost it twice the other night. Running into the kitchen, Frankie took a large gulp of vodka out of the bottle. "No, doggies, no," she said, as Buster and Bruno tried to clamber up the leg of her jeans.
"All right, Frank? What are you doing?" Ricky asked.
Startled, Frankie dropped the vodka bottle and it smashed to smithereens on the stone kitchen floor. "You scared me! I didn't realise you were still here," Frankie replied.
"Me and Gal slept in the lounge. Drinking a bit early, ain't you, Gal?"
Shooing the dogs out of the kitchen so they didn't cut their paws, Frankie looked at Ricky with pleading eyes. "Look, I'm meeting a boy and I don't want Mum and Dad to know. Can you clean that mess up for me? I'm running late."
"What's going on?
Was something smashed?" Jessica shouted out from upstairs. Ricky smiled at Frankie.
"Sorry, Jess. It was me. I went to make a coffee and knocked a bottle of vodka off the kitchen top. You go back to bed, I'll clean it up."
Frankie hugged her half-brother. "Do you want a lift?" he asked her. "No, I'm fine. Thanks, Ricky. You've just saved my life." As Frankie ran down the drive, she nervously glanced back at the house. She usually got cabs wherever she went, and prayed that no one was watching her. Frankie's heart leapt as she heard a loud tooting coming from behind her. She was afraid to look around. Surely it wasn't her dad. Aware of a gold four-wheel drive pulling up beside her, she glanced apprehensively at it.
"Get in, Frankie," Jed ordered her.
Frankie did as he asked. "Sod you frightened the bloody life out of me. Whose car's this? Where's your pickup truck?"
"At home. Can't take a beautiful girl out in a pickup truck, can I? This Shogun's mine as well. Bought it off some old mush me dad knows. Got it for a good price, I did."
Frankie was impressed. None of the boys she'd ever mixed with could even reach the pedals on a motor like this, let alone own one or drive one. "Where are we going?" Frankie asked, trying to sound relaxed.
"Cambridgeshire," Jed replied coolly.
Frankie looked at him in amazement. He had to be joking, surely. She didn't even know where Cambridgeshire was, but it sounded a long way away. "You are having a laugh, aren't you?" Jed stopped at the red traffic light. He leaned towards her and softly kissed her on the lips.
"No, I'm not having a laugh. It's where my family comes from. You'll love it. It's absolutely beautiful, Frankie. Just like you are."
As his piercing green eyes gently teased her, Frankie looked away. The effect he had on her was abnormal, and she barely knew what day it was. "I'm just going to fill up with diesel. You want anything to eat or drink?" Jed asked her. Frankie shook her head. Sod the food and drink. All she wanted was him. Eddie, Gary and Ricky did most of the tidying up. "You have a break, Jess. We'll do all the dirty work and you can add your magic touch at the end," Eddie insisted. With her mind in no man's land, Jessica politely asked her parents if they would mind if they didn't stay for dinner. "Of course not. We know you're not yourself, love," Stanley said kindly. Joyce wasn't so understanding. She loved being in this nice big house, and was in no rush to head back to her own rabbit hutch. "Me and your dad'll stay here, Jess. You have a lie down. I'll cook the dinner today." Jessica blatantly refused. She had enough problems without having her mother driving her bloody mad. "Look, I'm sorry, Mum, but go home, please. I'm really not up to it today. You can come over again next week and I'll do your dinner then." Annoyed, Joyce stomped upstairs to pack her overnight bag. "I've got no meat out the freezer, so me and you will have to starve, Stanley," she shouted loudly. Stanley hugged his daughter. "Take no notice. You know what she's like." The drive to Cambridgeshire didn't take as long as Frankie thought it would. Jed took her down by the fens and showed her where his dad and grandfather had both been brought up. "I really miss my granddad. He was a good old boy," Jed said, urging Frankie to sit down next to him. He wondered if she knew that her granddad had shot his granddad, but he said nothing. He didn't want to pry, unsettle her. It wasn't the done thing. Frankie sat with her back against the bark of the tree and smiled. "It is lovely here. It's so peaceful," she said. Telling Frankie to lie across his knees, Jed ran his fingers through her hair. "We can live here one day. Imagine. Me, you and our chavies. It would be proper, wouldn't it?" "What's a chavvy?" Frankie asked him. "Kiddies. Our babies," Jed said, laughing. Wrapping her arms around his neck, Frankie pulled him towards her and kissed him passionately. "No trying it on with me, and don't you dare touch me Corey. I'm not that type of boy, you know," Jed said, teasing her. Frankie giggled. "Is your Corey what I think it is?" Jed pointed at his erection. "It's a big Corey, ain't it? Here, Kaka. I'm sorry about trying it on with you the other night. Them e's make me horny. I shouldn't have done that. I was out of order." As Jed took her in his arms, Frankie clung to him for dear life. He had a wonderful smell, a manly aroma, and she couldn't get enough of him. Jed stood up and grabbed her by the hand. "Come on, before I get overexcited. Let's go to a pub. I'll buy you a roast dinner." Joey was still in bed, and Jessica was desperate for time alone with him. "Ed, you and the boys have worked so hard this morning. Take Gary and Ricky to the pub and buy them a few beers. Go on, I insist." Eddie put an arm around Jessica's shoulder. "This is the type of woman you want to end up with, lads. She's 1 in a million," he said proudly. Gary laughed. "Come on, Dad, quick, before she changes her mind." As soon as the men had left the house, Jessica took a deep breath and went upstairs. "Joey! Wake up, love," she said, as she knocked and then entered her son's bedroom.
"All right, Mum. What's the time?"
Joey mumbled, his eyes still half shut. "It's gone 1. Can I have a little chat with you, darling?" The seriousness of his mum's voice made Joey's eyes open wide.
"What's the matter? Has something happened? Where's Frankie?"
Jessica sat on his bed and clutched his hand. "Nothing's wrong. Frankie's gone out with her friends. Your dad's not in. He's up the pub. And Nanny and Grandad have gone home. It's just me and you, Joey. And we need to have a little talk, love."
Joey wasn't silly. He sat himself up. She knew. He knew that she knew. "What about, Mum?" he asked nervously. Jessica smiled. "About you? And Dominic? About what's going on?" Joey tore his eyes away from her.
What was he meant to say? It was embarrassing. He could talk to Frankie about his sexuality, but not his mum. Understanding his dilemma, Jessica spoke softly to him. It's okay. I'm not annoyed. Whatever you are, or might be, it's fine by me. I love you, Joey. You're my son. And I'll always love you no matter what. Shocked by his mum's understanding attitude, Joey's lip wobbled. Then the tears came. I'm really sorry, Mum. I've tried to like girls, but I can't. I've always known I liked boys ever since I was little. Even when I was about 9 or 10, I remember fancying that bloke out of the Dukes of Hazzard, he admitted. Shh. It's all right, baby. Don't cry, Joey, please. Or you'll make me cry too. Jessica handed him a tissue. So how long have you been seeing this Dominic? Is it serious between you? Or is it just casual? We haven't been seeing one another long. I really like him though, Mum. It's the first proper relationship I've had. I'm not going through a phase, I know I'm not. Jessica smiled. And Dominic likes you too. That's how I found out. I saw the way you were with one another yesterday. It reminded me of how me and your dad were when we first got together. Joey gave a half smile. You and Dad are still like that now. So Frankie never told you then? He asked. No. I did ask her earlier, but she denied all knowledge. I take it that she knows. Joey smiled. She's the only one who does know. I haven't told anyone else. I swear I haven't. Tilting Joey's chin towards her, Jessica stared into his eyes. Now listen, my darling. And listen carefully. You must never bring Dominic to the house again, and you must never go out with him around this area. If anyone finds out, Dad will lose the plot. Where does Dominic live? The Angel, Islington. Well, from now on, you'll have to meet him where he lives, or somewhere miles away from here. Joey nodded. What will happen in the long run, though, Mum? I mean, if we stay together, I can't keep Dominic a secret forever, can I? You can, and you will, Joey. You have to. You have no choice. Believe me, son, if your dad finds out, he will not accept it, not in a million years. Feeling anxious, Joey squeezed his mother's hand. Be truthful with me, Mum. Please don't lie. If Dad did find out, what do you think he would do to me? Jessica felt her eyes well up. My guess would be, he'd disown you. As for Dominic, remember your dad's got a temper. Who knows what he might do to him? Your guess is as good as mine, Joey. Chapter 31. The following morning, Jessica felt under the weather, so Eddie offered to run the kids to school. You look peaky. Stay in bed. I've got to go out anyway. Dad's solicitor rang me. He wants to see me urgently, and I promised Auntie Joan I'd take her shopping. Her old legs are playing her up a bit, bless her heart. Thanks, Ed, Jessica mumbled, as she ran to the toilet to be sick. Joey poked his head around Frankie's bedroom door. His sister had got in late the previous evening, and she knew nothing about the conversation with his mum. Take some normal clothes in your bag. I need to talk to you. Let's bin school today and go to the pub instead. We'll just tell Mum we got our days mixed up and thought we didn't have to go in, he whispered. Frankie smiled as she stuffed her jeans and t-shirt into her school bag. Thinking of Jed, she tucked her mobile phone in as well. She would ring him later, and if he wasn't busy, maybe they could meet up again. Eddie dropped the twins off at school and headed straight towards Whitechapel. He'd arranged to meet his dad's solicitor at 2 o'clock, so had plenty of time to take Joan shopping beforehand. Eddie! Come in, boy. I've made you a nice bread pudding, your favourite. Eddie kissed her. Joan was looking ever so old and frail these days. Making a mental note to visit her more often, he followed his aunt into the kitchen. So how's tricks? What you been up to? He asked. Not a lot, love. Don't get out much now, to be honest. So many muggings and stuff round here now. Old Maisie Miller got followed into the post office and had a pension snatched last week. 3 blacks it was. Wicked bastards they are. We should never have let him into the country, you know.
Realising she was about to get onto the famous Enoch Powell speech, Eddie cleverly changed the subject. "How's that mate of yours doing now, Auntie? Molly something or other. You know, the one whose son was giving her grief." "Molly Jenkins, you mean? Yeah, she's fine. Keeps well away from her now, her Michael. Had an unfortunate accident, he did. Rumour has it he got beaten up and lost his thumb in the process. Makes you wonder if someone knew what he was doing to his poor old mum, doesn't it?" Joan said with a twinkle in her eye. She wasn't stupid. She'd known when she told Eddie about Molly that Michael would soon experience a nasty little accident of some kind. As the kettle on the stove began to whistle, Eddie smiled. "When I take you shopping, I'll buy you a new kettle, Auntie, something a bit more modern." "No, you won't. Nothing wrong with this one. The tea don't taste the same when the water's boiled by them bleeding electric things. Tastes like fucking rat's piss, it does." Eddie chuckled. Joan might be looking old and frail, but she certainly hadn't lost her spirit. Frankie and Joey sat at a corner table in the Albion. "So, is that it? Didn't she say anything else?" Frankie asked, amazed. Joey shook his head. He'd just been telling his sister about the chat he'd had with his mum the previous day. "She just said that Dom must never come to the house again and not to meet him in Raynham any more. She said I'd be better seeing him in Islington." Frankie smiled. "Well, at least you ain't got to worry about Mum finding out any more. One down, one to go, eh? When you going to tell Dad?" "Don't take the piss, Frankie, it's not a bloody joke," Joey said, annoyed. Frankie went up to the bar to get some more drinks. As she returned, Joey turned the tables. "Well, what about you then? Where was you all day yesterday? Sucking Johnny Wanny's cock, was we?" he asked her. Desperate to unload the burden of who she was really seeing, Frankie leaned towards him. "If I tell you something, Joey, you must promise me that you'll never breathe a word to anyone. Not even Mum must know this." Joey was intrigued. "Go on," he urged his sister. "John ain't who I said he is. His name's Jed, and I didn't want to tell you because he's Jimmy O'Hara's son." Astonished, Joey stared at her and waited for her to laugh. It was a joke. Surely. It had to be. "Well, say something then," Frankie urged. Realising Frankie wasn't mucking about, Joey shook his head. "Ain't that the boy who beat me up when I was little?" "Don't be a drama queen, Joey. He didn't beat you up. I'm sure Nan or Grandad told me once that Dad forced you to get into that boxing ring with him. It wasn't Jed's fault. You were both little kids. It was Dad's fault if it was anyone's." Joey didn't know an awful lot about his father's business, but one thing he did know was there was a long-running feud between the O'Haras and his family. "Frankie, you've got to stop seeing him. Dad will go mental. He'll kill you if he finds out." Frankie shrugged. "Well, he'll kill you if he finds out about Dominic, won't he? At least we'll both be dead, eh?" Joey sipped his drink. "It can't be serious. You only met Jed on Friday. Why don't you just nip it in the bud while you still can? You're a pretty girl, Frankie. There's plenty of other boys to choose from." Frankie shook her head vehemently. "I don't want any other boy. I want Jed. I spent the whole day with him yesterday and it was fantastic. I know I ain't known him long, but I love him, Joey. I know I do." Knowing how strong-minded Frankie was, Joey nodded dumbly. She'd always stuck by him. She'd accepted his sexuality and accepted Dominic. "Look, Frankie, I'm your brother and I love you. If this Jed makes you happy, then I'm happy for you." Frankie pulled her phone out of her bag. "If I ring him and tell him to come down here, will you mind? I really want you two to get on. Jed's brilliant, honest. He's a scream. And I know you'll just love him, Joey." Joey nodded. Love him was a bit strong. He had already met Jed on Friday night and wasn't over-impressed by what he saw. "Was it him that gave you that E, Frankie?" Joey asked. "No, got it off someone in the Berwick. Please don't start with all the questions, Joey. You won't get on with him if you start accusing him of things he hasn't done." Frankie put the phone to her ear. "Jed, it's me. What you up to? I'm in the Albion." Joey guessed by the big grin that spread across his sister's face that Jed was coming to meet them.
After being dragged around the supermarket by his aunt, Eddie dropped her off and headed to Wanstead. His dad's solicitor, Larry, had been a friend of the family for years. As bent as a 9-bob note, Larry knew every trick in the book, and was the perfect brief for anybody not quite legit. Walking into the restaurant, Eddie asked the waiter if Larry had arrived yet.
"No, sir. But your table's ready. Would you like to sit down or have a drink at the bar?"
Eddie ordered a drink and sat at the table. Larry had attended his dad's funeral, but had then sodded off on a 3-month cruise.
"Look, there's no rush. We'll sort me old man's estate out when you get back," Eddie had told him.
Unbeknown to Eddie, his dad had paid for the cruise and ordered Larry to book it as and when he died.
Harry's orders were, "Don't let Eddie know immediately. Leave it 3 to 6 months at least." "Eddie, how are you? Any news yet?" Larry asked him as he sat down opposite.
Shaking his head, Eddie shouted for a bottle of champagne to be brought over.
"No news at all. Fucking useless, the filfer. They couldn't catch a cold, the cunts. I'm going to start rooting around myself again, see if I can do a better job. I've asked around the underworld, but no one's heard of Dickie. It's a mystery, Lau, it really is."
Feeling a bit melancholy, Larry quickly changed the subject. He'd liked Harry Mitchell very much. He was one of life's characters. His death was an awful shock, and Larry hated talking or thinking about it. Eddie studied the menu.
"The lobster's good in here," Larry told him.
Eddie ordered them both lobster and sipped his champagne. His father had always told him that he hadn't bothered making a will.
"What's the point? I've got 3 sons and it'll all be split equally. I know you'll look after Reg and Joni for me, and I want the grandkids to be seen all right,"
Harry had instructed Eddie. Bored with listening about Larry's holiday, Eddie spoke bluntly.
"So, have you found out what the old man's estate was worth?" "I sure have. All in all, including the house your dad was living in, it's worth around the £3 million mark."
Eddie didn't bat an eyelid. The old man had always had an eye for a pound note, and 3 mil didn't shock him at all. In fact, knowing his dad, he wouldn't be surprised if there was more. When he was a kid, he'd once caught his dad digging a hole and putting big silver tins in it.
"What's that, Dad?" he'd asked innocently. "Money, son. Never let the authorities know what you've got. Always bury the bastard. You might not understand now, Eddie, but you will one day, when you're older," was his dad's reply. "You don't seem very shocked, Eddie. I mean, considering the size of the house your dad lived in, it's a rather large amount, don't you think?"
The old man could have bought a big fuck-off mansion years ago, Lau. If I had £1 for every time I tried to persuade him to move, I'd be the richest man in England. He would never leave that house in Canning Town because me mother had lived there with him. Said it made him feel close to her, he did. When he got murdered that night, do you know what the bastards did? Dad kept the house as a shrine to Mum. Whoever done him in smashed every photo he had of her, and Paulie reckons they even took a couple of souvenirs. That's what makes me think it wasn't kids. I'll catch whoever it was one day, Lau, and I swear on my parents' grave I will fucking kill 'em with me bare hands. Over in Raynham, Joey felt uncomfortable as his sister and Jed behaved like the lovesick teenagers they were. He'd never really seen his sister kiss a boy before, and watching Jed stick his tongue down her throat was making him shudder.
"Are we ready to order?"
he asked, agitated. Jed laughed.
"You're not jealous, are you? Don't want to kiss me yourself, do you?"
Joey looked at Frankie in horror. Surely she hadn't told him. Jed stood up. "I'll go and get another round of drinks and order some food," he said.
"You ain't fucking told him, have you?" Joey spat at Frankie.
"Of course not, you idiot. He asked if you and Dominic were at it the other night and I denied it. I told him you've had loads of girlfriends. He's just mucking about with you because you shared the room with Dom." "If you ever tell him, I will never speak to you again," Joey hissed. Jed swaggered back to the table.
"I ordered about 10 different dishes. You can just take your pick," he said, laughing.
Frankie thought Jed was joking, until the barmaid kept coming up with plates of food. "Why did you buy all this?" It's such a waste of money, she told Jed. Jed put his arm around her shoulder and gave her a penetrating stare. You didn't know what you wanted, so I bought you the lot. Anyway, I've got loads of wonga. Next weekend I'll take you shopping and buy you some gold. What you want? Earrings? Bracelet? A chain? I'll even buy you a diamond if you want one. About to eat a chip, Joey clocked his sister's gooey expression. She was putting him off his lunch. In fact, he felt physically sick. As the happy couple locked tongues once more, he voiced his opinion. You're so embarrassing. The whole pub is looking at us. Instead of mauling one another in public, go and get a fucking room. Back in Wanstead, Larry savoured the last mouthful of lobster and wiped his mouth with a serviette. He waited for Eddie to finish his meal, then cleared his throat.
The reason I asked you to meet me here today is because I have something to tell you, Eddie.
Delving into the inside pocket of his jacket, Larry handed him a letter.
Your dad gave me strict instructions that you were to read this. He told me to leave it a certain length of time before I gave it to you. I need to pop outside to make a few phone calls, so I'll leave you alone for a few minutes.
Eddie tore the letter open. His dad's handwriting had never been the best, and he hoped he could understand the bastard thing. As luck would have it, it was typed.
Dear Eddie, obviously if you're reading this, it means I've popped me clogs. Sorry if this letter feels like I've come back to haunt you. But there are a few things I need to tell you, son. Firstly, I want to tell you how much I love you, and how proud I am of you. Paulie and Ronnie never quite made the grade, and even from an early age I knew you were going to be the star of the show. You didn't let me down. Everything I'd worked so hard for, you improved on, and that pleased me more than you'll ever know. You may wonder why I'm telling you this, now I'm brown bread, but I couldn't say it while I was alive. I was never very good with words, and apart from when I was with your mother, I've never been able to show me feelings.
Aware of getting emotional, Eddie paused and took a sip of his drink. He took a deep breath and continued to read.
The second thing I want to say to you, son, is don't end up alone. You and Jessica are the equivalent of me and your mum. Look after her, boy, and don't ever let her down. Thirdly, I have some instructions for you. Dig about 6 foot deep under the apple tree at the bottom of my garden and you'll find plenty of hidden treasure. I want you to keep this to yourself. Don't tell your brothers or anyone, as it's all meant for you. Last but not least, I made a will in 1987. I've left a substantial amount for Paulie, Ronnie, Gary and Ricky, but the bulk I've left to you. You're the only one I can trust to do the right thing with it, Eddie, and I want you to look after the following people for me. Reg, Auntie Joan, Auntie Vi, Sylvie, she was a good friend to me, all the grandchildren, Uncle Albert, Raimondo, and John from the Flag. Make sure all my old neighbours are okay, Ed, especially old Iris next door and Cyril Miller over the road. Them two ain't got a pot to piss in, bless 'em. Well, that's about it, son. You look after yourself now and make sure you look after that wonderful family of yours. Love always. Dad. P.S. Hopefully, Ed, my death was a quick heart attack in the Flag or I croaked it in my sleep. If by any chance it wasn't natural and some bastard took me out, I put my trust in you to get revenge for me. With tears streaming down his face, Eddie kissed the piece of paper and put it in his pocket. I will, Dad. I promise, he whispered. Chapter 32. Eddie instructed Larry to inform his brothers of his father's wishes. He then sat back and waited for the inevitable fallout. It was Ronnie who rang first. 100 fucking grand? That's all me and Paulie have been left. It ain't fair, Ed. We know he's fucking left it all to you. You're some snake in the grass, you are, ain't ya?
Eddie did his best to calm his brother down.
Look, none of this is my fault, Ronnie. I didn't even know Dad had made a will.
Ronnie was spitting feathers.
Didn't know? Don't lie to me, you cunt. I bet the two of yous cooked it up between you. What about his house? He left you that and all, has he? There's me ended up in a fucking wheelchair because of him, and you're the one reaping the rewards.
Not wanting to have this conversation over the phone, Eddie told Ronnie that he would meet him and Paulie later that evening in the Flag.
Cunt!
Ronnie screamed as he slammed the phone down. Guessing what the phone conversation was all about, Jessica wrapped her arms around her husband's toned waist. Harry's wealth and generosity had been a shock to her, but she was thrilled for Eddie and the children's sake. You won't have to work so much now. Why don't you stop doing what you're doing, Ed? I'm always afraid that one day you might not come home again. With all that money, you can set up a legitimate business. If you get someone else to run it for you, you can spend more time with me and the kids, she told him. Eddie waved away her fears. No one's going to hurt me, Jess. Anyway, I like what I do, and I'm not a man who can sit on his arse all day. The kids are all grown up now, and me and you spend every weekend together as it is. Kissing his wife on the forehead, Eddie gently released her arms from around his waist. I'll probably be home late tonight, babe. I've got some business to attend to with Raymond, and I got to face the wrath of Pinky and Perky down at the Flag. Eddie's humour never failed to make Jessica smile. Love you, she shouted, as he closed the front door. Hearing their father's car pull off the drive, Joey and Frankie came downstairs. Their exams had now started, and as neither of them were taking very many, they only had to attend school on certain days. Yous two are all glammed up. Where are you off to today? Jessica asked them. Southend, the twins replied in unison. Jessica smiled. She loved the hustle and bustle of Southend on a sunny day. When she was young, her mum and dad used to take her and Raymond there for a day trip. Now be careful. Are you going with all your friends? How are you getting there? There's a big crowd of us going, Mum. We're all travelling together by train, so we'll be fine. I'll look after Frankie, Joey said reassuringly. Jessica smiled. Joey was such a sensible boy. She had now got over the initial shock of his little secret, and loved him more than ever. A beautiful person inside. He was just different, that was all. Do you need any money? Jessica asked. She had forbidden Eddie to tell the twins about his windfall. They were leaving school soon, and she wanted them to get a job and make their own way in life. We don't need no money, Mum. We've got a load left from our birthday, Frankie replied honestly. As the cab tooted outside, Jessica gave them both a kiss. Don't forget to bring me back a stick of rock, she shouted, as she waved them off. Shutting the front door, Jessica sighed. She had been desperate for some time alone all morning. Riffling through her handbag, she found the pregnancy test. 3 mornings in a row she'd been as sick as a dog. At first, she'd thought it was the shock of finding out about Joey, but now she wasn't so sure. Jessica took the white stick out of the box and studied the instructions. When she was pregnant with the twins, this type of technology probably hadn't even existed. Realising that the test only took 5 minutes, Jessica smiled. The quicker she got the answer she wanted so badly, the better.
Oi, oi,
Jed shouted, as he picked up Frankie in the lay-by near his house. Frankie smiled as she got in his red pickup truck. Where's your showgun? She asked him. Me dad's got to drive up north. His motor's been playing up, so he borrowed mine. Cupping Frankie's face with his hands, Jed gently kissed her. What do you want to do today, then? Lying to her mum had given Frankie ideas. Can we go to Southend? I haven't been there for ages, and it's a lovely day for the seaside. Jed laughed at her way with words. I'd take you to the moon and back if you asked me to, Frankie. With the help of Raymond and a JCB, Eddie set to work at digging up his dad's garden. Apart from Jessica and her brother, Eddie hadn't told a soul about his dad's letter and its contents.
You all right, boys? I've got some cold Guinness in the fridge if you want one, shouted Iris from next door.
Sweating his cobs off, Eddie gratefully accepted her offer.
Your turn, Raymond. I'm fucked, he said.
Eddie had thought it would only take a couple of hours to find what he was looking for. He had been wrong. The ground was rock hard, and the digger he had borrowed was pony. "Thanks, Iris," Eddie said, as he grabbed the 2 cold cans.
"Why are you digging up the apple tree?"
Iris asked nosily.
"Me dad planted it for me mum when she was alive. He always said to me, 'When I die, son, I want you to dig up the tree and replant it in your own garden,'" Eddie lied.
He'd concocted the story earlier.
"If any of the neighbours ask, we're digging up the tree and replanting it at mine. After we found what we're looking for, I'll ring up Davy Brown, get him to pick it up and dump it somewhere for us," Eddie told Raymond. "It will die if you dig up its roots. It won't grow properly again," Iris said suspiciously.
Eddie smiled.
"It was me dad's final wish, so I'll do me best to save it," he assured her.
In the trendy Liverpool Street wine bar, Joey smiled as Dominic excused himself to make an important phone call. Joey had come up to meet him for lunch, and his boyfriend was taking the rest of the afternoon off, so they could spend some time together. As Dominic returned to the table, he tenderly rubbed Joey's leg.
"I've just booked us a posh hotel for the afternoon," he said,
as he brushed his hand teasingly over Joey's thigh. Thrilled that he was in an area where nobody knew him and he could be himself, Joey squeezed Dominic's hand.
"Let's finish our drinks and go there now," he said excitedly.
Standing not 20 feet away was an extremely interested spectator. Darren Palmer was the son of one of Ronnie Mitchell's friends. He recognised Joey, knew exactly who he was. They'd been at junior school together. He also knew who Dominic was, as his mate worked with him in the city and referred to him as the bum boy. Watching the 2 queers walk out of the pub, Darren almost flew to the phone box.
"Here, Dad, you'll never guess who I've just seen. Eddie Mitchell's son Joey was all over some bender called Dominic. They were virtually at it in the pub. They were fondling and all sorts."
As they ended the call, Terry Palmer couldn't stop smiling. He'd never liked that flash bastard, Eddie Mitchell. Paulie and Ronnie were good lads, but Eddie was too far shoved up his own arse.
Joey Mitchell, a poofter. Whoever would have thought it, eh? You just couldn't make it up.
Punching in Ronnie Mitchell's number on his mobile, Terry Palmer could barely speak through laughing. Southend was heaving with people, and Frankie wished she'd suggested somewhere else.
"What's up? Not bored with me already, are you?" Jed teased, knowing full well she wasn't.
Frankie smiled. They'd played in the amusement arcades, strolled along the beach, eaten fish and chips, and Jed had even won a big teddy bear for her, which they were carrying with them.
"Shall we go somewhere quieter, where we can be alone?" Frankie asked him.
"We can get some booze and I'll book us a room if you like," Jed suggested.
Desperate to get intimate with him, Frankie grinned.
"I'd like that, Jed. I really would."
Unable to lift the large silver chest, Eddie urged Raymond to give him a hand.
"Christ almighty! It looks like something out of Gulliver's Travels. The bastard thing's fucking heavy," Raymond moaned.
"Quick, cover it over with them sacks," Eddie ordered, as he spotted Iris in her garden again. Lugging it into his father's house, Eddie noticed the nosy old cow peering over the fence.
"Just clearing up all the branches, Iris," he shouted.
Once inside the house, Eddie flicked the lid of the chest open.
"Well, fuck me," Raymond said,
looking at Eddie in astonishment. Lifting the guns out one by one, Eddie studied them. Hand, machine, shot. There was every gun going. He stared at the jewellery, sovereigns, ingots, rings, chains. There were hundreds of different pieces. Raymond picked up a black velvet bag and opened it.
"Jesus, Ed, you've got a load of diamonds here, mate."
Eddie smiled. His old man was a wily old bastard, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry.
"Pick out something for yourself, Ray, and take something nice for Polly."
Raymond shook his head.
"They're yours, mate. Don't be silly. I don't want nothing."
"Take it, Ray. Me old man wanted you to have something, I know he did," Eddie insisted. Knowing how forceful Eddie could be, Raymond picked out a pretty ring for Polly and a chunky one for himself. He put them in his pocket and turned to Eddie.
What are you going to do with the guns? You can't leave them here.
Eddie shrugged. I'll take the diamonds and jewellery home and put them in the safe. The guns can be hidden down the salvage yard for now. Let's shoot straight there. We can come back here tomorrow and tidy stuff up. I've got to come back anyway. I want to ask around, see if anyone's got any more information about Dad's murder.
What shall we do about the digger? Have you got to take it back today?
Looking at his watch, Eddie cursed. He had told Ronnie he would meet him and Paulie at 7, and it was already 6 o'clock. The digger's fine. He can stay here till tomorrow. I think I'm going to ring Paulie and Ronnie and meet them tomorrow instead. If we clean up here in the morning, it'll give us plenty of time to talk to the neighbours. Then we'll go to the flag after that. Raymond agreed. I tell you what, I don't know about you, but I could kill a couple of beers. Why don't we drop the guns off, then stop at a boozer where no one knows us? Eddie suggested. Raymond laughed.
We could walk into a boozer in Timbuktu and people would know us, Ed.
Eddie chuckled.
Come on, you tosser. Help me get this chest in the motor.
Frankie laughed as Jeb pressed the play button. He was such a sod. In the hotel reception, he'd seen a girl carrying a tape recorder.
Oi, pretty lady. Let me buy that off you, he'd said.
The girl had looked at Jed in amazement.
It's only a cheap one, she'd replied.
How much do you want for it? Jed had asked.
I don't really want to sell it, the girl had said.
Jed had put his hand in his pocket and waved some money in her face.
Here you go. Take 50 quid for it.
The girl had snatched the money, handed him the battered old tape recorder, and disappeared before Jed could change his mind. Jed had then gone outside to his truck and reappeared with a selection of cassettes, which they were now playing.
Why did you pay all that money for this rubbish? Frankie asked him.
She loved it, really. Jed was so impulsive, and the way he was filled her with intense excitement.
'Cause I didn't want you to be bored. You don't want to be stuck in a room all day with no music, do you? My old tape recorder's fucked. Dropped it on the floor, I did, and now it won't work anymore.
Frankie smiled. Christ knows where Jed got all his money from. He had plenty, and chucked it about like there was no tomorrow.
Do you mind if I ask you something?
Ask away, Jed replied,
grabbing her hand.
Where do you get all your money from? Does your dad give it to you? Or do you sometimes go to work?
Jed turned the music up, took Frankie in his arms, and made her dance with him.
I never went to school. Been working since I was 8 years old. I'll never be poor. I can turn my hand to lots of things.
Like what?
I sell horses, motors, caravans, diggers. You name it, I can get it and sell it. I'll be Keiko one day, Frankie. You stick with me and you'll be rich as well.
Frankie tightened her grip on him.
What is this rubbish music? Ain't you got any acid house? She asked him.
Jed tilted her chin towards his.
Who needs all that house music crap when you got country and western? That shit's only all right if you stick a pill down your throat, but country music is proper.
You listen to the words. Every song tells a story, Frankie. Frankie listened, and by the time Tammy Wynette had reached the chorus of Stand By Your Man, she and Jed were in bed together. Unaware of what his daughter was up to, Eddie was on his way home.
I won't be long, darling. I just got to drop Raimundo off first. I'll be about 15 minutes, he told Jess.
Jessica ended the call. Grinning, she put Eddie's dinner in the oven. She had been doing buttons all day waiting for her husband to get home. Desperate to tell someone her news, Jessica had rang Vicky and told her.
Please don't say a word to Doug. I only found out this morning and haven't had a chance to tell Eddie yet, she begged.
Vicky was thrilled for herself and her friend. She was over 5 months now, and it was great that she and Jess would both be mums together. As the Guns N' Roses song was played on the radio, Jessica turned it up full blast. She wasn't usually a fan of rock music, but the song was called Sweet Child O' Mine, and Jess couldn't resist joining in with the chorus. Back in Southend, Jed was having trouble inserting his penis inside Frankie.
"Are you okay?"
he whispered, as he finally entered her.
I'm fine,
Frankie lied. She felt as if her insides were being ripped to shreds. "I love you, Frankie," Jed told her, as his movements got faster and faster. "I love you too," Frankie replied, wincing. Suddenly he made a groaning noise and rolled off her. "What's up? Have I done something wrong?" she asked, concerned. Propping himself up on his elbow, Jed rubbed her clit with his finger. "Nothing's up. I've already come, you dinlow," he said, laughing. As Frankie's breathing started to quicken, Jed moved his finger faster and faster. "Oh, Jed!" Frankie panted, as she grabbed his head with both hands. This felt nice, much more pleasurable than him being inside her. She reached her orgasm, yanking his head. "Fucking hell, you nearly broke me neck," Jed teased. Frankie let out a happy sigh. She really had found the man of her dreams. Hearing Eddie's car pull up on the gravel, Jessica flung open the front door. "What's this? A welcome committee?" Eddie joked. Jessica took his hand and dragged him into the lounge. She handed him the glass of champagne she'd already poured and told him to sit down and drink it. As Buster and Bruno bounded into the room, Jessica shooed them out. This was her and Eddie's moment. "What's occurring?" Eddie asked. He had sort of already guessed, but didn't want to spoil her plans to tell him herself. "You'll never guess what I found out today," Jessica said excitedly. "I've no idea," Eddie lied. "I'm pregnant, Eddie. We're having that baby," Jessica screamed. Still caked in mud from earlier, Eddie stood up and lifted her into his arms. "I love you so much, Jessica Mitchell. I really, really do." Chapter 33. At 7 o'clock the following evening, Eddie and Raymond pulled up outside the Flag in Canning Town. Eddie had asked around half the neighbourhood earlier, but apart from what he already knew, no one had had any more information about the night his dad died. Frustrated by the lack of progress he'd made, Eddie wasn't in the best of moods. "There must have been bangs, crashes and fucking screams. Me poor fucking dad was tortured. Some cunt must have heard something, surely," he said to Raymond. Raymond shrugged. He had no answers. Poor old Harry's death was a complete mystery to all and sundry. "How's Jess?" Raymond asked, changing the subject. The mention of his wife's name lifted Eddie's mood. Jessica had told him to keep her pregnancy quiet until she'd seen her doctor and knew how far gone she was. She didn't even want the twins or her parents to know just yet. Desperate to tell at least one person, Eddie smiled. "Keep it yourself. But we're going to be parents again. Found out yesterday, Jess did. She's over the bloody moon. We both are." Thrilled at the prospect of becoming an uncle once more, Raymond grabbed Eddie around the neck with his right arm. "You're a dark horse, you are. I'm surprised at your age you can still get it up, you cunt." Laughing, Eddie pushed him away. "Remember, not a word to anyone. Jess ain't told your mum and dad yet, so don't put your foot in it for fuck's sake." Paulie and Ronnie were sitting at their usual table. Both had faces like smacked arses. As Eddie walked in, he heard a few sniggers. He took no notice, walked up to the bar and ordered himself and Raymond a drink. "What you having?" he shouted over to his brothers. "Are you sure you can afford it?" Ronnie asked sarcastically. Eddie sat down and tried to make the two of them see sense. "Look, I know you're both upset, but I'll always see you all right. If you need any money, just ask me and I'll give it to you. Dad left me strict instructions. He wants me to look after a few people, make sure they're comfortable. He left me the bulk because he knew he could trust me to carry out his wishes." "You're a lying cunt. Don't take me and Paulie for mugs. You can stick your handouts where the sun don't shine," Ronnie spat at him. Eddie turned to Paulie. He'd always been the more sensible one out of the two. "Is that your opinion as well, Paulie? Is it?" Not able to hold Eddie's gaze, Paulie stared at his lap. "I want out, Ed. I want out of the business and out of your life. We're meant to be brothers and all you've ever done is stitch me and Ronnie up. Well, it's gone too far now. Me and Ronnie have discussed things and neither of us want any more to do with you." Eddie looked at Paulie in amazement. He guessed that he might have a cob on, but he'd never expected this. They had always worked together. How could he even think of walking away? Don't be so childish, Paulie. Dad wouldn't have wanted this. We're Mitchells. We're meant to stick together. What do you want to leave the firm for? It's stupid. I knew fuck all about Dad's will. It was his wishes, not mine. Desperate to say his pre-planned speech, Ronnie piped up.
For years we've lived in your shadow, Ed. You're always the old man's favourite. You spent half your life licking his arse. Why should you dish out the orders, eh? What makes you so fucking special? Me and Paulie have had it with you. We're setting up on our own. We'll find our own clients and do a bit of sharking ourselves.
Eddie looked at Ronnie with contempt. As usual, his eyes were gone and his speech was slurred. Unable to stop himself, Eddie laughed in Ronnie's face.
Well, I wish you every success, Ronnie. I'm sure people will be quaking in their boots when they're threatened to pay up by an alcoholic cripple.
Overcome by jealousy and hatred, Ronnie picked up an empty beer bottle and aimed it at Eddie's head. As the bottle brushed against his hair and whizzed past him, Eddie jumped up to retaliate.
Leave him. He ain't worth it. Come on, Ed. Let's get out of here,
Raymond said, holding Eddie back. Sitting back down, Eddie looked at Paulie with pleading eyes.
You're making a big mistake, bruv. You really are.
As Paulie looked at the floor, Eddie shook his head, stood up, and walked away. Ronnie called Eddie's name. He hadn't played his ace card yet, and he was gagging to do so.
Oh, and by the way, big man, your son Joe is a fucking bum boy. Got a boyfriend, he has. Sucks cock and takes it up the arse regularly by all accounts.
As Eddie lunged at Ronnie, the barmaid let out a piercing scream. John, the governor, was on holiday, and she didn't know how to deal with such violence. Picking Ronnie up by the neck, Eddie lifted him out of his wheelchair and threw him as hard as he could against the wall.
You fucking lying cunt! I'm going to kill you! He shouted.
To save Ronnie's sorry arse, Paulie and Raymond joined forces. When angry, Eddie was so strong he was almost impossible to control. Eddie bent down and held Ronnie around the throat as if to strangle him.
How dare you fucking bring my kids into this, you cunt! He screamed. It's true! Ask Terry Palmer! Ask his son! I'm not lying, Ed! I'm not!
Ronnie said, choking. He was frightened now, really frightened. Managing to pull Eddie away, Raymond dragged him outside the pub.
Let's get out of here, mate. I think the barmaid's called the filth, Ray told him.
Eddie said nothing. Chucking his keys at Raymond, he got in the passenger side and slammed the door.
Are you okay? Raymond asked him,
as they drove along in silence.
No, I'm fucking ain't, Eddie yelled. As for my so-called brothers, I hope they both rot in hell. I never want to see either of them ever again.
Jessica sat in the kitchen with a massive smile on her face. She and Vicky were discussing baby names, and they had completely different ideas on the subject. Angel's a lovely name for a little girl, Vicky insisted. Giggling, Jessica put the kettle on. Eddie would have a fit if she called their kid Angel. I think you should opt for an American name if you have a boy. Me and Dougie quite like Troy. So what about you calling yours Travis? Vicky suggested. Jessica smiled. I've already promised Ed that if we have a boy we'll call it Harry in memory of his dad. As the front door slammed, Jessica ran into the hallway. Oh, it's you, Ed. You're early, love. Do you want a cup of tea?
Where's Joey?
Eddie shouted. Jessica's heart went over as she noticed that Eddie's face looked as black as thunder. She knew without a doubt that he had been told something. Vicky's in the kitchen, she said, as brightly as she could.
Get rid of her,
Eddie spat. Jessica ushered her friend outside and apologised profusely. I wouldn't like to be in Joey's shoes. What's he done? Vicky whispered. I bet he's been bunking off school again, and Ed's just found out, Jessica lied. As she shut the front door, Jessica felt physically sick. She had to play it cool, It was her duty as a mother to protect her son. "Whatever's the matter?" she asked Eddie.
"Where is he? Is he out with his fucking boyfriend, is he?" Eddie screamed,
grabbing his wife by the shoulders. "Boyfriend? What are you talking about? You're hurting me, Ed. Stop it, please." Eddie let her go. Leaning with his back against the wall, he put his head in his hands and slumped to the floor.
"He's gay. Our Joey's a fucking queer. That's what the word on the street is. Do you know anything about it, Jess? If you do, tell me. I want the fucking truth."
Jessica shook her head furiously and proclaimed her son's innocence. "Don't be so ridiculous, Eddie. Our Joey's got a new girlfriend. He really likes her, he does. He was only telling me about her yesterday. He wants us to meet her. He asked me if she could come round for tea."
"Are you sure he ain't fucking lying to you?" Eddie asked.
"Of course he's not lying. Someone's winding you up, Eddie. Who told you? Who's spreading these lies?"
"Ronnie told me. Terry Palmer told him. Everyone's been told. As I walked in the flag earlier, every bastard was sniggering at me."
Jessica knelt in front of her devastated husband. "How can you believe anything that comes out of Ronnie's mouth? He's jealous of you. He always has been. He's making up these awful lies because he can't deal with your dad leaving you all that money. He wants to get back at you, Ed, and he'll resort to anything to do it."
Eddie shrugged. "I'll go and see Terry Palmer. See what he has to say. Don't look so worried, I ain't going to hurt him. I just want solid proof."
"It's all lies. I know my own son, Eddie," Jessica insisted. Eddie shrugged. Joey had always been different, too different for his liking.
"He is fucking effeminate, Jess. Let's face it, Joey's never been like Gary and Ricky, has he? Even as a kid he was frightened of his own shadow. I mean, he dresses strange, and sometimes I look at him and think that he should have been the girl and Frankie the boy. She's got bollocks, Frankie has, but not Joey. He's not normal, Jess. I've always known it, but I kept me trap shut for years for your fucking sake."
With tears rolling down her cheeks, Jessica did her best to hold her own. "Of course he's not like Gary and Ricky, or you and your brothers. I didn't want him to end up in your world. It was me that forced him to be different. I mean, come on. As much as I think the world of Gary and Ricky, their mum was an alkie. That's why they're rough around the edges. I brought Joey up differently. He's soft, gentle, with a heart of gold, and I instilled that into him. He might be unusual, but that doesn't mean he's gay, Ed. It's just different mothers, different upbringings, that's all." Holding out his arms, Eddie snuggled up to his wife.
"I'm sorry if I hurt you. I just lost me rag."
"Promise me, Eddie, that you won't say anything to Joey. He's in the middle of his exams. It's not fair on him. You know how he takes things to heart. He'll be traumatised."
"I swear I won't say anything to him," Eddie said honestly.
He had no intention of giving Joey a warning. If what was being said was true, he would catch him at it, and when he did, he would throttle both him and his fucking boyfriend. Terry Palmer lived alone in a council flat in Beckton. Terry had once been a man of substance, but since his wife had stung him for all he had, his life had gone completely downhill. Opening another can of special brew, Terry focused on the television. He was watching the film Once Upon a Time in America.
"Go on, get in there," Terry said, laughing.
Terry fancied himself as a Robert De Niro type. He and Rob were two of a kind. They sang from the same hymn sheet. As the buzzer rang, Terry opened the security door automatically. His son, Darren, often stayed of a night, so he left the front door on the latch for him, and sat back down. Engrossed in the bit where De Niro actually rapes the bird, Terry barely looked up as the front door closed.
"I'm starving. You brought any grub home with you, Dal?" he shouted out.
"The Chinese was shut, so I brought this round to fill you up," Eddie whispered, as he yanked Terry's head back and stuck the barrel of a gun down the back of his throat. Not knowing that her husband was currently playing cowboys and Indians, Jessica tried Joey's mobile number repeatedly. Eddie had popped out to take the dogs for a run, and she desperately needed to warn her son. "Please answer, son. Please answer," she prayed out loud. Finally, God looked down on her.
"Whatever's wrong, Mum? Has something happened? I'm busy," Joey exclaimed in annoyance.
Joey had just been having a bit of the other, and the constant ringing of the phone was preventing him from reaching a climax. "Joey, you need to come home right now, son. Your dad knows. Someone told him about Dominic. Now don't worry, I've got you out of it, but I've told him you've got a new girlfriend. Ring up a girl mate and bring her round tomorrow for tea." Joey's hand shook so much he could barely hold the weight of his phone. "Who am I going to ring? Apart from Frankie's mates, I don't really mix with any girls." Jessica spoke forcefully to him. "I don't care who you ring or who you know, Joey, but make sure you bring a girl round here tomorrow. I've just stuck my neck out for you, and if your father finds out I'm lying, he'll throttle the pair of us." Joey stared at his penis. His erection had deflated so much that it now resembled a burst balloon. "OK, Mum, I'll find a girl. I'll do it," he promised. With eyes as wide as flying saucers, Terry Palmer tried to speak, but couldn't. The gun was hurting his throat and was choking him. Aware of his own urine running down his legs, he began to beg. Eddie slowly withdrew the gun from Terry's throat. Smiling, he pointed it at his bollocks instead.
"You got something to tell me about my Joey, have you, Terry?"
Petrified, Terry shook his head.
"I don't know anything. Honest, I don't. Please, don't hurt me, Eddie, please."
Eddie pulled back the catch.
"Tell me what your son saw, else I'll kill you. I want the truth, and I'll know if you're lying, you cunt."
Terry's mouth was as dry as a bone. It was a struggle to swallow, let alone talk.
"I need a drink," he gasped.
With the gun still fixed on Terry's meat and 2 veg, Eddie handed him his can of special brew.
"Drink that and talk, you prick," he ordered.
Covering his prized possessions with both hands, Terry blurted out all he knew.
"Darren saw Joey. He was with a bloke called Dominic in a wine bar in Liverpool Street. Him and your Joey were groping and kissing and stuff. Please don't hurt me, Eddie. None of this is my fault. My son saw them, not me."
Eddie stared deep into Terry's eyes. "Why did you tell Ronnie? You knew what would happen."
"I'm sorry, Eddie. I had too much to drink. I didn't think. I'll ring Ronnie now, tell him Darren got it all wrong. I'll say it was someone who looked like your Joey."
Eddie took the silencer out of his pocket and attached it to the gun. Realising what Eddie was doing, Terry fell to his knees and begged.
"I am so sorry. Don't kill me, Eddie. I'll move. You'll never see me again. But please, I beg you, please don't shoot me."
Eddie Mitchell had never been a man to be dissuaded by tears and apologies. With little emotion, Eddie held the gun to the right side of Terry's temple. Seconds later, he pulled the trigger. Chapter 34. The twins took their last exam in June, and both Joey and Frankie whooped with joy as they walked through the school gates for the very last time. They'd never really caught up from all the time they'd had off, but had completed all their homework and done their very best. "How do you think you did?" Frankie asked her brother.
"Shit,"
Joey replied. He'd always hated maths, and even if he hadn't have bunked off, was sure he'd have still failed. Noticing her brother looking a bit downcast again, Frankie did her best to cheer him up. Ever since their mum had warned Joey that his father was on his case, Joey had been down in the dumps.
"Why does life have to be so awkward, sis? I've only been able to see Dominic 3 times in the last month."
Frankie linked arms with her brother. "Look, it won't be forever. You said you want to work in an office. If you get a job uptown as an office junior or something, you can see Dom all the time. You can meet for lunch, then shag his brains out after work." Joey smiled.
"I suppose so."
The twins had taken 4 exams each. Academically, Frankie was probably the brighter of the two. Trouble was, she'd never particularly liked school, which resulted in her never fulfilling her potential. "Look, if you're missing Dominic that much, why don't you invite him out tonight? Dad ain't going to know anyone in the Berwick Manor, is he? Mum and Dad think we're staying round our friends anyway. You and Dom can book a room somewhere. Having a bit of the other might cheer you up a bit." Joey playfully thumped her. He was tempted, but unsure.
"It's too dangerous, Frankie.
I promised Mum I wouldn't see Dom locally, and if she finds out she'll kill me. Frankie had always been the daredevil out of the two of them. Don't be such a wuss. Ring Dominic, enjoy yourself. Live dangerously, Joey. I most certainly do. Joey laughed. Dangerous was his sister's middle name. How are things going with Jed? Is it still serious? Frankie's face broke into a big silly grin. She had seen Jed almost every day since they'd met, and she worshipped the ground he walked on. I love him so much, Joey. When I'm old enough, I'm going to marry him and have loads of kids. That'll please Dad, Joey said sarcastically. I don't care. Sod, Dad. It's my life and I'll do what I want with it. Walking around Tesco, Jessica smiled as she checked her shopping list. Positive she hadn't forgotten anything, she made her way to the checkout. Sunday was to be a special day for her and all the family. Her parents, Raymond, Polly, Gary and Ricky, were coming over for dinner. Jessica had chosen to do a roast. She had bought 2 big ribs of beef and all the trimmings to go with it. It was going to be a double celebration. Her parents and everybody else thought they were coming just to celebrate the twins leaving school, but Jessica was now ready to announce that she was pregnant. Apart from Eddie and Vicky, Jessica still hadn't told a soul, not even the twins. She had been desperate to get over the dreaded 12-week mark before she announced it to the world. Jessica thanked the cashier and walked towards her car. She loaded her shopping into the boot and leaned against it for a breather. The sun was shining. Life was good, and she was so excited about her future. Thankfully, the Dominic episode had now blown over with Eddie. Joey had brought a girl round for tea, and Ed had believed their relationship was kosher. Jessica smiled. She couldn't wait for the new baby to arrive, and at times like these, she felt like the luckiest woman alive. Eddie stood in the hallway of the pub's living quarters. He counted the money and nodded. All right, Alec, it's all here. See you same time next month. With all debts and protection money collected, Eddie gave Gary and Ricky a ring to see if everything had gone smoothly their end. Since Paulie had left the firm, Eddie had split the collections in 2. He and Raymond did one half of their patch, and Gary and Ricky the other. All done, Dad. Everything went as sweet as a nut, Gary told him. Good lads. You and Ricky out on the town again tonight? Gary laughed. Going to a rave out Watford way. Eddie raised his eyebrows at Raymond. He was far too old to understand all this rave lark. Sometimes Gary and Ricky would go to one and not come home for 2 days. Well, have a good time. And don't forget Sunday, gal, will you? Jessica's cooking a special meal. It's a double celebration. Make sure you and Ricky are there by 3 at the latest. What's the other celebration, then? I thought we were just celebrating the twins leaving school, Gary asked. Eddie chuckled. There's more to it than meets the eye. You and Ricky behave yourselves and I'll see you both on Sunday. Ending the phone call, Eddie turned to Raymond. Shall we have a couple of pints somewhere? Raymond shook his head. Polly's off work today, so I'm going to meet her uptown. She wants to do a bit of shopping. Smirking, Eddie nudged him. Ain't shopping for engagement rings, are we, Raymondo? Not yet. Don't worry, you'll be the first to know if and when we do, Raymond replied, chuckling. Desperate to cure his dehydration, Eddie passed his house and carried on through the lanes. He had a couple of phone calls to make, and couldn't make them indoors. The Optimist was a pub only a few minutes from his home. He pulled into the car park and strolled inside. Pint of Kronenberg, he said to the barmaid. Taking his drink outside, Eddie sat at one of the wooden tables. He was sweltering, but there was no way he would take his shirt off. He hated it when he saw geezers in pubs with no tops on. People had no decorum these days, no respect. Ed had a fit body, and he wouldn't do it. These arseholes that chose to strip half naked were always big fat pricks with bellies like darts players. Eddie rang home first. He needed to make sure all was okay. All right, Jess? I'll be home soon, love. I bet the twins are happy, aren't they? Are they home yet? Yeah, they're playing with the dogs in the garden. Give 'em a shout, Jess. I want to talk to 'em. Bewildered, Jessica called the kids. Eddie never usually asked to speak to them on the phone. What's up, Dad? Frankie asked. Bet you and Joey are over the moon, ain't you? No more school, eh? You still going out celebrating with your mates tonight? Frankie giggled. Over the moon's putting it mildly. Yeah, we're still going out. There's loads of us, so it should be a really good night.
Where are you off to? The pub?
Yeah, probably the Albion, Frankie replied. She didn't want him knowing that they were hanging out at the Berwick Manor. Ask your mum if she wants me to bring home a takeaway. Frankie did as she was told. No, it's okay, Dad. Mum's already cooked something. Eddie ended the call and quickly made the other. When he'd first heard the rumours about Joey, he had done nothing, apart from blowing Terry Palmer's brains out. Palmer's murder had been all over the local news. The old Bill had even come to the house, but Jessica had given him an alibi by saying he was at home all evening and hadn't left her side. When the police left, Jessica had questioned him herself. You were just out with the dogs, weren't you, Eddie? Swear to me that you didn't kill that man.
I swear on our unborn baby's life, I was out with the dogs, Eddie insisted.
He actually wasn't lying. When he'd murdered Terry Palmer, Buster and Bruno were in his motor outside Palmer's flat. The dogs were his accomplices. Jessica never mentioned the incident again, and neither did he. He had no worries about Paulie or Ronnie saying anything to the filth. His brothers might be jealous wankers, but they were no snitches. Grasses didn't exist in the Mitchell Empire, never had, and never would. Eddie had bided his time, watching Joey closely. He had never mentioned his son's sexuality to Jessica, Raymond, or anyone since that day. Jessica must have thought he had forgotten all about it, especially since Joey had brought the pretend girlfriend home, but nothing could be further from the truth. The thought of his son being a raving iron was eating away at Eddie's insides, and he needed to know if it was true. After a lot of thought, he had scoured through the yellow pages and hired a private detective. He'd been careful. He'd picked one miles away, a woman called Gina, and provided her with a false name. He called himself John Smith. A mate of mine's got this problem. His daughter's dating some kid called Joey, and he thinks the lad could be playing her about. My pal's got a few bob, and his daughter's quite a plain girl. He reckons this Joey's only with her because she's worth money. He's even heard a rumour that this Joey lad's gay. Gina had guessed that Eddie's pal was actually himself. She often had clients come to her with cock and bull stories. At the end of the day, it was none of her business. Her only concern was doing her job properly and getting paid. Gina had had more John Smiths on her books than she could remember. It was a very common name that people chose to use. She'd never had a John Smith like this one, though. This one was mind-blowingly handsome, with sexuality oozing from every pore. As Gina answered the phone, Eddie spoke quietly but clearly. Me pal's just rung me. Joey's blown his daughter out tonight, so can you follow him? If you see him looking intimate with another geezer, he wants you to follow them wherever they go. He needs you to get Joey's mate's full name and address. Gina smiled at the gruff, sexy voice. OK, Mr. Smith. Does your friend want me to follow Joey from his house in Raynham? Yeah, he does, Eddie replied. He had already given Gina 500 quid up front to gain her confidence. He'd promised her another 1,500 once she came up with the information he wanted. If me mate owes you any more dough, let me know, and I'll run it down to your office. No. It's fine at the moment. Tell your friend that he's still in credit, Mr. Smith. Eddie arranged to call her the following day, and went to get another pint. So far, Gina had followed Joey 3 times, but come up with nothing. It was only a matter of time, Ed thought, as he sat back down. He would eventually find out the truth. And when he did, there would be murders. Literally. Frankie was having a fantastic time in the Berwick Manor. She and Jed had swallowed ecstasy tablets earlier, and after feeling sick, she had just come up on it. As Inner City's good life came pumping out of the speakers, she dragged Jed onto the dance floor. Seeing Dominic talking to his school friends, Joey quickly dragged him away. Are you okay? Dominic asked, concerned. Not really. I'm paranoid in here. It's too close to home for my liking. Dominic smiled. I've stacked our room up with alcohol. I've got some puff as well. Shall we take a rain check? Desperate to kiss Dom more than anything else in the world, Joey managed to stop himself. I'll just go and find Frankie. Tell her we're leaving, he said excitedly. Joey found his sister on the dance floor. Whispering his plans in her ear, he returned to Dominic and ushered him out of the packed, smoky club. Outside was desolate, and Joey had the devil inside as he dragged Dom around the side of the building. It had been over 2 weeks since he had touched or even kissed him. Both boys were totally unaware of the dark-haired woman sitting in the black Nissan Micra. Seeing the boys get into a minicab, Gina put her camera on the passenger seat. Mr. Smith would be thrilled with the photograph she'd just taken. All she had to do now was find out Joey's friend's full name and address, and her work would be complete. Jed O'Hara had his own trailer on his father's land. He'd often asked Frankie to stay there in the past, but she'd always refused. Tonight, however, with the ecstasy tablet clouding her judgment, Frankie was up for an adventure. As Jed parked his Shogun on his father's drive,